This time we will tell a manhwa entitled The Reincarnation of the Forbidden Archmage. This manhwa tells the story of an archmage who is very strong and invincible. However, due to an incident, the archmage died for some reason and was reincarnated into a youth who was weak and didn't have any skills. So how can that happen? Let's start the storyline. The story begins with a gate or dungeon that was opened 20 years ago on Earth. Along with that, various powers called skills also appeared. But only 1% of the entire human population has skilled. Not long after that incident, an organization was formed for the opponents of the dungeon, and they are now known as the Adventurers Guild. Then the scene moves to our main character who is registering as an adventurer. When checking, the officer is surprised because the main character doesn't have one but still forces him to register as an adventurer. Feeling unsure, the officer wanted to make sure he was sure he wanted to be an adventurer. The main character replied that he was sure and would work hard to do it. And beside him, there is also a woman who also has the same fate as the main character, where she also has no skills but still registers as an adventurer. Shortly thereafter, a man named Fukimoto taunted the two of them from behind. Fukimoto said that their decision was the same as suicide. And here, because Fukimoto is a C rank where he will guide them to do raid for the first time. Hearing that, the officer felt calm because if there was a rank C like him, the two beginners could be safe. Then after registering, Fukimoto took the main character and the woman to where the gate was going. On the way there, we are just told the main character's name is Saeki, and the woman was Amami. At that time, Amami asked the reason why Saeki became an adventurer even though he didn't have any skills. Saeki replied that by becoming an adventurer, earning money is the easy one, considering that the drop items obtained after raid have high selling prices, and the reason why Saeki needs money is for the treatment of his younger sister named Katoha, where one day when Saeki came home he found Katoha lying down. Worried about this, Saeki took him to the local hospital, and the doctor said there that Katoha had awakened a skill that consumed himself, and the name of the disease is Incompatible Skill Syndrome. In this country, it's rare for people to be infected with cases like this, so the doctor suggested to Saeki to bring Katoha to America. Of course, the treatment is very expensive, and the doctor said the cost is around 500 million yen. And that's the reason why Saeki became an adventurer even though he doesn't have any skills at all. The scene switches back to the three of them who have arrived at the gathering place for the adventurers to start the raid. While there, the two of them were not welcomed by the other two seniors, because someone like Saeki and Amami were useless, and in this world, those without skills were called incompetent. So without lingering for long, they started to go inside to start the raid. The seniors didn't explain anything and just asked Saeki and Amami to see because they would understand. Before entering, we are shown that it turns out that Saeki has a skill called Forbidden Restriction. So why didn't Saeki's skill appear? This skill is very hidden. Then it is explained that Forbidden Restriction is an ability that allows the user to use magic power in his previous life in exchange for skill point magic. And it turns out that Saeki is a reincarnation, where before he was very strong and invincible, even to the point where he was called a solitary archmage. But in that life, even though he was powerful and invincible, he was unhappy and bored. But in his current life as Saeki, he feels very happy even though he has many shortcomings. And now the only reason why he still wants to live is to save Katoha. Next, the raid started. When they entered, they saw that Fukimoto and other seniors were dealing with several monsters. But with strength and cooperation they could defeat the monsters easily. Moreover, this dungeon is rank E, so the monsters inside this dungeon weren't very strong. After successfully defeating several monsters, they arrived at the gate to head to the dungeon boss. Without any hesitation, they went inside and fought the boss to clear this rank E dungeon. When entering the boss room, suddenly heard someone's voice saying several things have been accomplished, and surprisingly the extra boss appeared. Whereupon an enormous bull monster appeared. And when you see the aura of the boss, you can see that the level of the boss is similar to that of a rank B adventurer. Seeing this, everyone is scared and panicked, especially with the extra boss appearing. The exit door won't open before defeating the boss. While the seniors who didn't want to die in vain tried hard to fight back, it was a pity that their efforts always failed and one of the seniors almost died from being slashed by the monster's attack. But surprisingly, Saeki manages to block the boss's attack with his sword. Saeki said that he had a way to beat the boss, and for that, Saeki asked the seniors to carry out his orders. Where Saeki asked Fukimoto to buy time because here he would be prepared to do one thing to be able to attack the monster. Here Saeki will use the power of Forbidden Restricted. This is because now he is not allowed to use this skill, but Saeki will try to do it. But here Saeki doesn't use his body to use magic. Instead, Saeki will channel magic so that Amami will release the magic. Well, why didn't Saeki use this magic with his body? Because of this skill, he couldn't use power in the previous world, or simply said his power had been sealed. So if the magic has flowed to Amami, Saeki suspects that this skill can be used by him. And because they didn't have time, Saeki asked Amami to do as she said. This is because Amami here also can't do anything, he can only obey him. Then after Amami agreed, Saeki started smoothing magic from Amami and giving his magic. Then after the steps were completed, Saeki asked Amami to cast a spell and direct the attack on the boss. And unexpectedly a large fire attack called Lotus Fireball aimed at the boss and made the boss seriously injured to death. Seeing this, Amami was very shocked because he didn't expect Saeki to be a very strong person. After defeating the dungeon boss, Amami got a drop item called Minotaur Axe. In addition, they also get a mysterious red crystal. Not yet explained whether the usefulness of the crystal is expensive. Meanwhile, Saeki's side leveled up and got the title of Reincarnated Archmage. After successfully defeating the Minotaur, they left the dungeon and requested emergency assistance to save the injured senior. Meanwhile, we are explained that the red crystal inside the dungeon is the core of the dungeon, where if the dungeon core is destroyed then the dungeon will disappear. However, there are some cases where the core is not destroyed and is used as training for beginners. Then after the problem was solved, they returned to the Adventurers Guild and were given a log card, where a guild card is used to record any monster that has been defeated by someone. And the purpose of the card is for fair reward distribution. Not long after that, they were visited by the General Operational Division of the Adventure Guild named Hamada, where Hamada returns the guild card that he previously asked for. But before rewarding the two of them, Hamada wanted to ask a few questions about the extra boss that appeared. Before coming here, Saeki asked Amami to be quiet and not tell about his skill, because if everyone knows then he will be in trouble. On hearing those words, Amami would follow his orders. But here Amami also asked him one thing: would Saeki want to be his teacher? But at that time Saeki refused, not that he didn't want to, but if he taught the skill earlier, Saeki was afraid that Amami would get caught in something dangerous that could kill him. We return to the question from Hamada, who asked Amami to explain the appearance of the extra boss and how they beat it. Amami explained that it was Senior who had seriously injured the dungeon boss and was the one who dealt the final blow. Hearing this, Hamada hesitated a bit, but because Amami only explained that, Hamada finally believed him. Now, because Hamada couldn't dig deeper here, he gave up and will wait for the seniors to recover so they can be questioned. Then the point of the meeting was finally discussed, where since they were both listed as the last hit, Hamada was going to give them some money. And surprisingly, Saeki got 250k yen, while Amami's lost hit got 3 million yen. Suddenly, Amami was very surprised by the gift. After the meeting, Amami, who felt he had done nothing, intended to give this money to Saeki. But at that time, Saeki refused because it was a gift that she got. Besides, if he accepts this money then Hamada will suspect him. And since then, Saeki and Amami have exchanged contacts and information and gone their separate ways. Meanwhile, when he comes home, Saeki looks happy because even though he hasn't fought in a long time, he is still strong. And because earlier he had already risen to level 10. He checked it because usually by leveling up he would get potions and skills. And surprisingly, the system explains you can summon management fairies. Feeling curious about this, Saeki pressed him. And suddenly a girl appeared and looked angry. The girl said to Saeki that she had missed training for a full 20 years. Meanwhile, here Saeki, who doesn't know anything, asks the girl to explain. The girl said that she was his creation in charge of managing the forbidden restriction, and his appearance is only for one purpose: to make Saeki stronger. But here Saeki doesn't know him. Then the girl says maybe you've lost your memory. If what he said was the truth, he asked the girl how he could die. But apparently, the girl doesn't know because she was created after the death of Saeki. Hearing this confused Saeki even more. If indeed the girl was created after his death, then it means in his previous life he had planned this. Meanwhile, the girl also didn't explain anything, as if the girl was covering up what happened. And maybe the girl didn't tell him because, in his previous life, Saeki asked him not to tell her. Then Saeki asked the girl, what do you mean to make me strong? The girl replied by updating the forbidden barrier, then Saeki could become strong quickly. Then to explain this, the girl showed a system called item to trade, where, with the help of this system, Saeki can take the items you have first. Of course, not all of the items he owned used to exist, all were limited and depended on the amount of stock collected by Saeki first. Finding this, Saeki was happy because the previous item was there, which means his item box is also there. Item box itself is an infinite time space, where the storage contains legendary weapons that have been collected by Saeki. And of course, there are conditions to be able to take the sword, where Saeki has to bring several points to take the sword. Feeling interested in this, Saeki looked at the item box. Sure enough, when he opened the item box, all his swords were there. But what he's looking for now isn't that, because he used to have omnipotent elixir items. And when you see the price to be able to get this item costs 500 million yen. Where the function of this item can heal all wounds and even the last stage of the disease. Knowing this makes Saeki excited because if he gets this thing he doesn't have to go far to America for Kotoha treatment. And here the girl also told, which was during the previous dungeon boss fight, he can get stronger because previously she has given him a buff. So the more Saeki faces monsters, the stronger he can become. Knowing this, Saeki was very happy because with this he could grow strong quickly and bought the item to heal Kotoha. And for that, Saeki received the forbidden barrier and will maximize it. Well, because here the girl doesn't have a name yet, Saeki named her Sphere. Even though it sounded complicated, she accepted it. After getting a buff from Sphere, Saeki intends to take part in the raid, which the next day Saeki joins a party in raiding a rank D dungeon through the Adventurers Guild. Now because here Saeki is rank F, all the members look down on him. Meanwhile, on Saeki's side, there is no need to worry because the average member is rank C, so later if something unexpected happens he doesn't need to show his strength. And after making their strategy, start doing raid. However, when he entered Saeki, he found members who had strange auras. It had not yet been explained what would happen next. For sure there would be traitors among their members. The story continues from the D rank dungeon. It is clear that all raid members are fighting desperately against the orcs. Suzuki, Takai, and others try hard to defeat the goblins simultaneously. They ask Saeki to back off, of course, finding that Saeki felt bored. And when the orc wants to breathe fire, Takai and others must resist the attack even though the movement is very messy. Then surprisingly, Saeki was already in front of the orc with glowing red eyes. Saeki let go of his sword and stopped the orc's breath of fire. At that time we saw a flashback last night. He wanted to think about how to use the skill points to the fullest. However, the points are only 9 points, meaning that each level up gets 1 point. Then the first skill set I got was Fireball and Enhance. He pondered whether the best choice would be Fireball or Enhance, but he just found one important thing: the skill obtained from Forbidden Restriction does not require an MP. This means that Saeki can use Enhance anywhere. Because of all these advantages, he finally chose Enhance. And when looking at the explanation of the skill, it seems that the part on the right is leaning toward close combat. And since the skill points I have are limited, I will focus the fighting style on close combat. Back in the fight, where Saeki used skill Enhance and released lightning energy in one of his hands, he then hit the orc's stomach with Enhanced skill. We can then see that the sonic impact skill released by Saeki is so strong that the orc is blown away and immediately dies. Takai and others are very surprised to see the strength of Saeki because Saeki is actually just a reserve. In Saeki's own perspective, he was quite surprised because he could go up 2 levels by defeating only one orc. Suzuka, who was curious, immediately asked how you got that strong. Saeki guiltily said that he just acquired this skill yesterday. Suzuka told him that he should first explain his powers so he wouldn't worry. At the end of words, Suzuka said thank you for saving them. After that, Takai asked the chairman to share all the loot equally because Saeki has an important role in this dungeon. And if Saeki is on this team until the end of the dungeon, then we can finish the dungeon easily. Then happily Suzuki said that from now on we will rely on you, Saeki. Soon they quickly arrived at the boss dungeon. With Saeki's help and hard work, they were finally able to defeat the dungeon boss without being seriously injured, and the good news here is that Saeki has leveled up to 17. For this victory, Takai is grateful and didn't expect Saeki's abilities to exceed our expectations. With fiery joy, Suzuki told everyone that we will celebrate this victory in the future guild. However, surprisingly, Ozawa stabbed Suzuki from behind. Then with a face without remorse, Ozawa said that I have committed murder. The story continues from a truly tragic scene where surprisingly Ozawa stabbed his own friend. Of course, Takai was very angry with his actions because he did not suspect that Ozawa would dare to commit betrayal. Takai immediately releases an attack to kill Ozawa, but the attack is easily parried by him. Takai asks Saeki and Suzuka not to get involved with internal guild matters. Ozawa responded very casually that I will kill this person with my own hands. Saeki, who got that order from Takai, could only obey him and didn't move at all. Saeki actually gave advice to Takai not to push himself too hard, because the world is like this. But Takai said to hand over Ozawa to me. There Saeki observes the movement and sword of Ozawa, who seems to have experience in the killing. And that can be seen from the red knife he uses. Back in the fight, Takai immediately moves quickly, swinging his sword toward Ozawa. Takai realizes that he should be able to do it at this speed, but what is happening in his movements can be read by Ozawa easily. And it turns out that all this time he's been hiding his skills. Ozawa's possible rank now is B. Meanwhile, Ozawa, who got a gap, is suddenly behind Takai. He mentions that longsword users have a weakness when fighting opponents with high speed. And sure enough, we can see Ozawa can stab with a circular motion. Ozawa mentioned whether Takai could kill him with such strength. At that time Takai was silent and looked at the potion in his hand. It is known that this potion is a birthday gift given by Suzuki when he first completed the mission. Actually, Takai will only use it at the right time, but because the wound is this deep, inevitably he has to use it. While drinking the potion, Ozawa didn't allow Takai to recover. He made a quick move and intended to slash his neck directly. But when the knife hit Takai's body, there was an explosion of light that sent Ozawa flying. It turns out that the potion effect adds 2 to the user's attack, and all attacks can be blocked. Then Takai gathered energy into his sword to finish Ozawa with one strike. But Ozawa again showed an insane skill, which before the attack hit him he was able to pass through and even scratch the eye of the scar with one move. Before Ozawa ended Takai's life from behind, Suzuka immediately shot an arrow to stop him. Of course, Ozawa, who was very angry, immediately strangled her and said not to interfere in this matter. With his scary face, Ozawa picked up the knife and pointed it at Suzuka's neck. Luckily, Saeki immediately blocked the knife with his sword. Ozawa was very surprised because there were people who could fend off the knife. Saeki told Takai to hand over Ozawa to him. Ozawa felt humiliated because the substitute seemed unlikely to be able to beat me. But without words, Saeki issued a sonic impact skill which made Ozawa bounce far enough from that place. Seeing Ozawa still standing, Saeki intends to bring out all of his abilities. At the corner, Ozawa throws out a strange red ball and moves forward to outwit Saeki's movement. Saeki easily endured it, even though he said that Ozawa's strength is still too weak. Of course, a very annoyed Ozawa said that you're going to make you be my bonus material. Again, Ozawa uses his maximum speed to find a gap to kill Saeki. Saeki loudly insulted him that such speed is too slow, and yep, Saeki can stop it with just one attack. When his attacks were stopped like that, Ozawa realized that Saeki wasn't a beginner, but rather that Saeki's strength was stronger than his. Ozawa says who he really is, same as before. Saeki replies that I'm a substitute. Since there was no chance to kill Saeki, Ozawa immediately targeted Suzuka as his weakness. Of course, Saeki didn't let it go. His eyes turned white and energy came out of his body. He was already behind Ozawa and stabbed him without Ozawa noticing. Ozawa was furious as he struggled, but for some reason, he suddenly couldn't use his skill. It turns out that the one who did it all is Saeki. Previously, he had attacked the vulnerable point in his mana channel, so that was why Ozawa couldn't use any skills at all. When hearing this explanation, Ozawa had arrived to be able to do anything else. He let go of the knife and gave information about the knife. Ozawa reveals, kill me with this dagger, its strength will increase every time you kill someone. The EXP points you get from killing people are more than monsters. Previously, the adventurers were hiding the fact that there would be no mass killings. With a terrible face, Ozawa asked Saeki to hold the dagger and for starters kill me. Then you will know how good it is to kill people. Saeki only responded with pity for him. It seems you can't escape the curse to be stronger. In his mind, Saeki expressed that if it wasn't because of that forbidden restriction, maybe I could walk on the road. I think he actually saw a lot of people in my past life who couldn't choose their reason to get stronger. Of course, hearing that, Ozawa felt disgusted and asked to kill him immediately. Saeki only if he didn't want to kill him. The reason is that Ozawa looks a lot like him, and if I kill you then I'll fall into the same apricot. Because Saeki didn't want to kill him, Ozawa immediately took something out of his mouth, which turned out to be a smoke bomb. He immediately took his knife and intended to stab himself. Unknowingly, Saeki was already behind him and hit him on the back of the neck until he fainted. Saeki gives advice, before you die you'd better repent. After that, Suzuka asked why Saeki said that. Previously, according to her, Saeki was not that kind of person. In fact, he seemed to be a very good person, even though his aura was a little creepy before. Feeling guilty, Saeki immediately stroked her head while say thanks you. Intermittently leaving dungeon, Ozawa was immediately arrested and Takai was taken to the hospital to get treatment. When Takai woke up, he thanked Saeki for saving the chairman. If he is not treated immediately, then Suzuki will definitely die. After leaving the Takai room, Suzuka asked Saeki to speak for a moment. Suzuka wanted to know that at such a young age, Saeki could obtain such power. And here it is known that Suzuka is older than Saeki, where Saeki is still in junior high school, while Suzuka is already in senior high school. Then hear this, Saeki was very happy and said that he had a little sister. Suzuka felt a little surprised because she didn't expect such a cold attitude to actually have a little sister. She reveals wants to meet Kadoha, Saeki's little sister. Before going home, Suzuka asked for his cell phone number so she can contact him easily. After returning from that place, Kadoha informed him and gave the current condition. It was seen that even though Kadoha was in pain, she was still cheerful. Not long after that, strange smoke appeared from his cell phone, which turned out to be Iori. This Iori is a system that only Saeki can see, and she is a person who really cares about what Saeki is doing. Iori gave the good news to Saeki, which is that I've added the hidden dungeon key to the exchange item. This lock is a very difficult solo dungeon. Hearing that, Saeki felt weird. What feature is that? Sounds interesting. When you press this feature, a lot of ranks will appear in front of you. Then he was surprised why there is a 50% discount. Iori reveals that it is energy to buy items. Iori then asked him to use the key and level up. When he saw all the rank prices listed, Saeki was impressed because rank C alone requires millions of yen. Iori gave a little warning. If this dungeon is different from the usual dungeons, then this means that the monsters are much stronger than the usual ones. And with that, you will get more EXP for forbidden restrictions. Even though this is very difficult to do alone, with Saeki's current strength, Iori guarantees that he can do it. Hearing this explanation, Saeki then decided to save his money by buying a B rank dungeon. But before that, he tried first to challenge a C rank hidden dungeon. Without thinking, Saeki immediately entered the dungeon, even though he had finished Raid Dungeon D yesterday. With very high ambition, my wish is to become even stronger in order to be able to get the antidote for Kadoha. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Kado's face was very pale, and he coughed up blood several times. And the bad news is no one is in the room, so like it or not, she has to wash it herself. However, when walking a few steps, Kadoha immediately fell unconscious. The nurse who saw this immediately reported it to the doctor because Kadoha's condition was getting worse. Meanwhile, Saeki didn't know the news from Kadoha because now he was in a C-rank dungeon. When he saw the area around here, he felt a little strange because he had never encountered a forest like this. It also happened that he saw the Lana'a fruit from his previous life in front of him. Saeki didn't expect that the fruit could grow in a place like this. This fruit is used for alchemy, but this fruit is rare. And if this fruit is found, then around here there will be lots of monsters. Then to find out the location of the monster, he jumped very high in the air. Right from above, the target is clearly visible, a living creature like a rabbit, but its speed is extraordinary. The story continues with Saeki who has found his target. He immediately rushes after the rabbit. However, it seems that the speed of the rabbit cannot be matched by this situation. So he had to think of something. When he thought about it, suddenly Iori appeared and gave suggestions to use Itsunia. But before that, Saeki asked why she could appear in this dungeon. She explained that she could only appear in hidden dungeons. Regarding the topic of the problem, if I'm not mistaken, Itsunia is a carnivorous plant. The creature will try to eat whatever is nearby. Iori asks Saeki to lure the rabbit into its habitat, and they will catch it for you, because that's the only solution that I have to do it. When chasing him and directing him to Itsunia place, for some reason, from behind there are lots of monsters chasing him. Even though we managed to catch it, later we had to fight with all of these monsters. Luckily, when approaching the habitat of Itsunia, the speed of the rabbit decreased. And to be able to increase the speed, the rabbit must eat the Lana'a fruit. Saeki takes advantage of the opportunity to catch him. Unexpectedly, even Saeki was trapped and eaten by Itsunia along with the rabbit. Same as usual, Saeki can easily get out of the plant even if his level goes up. Surprisingly, his level is now 32. This is a very drastic increase. The problem this time is how to deal with all the monsters up here. From above, all the monsters started attacking Saeki, but Saeki only smiled and said that I had turned things around. And sure enough, he needed fire energy in his fists, and instantly kill all of these monsters with the Crimson Lotus Fireball skill. The huge explosion instantly destroyed the place until nothing remained. Saeki was quite surprised that he was able to level up by 20, so the current level is 52. When looking at inventory, Saeki was also quite surprised because he got some pretty good drop items. Iori said if you sell them you will easily make several million yen. Hearing this statement made Saeki shocked, because if he continues to attack this dungeon then I can get 1 billion yen in a short time. Iori said again that Saeki can only enter a rank C hidden dungeon once, so if you want to get more from this dungeon, Saeki must enter a rank B dungeon. Their conversation suddenly stopped from Saeki, who felt a very strong energy in front of him, and sure enough, in front of him was a rank C dungeon boss. The monster's appearance was very weird, namely a half-dragon man. Iori immediately analyzed the strength of the monster. Surprisingly, to fight this monster, it was recommended that Saeki reach level 150. Despite knowing the difference in power, Saeki did not want to back down, because if he beat him, he would get a lot of money. Saeki said that this dungeon boss is just an EXP resource. Iori slightly explained that dragon skin is special because it can absorb magic. Usually, they are known as the immortal enemy of the witches. Knowing that Saeki tried to attack him using physical attacks, but his attacks failed to scratch the monster. Then the monster spits out a strange liquid from its mouth. The liquid that hit the ground immediately melted. This means that if Saeki is exposed to the liquid, he will die. It is also very likely that other attacks will definitely cause fatal injuries. Saeki smiled, saying it's been a while since I wasn't this nervous against enemies. Then he took out an item from the Forbidden Restriction ability. He can store and retrieve items whenever he wants in separate dimensions. Once again, Saeki will attack the monster with the axe he just got. Saeki darted to the back of the monster's neck and intended to decapitate it, but what happened was that the axe couldn't scratch the monster's neck. At that time, Monster reversed the situation by throwing Saeki with its tail. Surprisingly, Saeki's axe that tried to withstand the attack was broken into two. Having no more weapons, Saeki desperately attacks him with magic, as it was expected that his magic was absorbed by the dragon, which meant that the attack meant absolutely nothing to fight dungeon bosses. Of course, Saeki doesn't just keep quiet, he has got an idea to solve the problem. There should be a limit to the monster's absorbing magic. If Saeki can pass it, then it will leak. The good news here is that since Forbidden Restriction allows him to use skills without consuming MP, then he can cast the Fireball skill without fear of losing MP. With a face filled with confidence, Saeki immediately cast the skill Crimson Lotus Fireball repeatedly. That's where the surprising thing happened, because too often using this skill, Saeki repeatedly vomited a lot of blood. This means that even if you don't use MP, your physical strength cannot withstand the skill's weight. Despite knowing that this would happen, Saeki still continued to use it, because according to him this pain is not comparable to the pain of losing Kotoha. Then we saw a large explosion of fire at the hole in that place, until in the end, the monster could not withstand the magic it received, so the human body of the monster was destroyed. Getting the opportunity, Saeki, who was exhausted, continued to use the skill until the monster exploded. As expected, even though Saeki was exhausted and his stamina was low, he managed to defeat the dungeon boss. For that victory, he got a B rank poison dragon sword. Yes, this is a very passable reward for defeating this monster. After that, Saeki lay limp and couldn't move. Because Saeki fainted, like it or not, Iori immediately took Saeki out of this hidden dungeon. However, Iori put him in the wrong coordination, which means that this room does not belong to Saeki but in someone else's place. And it turns out that this is Amami's room. Amami, who entered the room, was very surprised because Saeki was in his room in a weak condition. Long story short, Amami immediately takes care of Saeki to make her better. Saeki thanks for helping him. Amami asked why Saeki could be in this place. Saeki explained what happened before. When hearing this, Amami was very surprised because going alone to a rank C dungeon was crazy. Before leaving, Amami gave him some food because, from the looks of it, Saeki was quite hungry. Of course, Saeki can't refuse it because it's not good to receive kindness from someone. When eating the soup, Saeki was very happy because the cooking was very delicious. Then Saeki asked, "Do you live apart from your parents?" Amami explained that his parents died after being attacked by monsters 7 years ago. Saeki asks if that problem made you a hunter. Amami replied that it was not completely wrong, but she hoped to save many people from being like me. So that's why. Previously, she asked Saeki to make her a student. Even though previously Saeki said I wasn't fit to be a hunter, she wished to want to leave with everything she had. Hearing that, Saeki immediately apologized and withdrew from the previous words, because Amami now has great confidence. "So now would you be my disciple?" Hearing this, Amami felt confused and very happy. Why only now Saeki said it? Saeki answered, "To be an adventurer it only takes courage." Hearing that, Amami of course accepted it and said, "I will look forward to the first lesson." After returning from Amami's place, Saeki returned home to check his inventory. After taking a thorough look, he will sell some items and will use the rest. Then when he saw the stats and level now, Saeki was quite surprised because his level was now 70. Iori stated that with this, Saeki is now on par with C ranker. During this fun, Saeki got a call from a doctor who said that Kotoha's condition was critical. If this continued, then it could be that Kotoha would die. The doctor suggested that Saeki stays near Kotoha for a while. Saeki asks the doctor to give his phone to Kotoha. Saeki asks Kotoha to hold on a little longer because I've found a way to heal you. Despite such pain, Kotoha replied that I would wait for you. At that time, Saeki's face became very serious. He asked Iori if I could get 500 million yes. Even so, Saeki has to do it, otherwise Kotoha will die. Once again, Ioro gave a warning not to be careless because, with his current rank, it is impossible for him to survive the dungeon. Even though he has warned him several times, Saeki remains firm with his decision, so Iori can only support it. Before long, Lama Saeki immediately bought a rank dungeon and entered the dungeon without hesitation. Before heading to the floor, Iori will guide Saeki so he doesn't make a big mistake. But when I wanted to enter the floor, Saeki was surprised by the presence of a lion guarding Tower Nema. The bad news is that the level of the guard is at a level far from Saeki, namely 350. Saeki isn't afraid at all, because fighting monsters is strong, even if he thinks it's an advantage. If he can defeat him, then he will get a rare item, and fighting the next monster will not be too difficult. To fight an enemy as strong as this, Saeki has exchanged several points for a new skill called Tenma. This skill is very useful for close combat. Tenma is a spell that causes a significant surge in terms of physical abilities when enveloped by highly concentrated mana. Exactly once Saeki will use this moment to destroy the monster. The lion started to move forward and tried to bite him. Saeki, who was ready, immediately used this skill. And sure enough, he was able to move quickly and kick the lion to blow it far enough from that place. The good news here is that he can use Tenma freely because he doesn't use MP. After dropping the lion, a notification appears saying that there is a special quest. Iori was very surprised because the special quests were a good opportunity to grow. The quest gave him the mission to tame the Lion of Nema. The reward is summoning magic. Knowing that, Saeki felt a little strange about it, but if it was in his mind, then this is a very rewarding quest. At the time of thinking that, from front, Nema already moved to attack again. But with a flash, Saeki can take him down with Tenma. Even though it's been taken down like that, Name can still stand up, and for some reason, Tenma Saeki's attack doesn't have too much effect. However, Saeki keeps trying. According to him, by making Nema his pet, it will be easy for him to get to the boss floor. After several battles, Saeki finally realized that Nema had the same move. Of course, this is a big chance for Saeki to beat him. He repeatedly dodged Nema's moves and succeeded in repeatedly knocking Nema down. In the end, with a very crushing blow, finally, Name was made helpless. Then for the last time, Saeki asked Name to listen to him. Because he was battered and unable to do anything, Name finally complied with Saeki's orders, which means he has completed the special quest. Saeki gained Nema's summoning magic reward. Saeki had also leveled up and obtained the White Lion gauntlets. Surprisingly, his level rose quite drastically and now it has become 120. Before continuing his journey, Saeki asked Iori to provide an explanation of what enemies he would face. Iori said that the enemy was a B-rank undead monster pack of the first layer. After hearing this explanation, Saeki chose a skill that could be useful in the next battle. And of course, Saeki will utilize all the monsters in the first layer to get a lot of EXP. The story continues with Saeki who intends to clear the dungeon. Before entering the sphere, warned Saeki that if he intends to enter then he must complete it because the dungeon will not be opened until the boss is defeated. Even though Saeki has been warned, he will continue. So why is Saeki in such a hurry here? Kotoha's condition is getting worse day by day. When entering, Saeki saw seals on every edge of the building, and that was a sign that this dungeon was closed. Like it or not, Saeki had to finish it. In addition, the sphere explained that the undead had come and asked Saeki to get ready. Now because of the high-level undead, Saeki didn't fight him alone, where he summoned Nemiya as their opponent, whereupon Saeki ordered the Nema to run around to attract the attention of the undead. And the reason Saeki asked Nema to do that was he made Nema into bait so Saeki could annihilate them in one strike. And then after the undead were provoked, Saeki began to coat his sword with Tenma and then became a demon sword, where with just one slash Saeki managed to kill all the gathered undead. And thanks to that, Saeki leveled up. After checking his status, Saeki was surprised because he didn't expect his level to rise rapidly to around 240. Apart from that, he also got drop items that had high price values. Then Saeki asked Sphere how much money if all the items owned were sold. Sphere answered that the total of all those sales was around 600 million yen. Finding that, Saeki was quite a shock because he didn't expect to be able to raise money this fast. And because his dream has been achieved, Saeki intends to go home. Hearing this, of course, Sphere told Saeki that he couldn't go home before heading to the top floor and defeating the boss. Finding this, Saeki does not run out of ideas, and he seeks solutions to quickly go to the top. Then when thinking that the shape of this tower rises, Saeki intends to forcefully destroy the roof so he can meet the dungeon boss quickly. Meanwhile, on the Sphere side, who found a crazy idea from Saeki, just kept silent and said, "Are you crazy?" Saeki only replied that this was the only thing he could do so he could go home soon. It wasn't long before Saeki started preparing to destroy the roof. Before launching the action, Sphere warns that the boss tower in this dungeon is the Grim Reaper, which has level 550. Even though here Saeki knows that his level is far apart, but here Saeki is sure that he can beat him because, with the power of the forbidden restriction, anything can happen. Then after getting ready, Saeki took out skill Tenma and prepared to destroy the roof to the top floor. Sure enough, Saeki's crazy action was successful and they both reached the top floor. When he was there, it was seen that the Grim Reaper was seen sitting in his king's chair. It didn't take long for the Grim Reaper, who was starting to be threatened, immediately mobilized the undead to fight Saeki. Meanwhile, Saeki's side used the perception block skill to block the attacks of the undead. Where is this skill useful for hiding its whereabouts so the undead doesn't attack it? Feeling his undead attack fail, the Grim Reaper came down and immediately behind him and ready to make a slash. But because here Saeki already knows this tactic, Saeki immediately uses the skill Eye of Wisdom to find out his whereabouts. Even though the Eye of Wisdom in Papua is not complete yet, this upper level ability is still useful to fight it. Thanks to that, Saeki managed to avoid and counterattack, and as he suspected, his sword managed to stab the Grim Reaper. But even though the attack was successful, the level difference made the attack only do a little damage. But even so, Saeki is sure that if he attacks continuously then Saeki can beat him. But here Saeki missed one thing, where he just remembered that now he has a weak mental resistance. And at the same time, Saeki saw the shadow of a Kotoha who was in pain. Seeing this, Saeki fell silent, while the Grim Reaper was seen behind him and carried out a slash. And sure enough, because at that time, Saeki, who had been mentally affected, couldn't avoid it and was hit by a slash from the Grim Reaper. In this difficult condition, Saeki was confused about what to do, and the only thing that occurred to him was Kotoha's happiness. Memories of happiness with Kotoha made him rise from his situation, because if he were to die here then his past and present life would be just as boring. And suddenly a system appears and tells Saeki whether you want to remove the forbidden restriction. While the Sphere, who knew this, was also surprised because as long as he was created he didn't know about this. On the side of Saeki, who sees this, asks if she accepts then my restriction will be released. Here Saeki, who doesn't understand all of this, finally accepts it and will accept the consequences later. After accepting that, the system then lifted the forbidden restriction and started setting up Forbidden Archmage for free. And at the same time, the Grim Reaper, who felt an air of danger, immediately slashed Saeki from behind. But it was too late because Saeki has now got his strength back in full. Where because Saeki didn't want to waste time, he immediately shot and landed an attack on the Grim Reaper, which is a powerful power wielded by Saeki, which power is very crazy, and only with a light attack Saeki managed to defeat the Grim Reaper and the dungeon until nothing remained. Then after being released, Saeki went straight home and headed to the hospital with his abilities. And at the same time at the hospital, it was seen that Katoha's condition was getting worse and he was starting to lose consciousness. But at the right time before Katoha lost his life, Saeki came and immediately drank the elixir he had just bought with all the money he had. And the effects of these items are very crazy, where Katoha looks fit and in normal condition. Seeing this, Saeki was moved to feel both sad and happy because Katoha had returned. After that, Saeki came to the doctor and asked for an explanation of him whether Katoha's condition had returned to normal. The doctor said that Katoha had returned to normal and was allowed to go home tomorrow. The doctor also asked Saeki elixir what could heal like that. Saeki replied that Saeki found an item that can cure all diseases. Hearing that, the doctor smiled and said, "I didn't expect elixir to be like that. And if so, it must be somewhere far away and mysterious." With a smile, Saeki could only laugh. So, because the next day Katoha was allowed to go home, Saeki intends to prepare a taxi. But at that time Katoha refused and said that she wanted to walk because it had been a long time since she had seen the situation outside. While walking home, the two of them bought some ingredients to make their favorite meal from Katoha. And when he got home, Saeki forgot that Sphere was still there. But in reality, Katoha is not afraid but happy. And because they like to talk, finally they both can get along quickly. Then Saeki will cook Katoha's favorite meal. Then when it was finished, they both ate the meal happily and reminisced about their past. And suddenly when eating, there was news that there was an announcement finding about the emergence of a large dungeon that had appeared in the Tokyo urban area. Then due to the sudden incident, the Adventurers Guild determined that the dungeon that appeared was a rank level. The Adventurers Guild has also issued a registration sheet for adventurers who wish to take part in the raid in the dungeon. And at the same time, an emergency quest appeared, where the quest says that the quest done by Saeki is called Compensation Release of Restrictions and has a 6-star difficulty, and the system asks to complete dungeon crystal mines within 30 days. Discovering this, Saeki didn't expect that there was a special quest like Nemia. But the most important thing is why this quest has a time frame. And when thinking about this, Saeki finally realized that this quest was designated as compensation for releasing the forbidden restriction. And the system meant the dungeon that had just appeared in Tokyo City. And the reason why the quest has time is, if Saeki can't complete it within the specified time, he will die. Hearing this, Sphere was very surprised. Even though he was a manager of power, she didn't know about this. The next day, Katoha begins to live a normal life. As for Saeki, he will go to the realm evaluation site so he can enter the dungeon. Because the conditions to enter the A rank dungeon was at least he had to be a B rank, and for that today he would check it out. Of course, the officers there looked belittled Saeki because someone without skill intends to evaluate to take part in raid in the A rank world. But at that time the officer was left speechless because after placing his hand on the evaluation site, the officer was surprised because he was embarrassed. Saeki was an incompetent person, but his level is now 240. After passing the measurement exam, Saeki is directed to the practical exam. And when heading to the exam site, Saeki saw two men arguing, where the two men were an A rank person named Ryuzaki and his subordinate named Shimizu, where one can see that the crux of their problem is that Shimizu doesn't accept being blamed because it wasn't his fault. And of course, as the guild leader, Ryuzaki must be responsible for the fallen members. But the fact is that here Ryuzaki was angry and intended to hit Shimizu, but Saeki, who saw this, stopped him. This makes Ryuzaki even angrier and intends to fight Saeki, but that didn't happen because the summoner Ryuzaki went to the reception desk. Thanks to that, there was no chaos. Meanwhile, Shimizu was here thanking him and telling him about their problems and why Ryuzaki got angry like this. And the conversation between Saeki and Shimizu was cut short after Saeki was called to do a practice exam. Hearing this, Shimizu asked Saeki to step down because Ryuzaki would be the examiner, where every year Ryuzaki becomes a tester and everyone who is always tested by him is always seriously injured. But here Saeki said that it would be fine, even though I look weak, but actually I am a strong person. Meanwhile, on Ryuzaki's side, he saw his opponent was that the man earlier was very happy and was going to teach him manners. On the other hand, Saeki isn't scared in the slightest. Instead, he's happy because his opponent is like him, because he doesn't need to hold back his strength to be able to beat him. Shortly thereafter, the test began, where Ryuzaki immediately landed an attack on Saeki, but at that time Saeki managed to avoid it. The unexpected effect of the attack shattered the floor, and it showed that Ryuzaki was a very strong adventurer. Adding to Ryuzaki's main strength is not all, where he can manipulate gravity as he pleases. But even so, his second attack was still able to be avoided by Saeki. Seeing this, Ryuzaki is even more excited and will bring out his full abilities to get revenge. On the side of Saeki, He then uses Tenma to increase defense if an attack from Ruzaki cannot be avoided. And because this could be dangerous for him, Saeki uses the Eye of Wisdom to see his movements and thwart his gravity skill. Seeing that, Ruzaki was confused again, because, for the first time, he saw someone as strong as this incompetent. However, their fight did not continue because the test was over, while Saeki also doesn't want to continue because he's still busy with other things. After the measurement and evaluation finally, it was decided that Saeki would be rank a while Shimizu, who saw that Saeki was fine, felt confused. What was certain if he was fine meant that Saeki was a very strong person. And because here Shimizu felt grateful, he gave his mobile number. If he needs help he will meet him. Then after finishing taking care of this, Saeki needs steps to join the guild, and to be able to find out about this, maybe Saeki will meet Takai or Suzukaze. And when heading home, surprisingly the wardens were running because a monster appeared in the middle of the city. Knowing that there was a monster, Saeki rushed over to help. Since the appearance of the gate in the middle of the city was the cause, he would settle it with his own hands. And when you look at it with the eyes of wisdom, the monster is a giant snake. Knowing this information, Saeki will take care of this quickly. The story begins with the exam supervisor named Hamada surprised after seeing the rapid development of Saeki. Even though it's still a few months, Saeki has become a rank a hunter even though someone is incompetent. Of course, Hamada, who found this, felt strange because even if someone was talented, at that time it was impossible to get rank a feeling that he didn't understand this. Hamada would tell the higher-ups of the Adventurers Guild about this. Scene continuation of several adventurers who are seen fighting the snake monster, and not just one but several B-rank adventurers. But their efforts were fruitless because the attacks they launched did not injure the snake in the least. Not long after, a B-rank adventurer named Seidu appeared, where the attacks from him are powerful enough to fight these monsters. From a distance, Saeki just watched, because here he wanted to see how strong rank and C-rank adventurers were and what abilities they had. And when he saw their fight, Saeki looked disappointed because even though they were at B rank level, why were they stupid? Even though the opponent they fought was still not defeated and is now absorbing energy to attack. Suddenly Seidu, who didn't expect this, was shocked and just kept silent, and at the same time, Saeki, who couldn't stay still, appeared and slashed the monster with just one slash. The civilians who saw this were amazed at who it was, even though what they were fighting was a golem monster that had hard scales. On the side of Saeki, who doesn't want to be attracted to attention, he leaves immediately, because if he gets caught, it will be troublesome in the future. But unfortunately, not far from there is a woman who has taken pictures and videos of Saeki's actions when fighting the monster. It has not been revealed who this girl is. For sure she is an adventurer. Curious about the man, the girl searched the adventurer's database for information. And not long after searching finally, the girl found that the man was Saeki Iori and someone a rank. Seeing this, the girl became even more interested, especially when Saeki was an incompetent person. We return to the direction of the Saeki house, where at that time Kadoha was surprised that his brother's actions had been recorded and uploaded by a famous streamer named Nagisawa Suzu. This streamer is none other than the girl from earlier. Nagisawa Suzu used to be a famous idol, and then after the gate opened, Suzu became a famous adventurer and has great abilities. Seeing this is not happy, Saeki feels disappointed because if his identity is spread, Kadoha is in danger. So here, because Saeki doesn't want Kadoha to be in danger, he will contact Suzu and ask to delete the video. Not long after, finally, there was a reply that Suzu would delete the video as long as Saeki wanted to meet at the agreed place, and as a result, like it or not, Saeki here had to obey her. The scene continues the next day when Saeki goes to the Adventurers Guild to meet up with Suzu. Then when he was there, Suzu immediately took him to a quiet room, because if he spoke in a public place it would invite a crowd. After arriving in the room, they introduced themselves each and then entered into the discussion of the meeting. To which Saeki immediately told Suzu to delete the video. As agreed, Suzu immediately deleted it. But here Suzu advises that the response from the audience is quite good, but why doesn't Saeki like that? Here Saeki said that he didn't become famous because his life goal was not to be like that, which turned out to be a reason why Suzu wanted to meet Saeki here. But because Saeki doesn't want to stand out, he definitely won't accept it. Whereas if they work together, they can become famous quickly. Then Saeki asks Suzu why she wants to be famous. Isn't she already famous now? Suzu replied that her popularity is not enough now because her dream is to become famous all over the world and visit several places to express her expressions. On the side of Saeki himself, he started to think about creating a clan because to enter in a ranked dungeon he needed that. So here Saeki thanks and will consider cooperating with her. Hearing that, Suzu looked overjoyed. But before that, Saeki had a requirement if she cooperated with him, where here Saeki asked Suzu not to record it without his permission. Found that Suzu accepted it. Now because they had agreed, they finally worked together to create a clan. And before going home, Saeki asked Suzu for an autograph as a gift to Kadoha because Kadoha idolized her. Of course, before leaving, Suzu also asked Saeki if he had any acquaintances he could join. Saeki was blessed, but their levels were only C rank and F rank. Upon hearing that, Suzu was happy because if there was, then she could register clan with the Adventurers Guild. After returning from there, Saeki immediately gave Kadoha an autograph from Suzu. The city that found this was grateful and overjoyed. Then Saeki thought he would contact some people he wanted to work with, and the person he contacted was Takai. But Takai at that time couldn't come with him because he was still injured and still recovering. And because Takai couldn't join, Saeki invited Amami and Suzukaze, and it also happened that they wanted to come, so there was one less person left. And when thinking about this, Saeki remembers that Shimizu hasn't joined any clan yet, and for that he tries to contact him to ask if he wants to work with him to become a member of his clan. That night, feeling that he is still weak, Saeki intends to grind to get stronger. Then Saeki takes out a special key that can open a B-rank dungeon. Here Saeki intends to become stronger so that he cannot escape the curse of the forbidden restriction. And soon the grinding began, and when entering Gate Saeki he was immediately confronted by a large and very strong wolf monster. But with his current strength and level, a monster like that is nothing more than Saeki. And to speed up the level up here, Saeki summons Nemiya to finish off the monsters that are around. After 1 hour of hunting and killing all the monsters, finally Saeki managed to meet the boss, and the boss that will be fought this time is the Monster Troll King. Before carrying out the attack, Saeki asked Nemiya to fight the monster, but unfortunately, with just one attack, Nemiya was defeated. Seeing that this monster is very strong, Saeki is getting excited because the stronger the opponent, the faster the level obtained. After getting ready, Saeki immediately slashed from a distance with his sword pulped with Tenma energy. It looks like the powerful slash managed to defeat the monster with just one strike. After successfully defeating the monster, Saeki got the title of Club of Kings, and his level has now risen to 400. After finishing hunting, Saeki came home, and while resting, Suzu contacted him if he wanted to meet to discuss the clan created by Saeki. Here Saeki explains that he intends to create a clan to clear the dungeon. Hearing this, Shimizu accepted it, but before that, he told Ryuzaki to be careful because a few days had passed and Ryuzaki met him and asked for some information from him. Besides that, Shimizu also warned that Ryuzaki is a cruel person, so it's possible that when he does raid Didinji in a rank in the middle of us, Ryuzaki will use it for revenge. Hearing that, Saeki said, "I don't know what Ryuzaki will do later, but he will be fine." After returning from that meeting, Saeki had succeeded in gathering 3 people to be able to create a clan. So here Saeki will immediately contact Suzu to set up a clan formation meeting and member introductions. And before that, Saeki thought that the ranked dungeon could threaten its members. And since there were still 26 days left, Saeki had no intention of entering the dungeon just yet, because now he thought it was better to train Amami and Suzukaze to become stronger, so that during the raid there will be no unexpected things that could harm them both. And of course, because the time is very short, Saeki will unusually train them. The scene continues as the meeting arrives, where Saeki is going to take Kadoha because she wants to meet Suzu. Then when they were in that place, all had gathered. All members are noisy with a girl who is with Saeki's genitals so they don't get confused. Saeki introduces that she is his younger sister named Kadoha, while on the side of Kadoha, who saw his idol in front of his very eyes very happily. Well, now that everyone has gathered, Saeki asked everyone to introduce themselves. And because everyone was already acquainted with Saeki, revealed that this clan would radiate to the ranked dungeon that appeared in the middle of the city. But before doing the raid, Saeki will train Amami and Suzukaze to make them even stronger, because they are both still at the level of F rank and C rank. At first, Amami and Suzukaze were confused about how Saeki could make them both stronger in such a short amount of time. On the other hand, Suzu said that if the coach was Saeki, maybe it wouldn't be impossible, because Saeki has proven that even though he is an incompetent person and he can rise to a rank quickly. Now, so that everyone is not confused, Saeki revealed that he has a skill, but his skill is not visible, because his skill is a hidden skill. The story continues with Saeki discussing with the others. Saeki said that he has a hidden skill. Of course, hearing that, everyone was quite surprised and no one expected it. It turned out that none of the members knew about it at all. Kadoha alone also doesn't know it. Saeki apologizes for not telling them all this time. However, everyone becomes very aware of how Saeki can be this strong. In Amami's mind, she said sure what happened in the dungeon past was Saeki's hidden skill. Suzu asked, "What skill do you mean?" Saeki can't tell in detail. In general, these skills allow them to master the abilities of various skills. Hearing that, everyone was very surprised how Saeki could have such an illogical ability like that. Saeki said that even though this skill is unreasonable, it also has weaknesses, but as long as you know it, that's enough for me. Suzuka asked, what does this skill have to do with making me and Amami stronger? Exactly. The connection is great, which is because incompetents don't have skills, they can use magic. Obviously, Amami, who didn't know anything, asked what is magic different from skill. Saeki explained that basically skill is a form of magic, like magic that can be used properly by incompetent. And as Amami already knew, he had already cast magic even just once, where on that occasion Saeki had only cast the spell strong enough to kill a minotaur in one shot. So that's why Amami is very suitable for studying magic. Meanwhile, Saeki will give in-depth lessons regarding Suzuka's skills. According to the hypothesis, all high-rank adventurers have different levels of understanding of the skills they possess. Or in other words, there is a possibility that the skill can develop as she understands it. Suzu also confirmed that what Saeki said had some truth to it. Skills can change depending on how you use them. So that's what Amami and Suzuki will learn in the near future. After returning from here, Saeki wanted to teach Amami to consciously use magic. Of course, Kotoha and Suzuka are interested and come to see it, while the others have other businesses. When everyone entered Saeki's room, Amami and Suzuka were very surprised by the fairies in front of them. Saeki explains that he is named Sphere Iori, and Sphere is part of hidden skill. Then they headed straight to the point. Here Saeki gave the same instructions as before, and I'll touch your back again to stimulate the MP flow. The ritual began, and Amami began to feel warmth emerging from within her body. Yup, that's exactly the MP stream. Saeki says maybe you will be weak, but I will handle it. Saeki asked Amami to control the flow of mana well. If it continues like that, then one day she will become a very great mage. However, when he had focused long enough, it seemed that Amami could no longer hold it in, and as a result, all of her stamina was drained. Seeing Amami's pretty good progress, Saeki immediately gave her a potion to heal in a short time. Of course, Suzuka was surprised how could Saeki get the potion. Same as before, Saeki only replied that he got this potion from hidden skill. Soon Saeki will repeat this exercise, because according to her now we can do it up to 50 times a day. Of course, Amami felt shocked because practicing 50 times a day would be very tiring. On the other hand, Saeki said that this was just basic training. The sphere explained to Saeki that Amami was an ordinary person, so you can only do it little by little. Long story short, the training ended, even though at a few points Amami had quite a hard time, but it's good that he has got an idea about doing magic. Then Saeki and Suzu took Suzuka to a rank B dungeon. Now the one who will train Suzuka is Suzu, because according to her, she is the person who passes to develop Suzuka's skills. First, she asked Suzuka to explain her skill details. Suzuka explained that the skill was called Magical Cupid Bow and was able to add various effects to bows and arrows. She can also use elemental skills or debuffs on enemies. She could make the arrows go further or make them spin. Hearing this explanation, Suzu said, "Did Suzuka ever use any other method? Are you satisfied just because of that? And if she can come up with various ways to use skills, you will be able to deal with higher rank monsters with lower status." Because Suzuka didn't really understand the explanation, Saeki asked Suzu to practice it directly against monsters. And that's right, ahead is the Minotaur. Suzu immediately took off at high speed, successfully dodging the Minotaur's arrow attack with ease. Then she used the Mirage Dancer skill. Actually, this is a support skill to buff team members, but by changing the way I can fight alone. She will cast a speed buff on her opponent's hind legs. That way the Minotaur couldn't balance with its front legs. Exactly not long ago Minotaur that fell. Of course, it made Amami surprised. How to do this? Next, Suzu cast an attack buff on herself. It was clear that Suzu's attacks were terrifying. 1/Minotaur immediately dies. Then do you understand, Suzuka? Saeki then explained again that skill is not related to the level you have, but strength skills increase according to the way you look at it. Inside her heart, Suzuka thought about whether she could do that. Meanwhile, Saeki has another way to make Suzuka strong, namely with this item, Suzuka can become strong. Then Saeki asked if you felt your skill had gotten stronger. Suzu answered yes, but I always thought it was because my level or stats increased. According to Saeki, that is not the case. That is, you can increase your skills if your status rises. In other words, it is skill level. Hearing that, Suzu and Suzuka felt confused about what Saeki was talking about. According to Saeki, skill works exactly the same as status. Suzuka asked, if that's the case, why isn't the appraiser displaying the skill level? Saeki answered, even though it's almost the same, the concept is different, so the skill level won't appear in appraisal. You need a different device to see the skill level. Because in this world no one has made it, Saeki will make it so they can improve their skills. Then Saeki immediately asked Suzuka to practice. By killing all the monsters in this dungeon, Suzuka will definitely be able to find out more about her skills. After returning from there, when making appraiser, Saeki was very surprised because there was already one in the inventory. Saeki was confused. How could an appraiser created in his previous life be here, but why is this also an appraiser status? Sphere explains that it could have been in Saeki's previous life that both made him. However, Saeki doesn't remember once doing that. Even though Saeki is feeling confused, for now, he will put this matter aside as there is little time left. The only thing that matters now is to focus on mastering crystal mines. The next day, Saeki immediately showed Suzuka appraiser status. Suzuka was obviously very surprised how Saeki could possibly make it in just one day. Saeki asked to put that problem aside and asked her to measure the skill right now. After laying her hands on the appraiser, Suzuka was very surprised because the skill level was obvious. Even though it was a B rank skill, it was still a low level. Knowing this, Suzuka became worried because it would be very difficult to enter a B or a rank dungeon. Saeki said that it wasn't too much of a problem, the skill would get stronger if she mastered it. According to Saeki, her skill potential is quite large. After knowing all that, Saeki took her to the practice room. She would be training with Amami, so it was quite an efficient training. And it turns out that the training is very simple, where Amami and Suzuka will fight Saeki alone. Of course, Suzuka and Amami were surprised because they couldn't possibly win against Saeki, who was already this strong. Saeki smilingly answered that this is the fastest way to make them both stronger. Before the fight started, Saeki asked Suzuka to focus on improving her skills, while Amami only focused on using magic well. Since Saeki had said that, the battle between them finally started. Suzuka prepares to move her bow filled with energy. Scene here can accelerate the rate of the arc. However, Saeki can easily avoid it. But Saeki is surprised by the bow that suddenly becomes a water wave. Taking the surprise attack, Saeki wouldn't dodge it as a result of Suzuka's development. With the first attack successful, Suzuka releases her arrows, which are coated with lightning and will become shockwaves to take Saeki down. However, the problem here is that Suzuka is still not very used to using it. As a result, the high-powered attack misses. But it didn't stop there. It turned out that Suzuka could control the arrow toward the target. Just as before, even though Saeki was impressed by Suzuka's progress, the attack wasn't enough to injure him. Amami began to be able to feel the fire within her body. She immediately chanted the magic named Crimson Lotus Fireball with immense energy. Saeki was surprised that Amami could do it in one chant. But Saeki can easily destroy the magic with the same technique. After that, Saeki praised them for their significant development. However, there are some problems that need to be fixed. Whereas in the slightly upset side because Saeki can also use the same magic as him. Their next task is to work together to be able to limit my movements. An hour later they finally finished their practice, but the result was they couldn't hurt Saeki at all. Even though this training hasn't been fruitful, Saeki believes that the two of them have progressed even though they don't realize it. Then their conversation was stopped by Shimizu, who gave bad news. Ryuzaki entered the crystal mines but has not returned for 2 days. Of course, Saeki felt shocked by what actually happened to Ryuzaki. On the top floor of the Adventurers Guild, the chairman of the Adventurers Guild Council, Ugami Yoshido, was talking about the challenge to clear the ranked dungeon called Crystal Mines, which was currently stalled. This happened because the Adventurers Guild had lost contact with all the A-rank adventurers there. After this news, they decided to upgrade the Crystal Mines to an S-rank dungeon. Ugami is worried that there will be a disaster if the monsters come out of the dungeon like that. So that's the reason why they want an S-rank adventurer like Satsuki Ren, who is an S-rank adventurer, to take care of it. Satsuki Ren easily accepted it. S-rank adventurers are allowed to tackle large dungeons alone, so it would be easier to rely on Satsuki Ren at times like this. So far there have only been 9 S-rank adventurers in the entire country. There is no promotion exam to become an S-rank adventurer. S-rank adventurers are selected directly by the guild based on ability. People who have strength far exceeding a rank will be recognized as S-rank. In other words, every S-rank adventurer is as strong as a one-man army. S-rank adventurers are also exempt from all dungeon rules set by the guild. For example, in tackling large dungeons, they could ignore the number of adventurers usually regulated by the guild. Satsuki Ren said that I might start the mission tomorrow. Ugami of course didn't mind it. This young man was grateful because Satsuki Ren was willing to act immediately. Satsuki Ren is happy to hear that and leaves from there. While in the elevator, Satsuki Ren was previously curious about Ugami's reason for calling him. But now that he knows that Ugami needs him to clear the S-rank dungeon, Satsuki Ren thinks of another plan that must be completed. Elsewhere, Nagisawa arrives and immediately apologizes for making everyone wait. Shimizu on the other hand also apologized for calling the girl over. Shimizu certainly didn't mind and also asked why the man called me. Shimizu began to tell him that the clan he belonged to, namely the Red Dragons, suddenly lost contact with them after entering the Crystal Mines dungeon. Nagisawa knows the fact that Shimizu comes from the Red Dragons. Of course, Shimizu was surprised how Nagisawa knew that. Nagisawa apologized. But I've heard a lot of bad stories about Red Dragons before, more precisely about the leader of the Red Dragons named Ryuzaki. Shimizu of course couldn't agree more. Ryuzaki is a rude and unpredictable person. That's why Shimizu apologized, because I selfishly asked everyone there for help. Shimizu wants to know if everyone wants to help save the Red Dragons. Who would have thought? Nagisawa quickly refused and even called the red dragons trash. I don't want to risk my life to help the red dragons. Shimizu immediately confirmed the girl's words. I also know how selfish people are for asking for such things. Shimizu was initially treated cruelly and was always bullied by Ryuzaki. However, no matter what, Ryuzaki is still the person who has supported him all this time. From the bottom of my heart, that's the reason why Shimizu wants to help if he can. Nagisawa reminded him again that Shimizu would not only be risking his own life but everyone else's if he continued to carry out his plan. Shimizu was aware of this, but it seemed to me that everyone would be safe as long as they could limit themselves. They only needed to regulate the number of dangers that needed to be faced. Moreover, their goal in entering the dungeon was only to save the red dragons. However, in the end, I still couldn't force it. Nagisawa understood, so I asked everyone's opinion. Two girls started talking and apologizing. They admitted that they were still too afraid to enter the big dungeon because they were fully aware of their weaknesses and limited abilities. The other girls immediately agreed and realized that it was too early for them to do so. On the other hand, Saeki understands that they need at least 5 members to enter the crystal mines. Now even a rank adventurers have failed to solve it. It would be too dangerous to go with only 2 reliable companions. Besides, even if they manage to save Ryuzaki, I might end up paying for the good they did by holding a grudge. At that time, Shimizu looked so listless. It made sense to him that the previous 2 girls refused to risk their lives like that. In his mind, Shimizu convinced himself that there was no other way than for him to go into the crystal mines myself. At that time, Saeki continues to watch, suddenly asking if Shimizu really wants to save Ryuzaki. Shimizu confidently agreed. If I could, I would definitely save Ryuzaki. Shimizu revealed that Ryuzaki wasn't always bad, even though it is very different. Ryuzaki doesn't have strong skills and doesn't deserve praise either. When he was still a layman, other adventurers often teased him. However, Ryuzaki didn't care and instead continued to train his skills and body and managed to become a strong figure. That experience made him no longer trust anyone but himself. I looked down on the people around me and ended up starting a fight. Ever since Shimizu found out what kind of person Ryuzaki really was, I became sympathetic. Saeki understands Shimizu's current feelings, therefore I am willing to help. Everyone was certainly surprised to hear that. But not long after, Nagisawa asked what Saeki would do with this number of adventurers. Their number was less than the regulations for entering the dungeon. Saeki casually says that they can go straight in. Of course, Nagisawa was confused by that answer. Saeki Iori again explains that they only need to enter without permission. They can be safe as long as they are not discovered by the guards. Of course, Nagisawa laughed at this interesting plan. Usually, they will be punished if they are caught breaking the rules. Therefore, Nagisawa gave Shimizu a condition to arrange this. If you can confirm it, then Nagisawa and Saeki will be willing to help. Shimizu was relieved to hear that and immediately thanked Saeki. At that time, Nagisawa said he was willing to help. Of course, Shimizu was even happier. Nagisawa said that the Crystal Mines dungeon was a dangerous place, so I couldn't possibly let Saeki and Shimizu die inside. Nagisawa is worried that she will regret it for the rest of her life if that happens. Meanwhile, the other 2 girls apologized for not being able to help. They believe that even though they try hard to help, they are still not strong enough. Saeki understands and asks them not to worry. I know how hard those 2 girls have been training all this time. That's when Saeki invited 2 other people to go save the red dragons. Saeki Iori, Shimizu, and Nagisawa arrived at the door of the S-rank Crystal Mines dungeon. At that time, Saeki Iori will help his 2 colleagues by casting the invisibility spell. I asked the 2 of them to act quietly so as not to be discovered, so they could sneak into the dungeon. Nagisawa didn't expect that Saeki Iori could also use the power of invisibility. Shimizu also felt amazed at Saeki's abilities. Saeki continued that once they use invisibility, they won't be able to see each other. So, each of them had to fight their own way into the door and they would meet inside. When everything was ready, Saeki started invisibility. Both of them were amazed when they could actually disappear. They immediately mixed with the people to try to enter the dungeon door. Residents who saw the dungeon agreed that the dungeon did look quite difficult. Another man confirmed. Moreover, he heard rumors about the Crystal Mines dungeon having been upgraded to S rank. Of course, his interlocutor was surprised because it had been a long time since an S rank dungeon last appeared. That's when Saeki Iori heard their conversation about the S-rank dungeon. Saeki was very confident because he thought he could finish the Crystal Mines dungeon quickly. But now with the fact that the dungeon has risen in rank, it will be difficult to handle. The foreign man spoke again. They became curious about what really happened to the red dragons in the dungeon. Moreover, it had been quite a while since they entered the dungeon. Another man confirmed it. Even now I wouldn't be surprised if those red dragon people ended up dead there. But for them, this incident was karma for the red dragon. Another man agreed. For him, the news of the red dragon's death would actually be the best thing after everything that happened. In his mind, Saeki knew that Ryuzaki was indeed a terrible person, but was nevertheless an adventurer who risked his life to challenge the dungeon. Saeki never thought that other people would actually talk so badly about him. At that time the man fell and admitted that someone had pushed him. Of course, the other men just laughed mockingly because there was no one else there. Saeki entered the dungeon, and according to the agreement, I also met Shimizu and Nagisawa in the dungeon. Shimizu certainly felt satisfied because he managed to enter the dungeon without being discovered. I thanked Saeki for his help. Saeki says that it's too soon to say thank you. They weren't even at the hard part yet. Shimizu immediately confirmed. I realized that it was not easy to find red dragons because the size of the crystal mines was very large. Plus now the crystal mines are an S-rank dungeon, which means it will be very dangerous. However, Shimizu knew that it was the second time the red dragon had entered the dungeon, so they probably wouldn't have taken the same path. Shimizu knew they would definitely target unexploited areas. Saeki Iori invited the two of them to go to the area in question, and Shimizu and Nagisawa agreed. Before leaving, Shimizu said that I didn't feel the presence of any monsters around them. He thought it would be easy to get to the deepest part of the dungeon. Saeki Iori suspects that the small number of monsters is caused by the red dragons who have killed some of the monsters. Although it was clear there were still some monsters left. Just then a monster appeared in front of them. They were all surprised to see the crystal deer monster, the worst monster they could possibly encounter in that dungeon. The monster unceremoniously began to attack. However, Saeki Iori quickly stopped him. Shimizu was of course amazed to see Saeki Iori able to stop the monster's attack with his bare hands. Saeki Iori is determined to face the monster himself, and he asks Shimizu and Nagisawa to start looking for traces of the red dragons. In his mind, Saeki Iori was lucky because he entered the dungeon without forming a group. That way, you can monopolize experience points by fighting monsters alone. He was also lucky because he previously managed to clear a B-rank hidden dungeon, so now he could face such a monster with just one blow. That's when Saeki started to attack. He uses a Tenma circulation boost, which can increase the mana collected through Tenma and spread it throughout the body at high speed to increase physical abilities. The impact is far greater than just using themes. Saeki Iori continued to attack until the monster was destroyed. Shimizu and Nagisawa were certainly amazed by him. Saeki Iori, who managed to level up, casually asked them to continue walking. In his mind, Shimizu was amazed by Saeki Iori's strength. Even though they were both rank adventurers, the strength shown by Saeki Iori seemed to be in a different class. Likewise, Nagisawa was amazed to see that Saeki Iori was much stronger than I saw. The man had even had a peaceful life so far, but he doubted the world would continue to leave such a strong person alone. Nagisawa is happy and can't wait for the day when Saeki Iori will become a famous person because of his abilities. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, Satsuki Ren had just come out of the building. Outside, there were already so many journalists welcoming him. They asked about the purpose of the Adventurer Guild's invitation to him. Is it true that their goal is to ask Satsuki Ren to conquer the Crystal Mines dungeon? They also said how all the residents couldn't wait to see what steps a superstar like Satsuki Ren would take. In his mind, Satsuki Ren was actually amazed at how the journalists were able to find out the news so quickly. He wanted to know who actually leaked the news. Like it or not, Satsuki Ren finally responded. He stated that he was thinking about trying to conquer the Crystal Mines dungeon. Crystal Mine dungeon cores are very dangerous, and therefore they must be destroyed as soon as possible. The reporters then asked about Satsuki Ren's acting career. The man said that his schedule was currently free, so he could arrange it well. Satsuki Ren's appearance on TV was seen by everyone, including Sphere and Kadoa. Sphere, who saw Satsuki Ren on TV, commented on how being an S-rank adventurer allows someone to get a lot of media attention. Satsuki Ren is completely different from Saeki Iori. Kadoa just laughed when she heard that. For him, Satsuki Ren and Saeki Iori have a lot in common. Of course, Sphere thought it was Kadoa's way of offending them badly, as if Kadoa knew Satsuki Ren personally. Kadoa casually agreed. She knows that Satsuki Ren and Saeki Iori are actually classmates and they are used to playing together. Of course, Sphere was surprised and didn't think that Satsuki Ren and Saeki Iori were really classmates. Kadoa was curious about how Satsuki Ren would react knowing that Saeki Iori had also become an adventurer. The man would probably be very surprised. Saeki Iori's group of adventurers continued to walk through the dungeon, finally arriving at a safe zone, which was an area where there were no monsters. However, the deeper they went, the stronger the monsters they encountered would be. Shimizu actually hoped he could find Ryuzaki there, but he knew the man must have gone deep into the dungeon. On the other hand, Saeki Iori was quite amazed by Shimizu's ability to guide them in without much problem up to that point. Even though he had just tried to enter the dungeon, seeing how Shimizu could remember a route accurately in one go, his memory must be very good. Nagisawa realized that there was something different about the Crystal Mine dungeon besides its unusual structure. Shimizu also said that the last time I went there, I had given up at that point. Nagisawa realizes the monsters there are too strong. It would be dangerous if they met two monsters at once. Even if Saeki Iori were there, they would still have a hard time. Saeki Iori asked whether Ryuzaki had come to investigate a dangerous place in the dungeon on purpose. Shimizu agreed but had also developed a strategy. Shimizu plans to use the smoke manipulation skill he has. He will try to track the location of Ryuzaki and the other Red Dragon's members. Saeki Iori wants to know what smoke manipulation is. Shimizu explains that it is a support ability that allows him to strengthen his allies by covering them in smoke. However, this time he would let the smoke roam freely in the dungeon. The smoke can spread and be used as a radar to locate any adventurers. Nagisawa realized that this ability was good, but it seemed like it would require a lot of energy. But at least it was possible, because previously Saeki Iori had killed all the remaining monsters. So, the two of them haven't used any MP at all. Shimizu was very grateful for that. Saeki Iori really has no problem with that. After all, by killing more and more monsters, he could also increase his level. Of course, as long as the monster doesn't appear in a group. Shimizu started using his skills. Even though he knew that his skills were not recommended for use in such a large dungeon, he would make sure he could find them. That would be the only way to find red dragons. As soon as the skill was displayed, the smoke spread very quickly throughout the dungeon. Nagisawa is optimistic that they might be able to find the red dragons straight away. However, Saeki Iori emphasized that it depends on how far Ryuzaki goes. It was a large-scale dungeon after all. They are still only on the surface. In his mind, Shimizu was sure that Ryuzaki was not someone who would die in a place like that. Shimizu remembered his conversation with Ryuzaki where he stated that he wanted to become an S-rank adventurer. Shimizu, who heard that, was certainly surprised. He wanted to know what really differentiated between being an A-rank adventurer and an S-rank adventurer. However, Ryuzaki explained that it wasn't about status or fame. However, if he can become an S-rank adventurer, he can act freely. That also meant that low-level adventurers would inevitably submit to him. Ryuzaki wanted it all. Shimizu wants to know how Ryuzaki will do it. The man answered that he just needed to beat up the other adventurers and show that he was the strongest. Shimizu asked again if Ryuzaki wanted to become the strongest. The man replied that he didn't want to, but he would become the strongest. He actually mocked Shimizu for being stupid, and according to him, Shimizu was indeed stupid. Since then, Shimizu has continued to pay attention to Ryuzaki, who pursues power so clearly. That's the reason why Shimizu secretly supported Ryuzaki even after he expelled him from the Red Dragons. That's when Nagisawa called him. Shimizu had already used up all his MP. Of course, he was very upset, but Saeki Iori helped him by giving him a drink that could restore Shimizu's MP. Of course, Nagisawa was confused about where Saeki Iori could get the drink. Saeki Iori hasn't shown it to the two of them, but it's also his skill. Nagisawa really didn't think Saeki Iori could do anything. Once again, Nagisawa thanked Saeki Iori for helping her a lot. Saeki Iori asked him not to worry and encouraged Shimizu to quickly find Ryuzaki and the others no matter what obstacles were in the way. After finishing his drink and gaining strength, Shimizu began to give it his all. He tried to find Ryuzaki's whereabouts and finally found him. Shimizu pointed in one direction and Ryuzaki was at the end of his trail of smoke. Of course, Nagisawa was worried because there would definitely be lots of monsters along the road. She actually wanted to avoid the monsters. At that time, Saeki Iori asked them not to worry and leave everything to him. He would follow the trail of smoke alone. He also asked Shimizu and Nagisawa to keep waiting there. Nagisawa praised Saeki Iori's courage. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Shimizu wants to go with Saeki Iori. If something bad happens, Shimizu will be a diversion so Saeki Iori can get out of there. Of course, Saeki Iori would not take Shimizu to do that kind of thing. Shimizu kept begging because from the start I was the one who forced Saeki Iori and Nagisawa to enter the dungeon. I don't want Saeki Iori to die because of it. Saeki Iori finally agreed, although he certainly had no intention of sacrificing Shimizu later. On the other hand, Saeki Iori will need Shimizu to support him so that they all survive. That was the condition proposed by Saeki Iori, and of course, Shimizu agreed. Because they had agreed, Saeki Iori carried Shimizu's small body on his back. Once again he asked Nagisawa to stay at that safe point. She agreed and asked the two men to return safely. At that moment, Saeki Iori started running very fast. In his mind, of course, Shimizu was quite fluttering too. But that way at least they can avoid all the monsters on that path. Shimizu's words didn't last long, because they encountered a very large monster and it was the strongest monster they had faced so far. Shimizu told Saeki Iori that they would not be able to defeat the monster in front of them. They should avoid fighting as much as possible, so the best thing they can do is run away. Saeki Iori asked Shimizu to hold him tightly because he needed to concentrate right now. Shimizu hesitantly agreed. Saeki Iori saw a monster that was much stronger than the crystal deer he had just defeated. He knew that if he used too much strength, it would only waste his precious stamina. Saeki Iori knew he had to defeat the monster quickly. The monster started to attack and Saeki Iori responded to the attack with the people he had. The fight continued until he managed to defeat the monster. Shimizu, who saw everything, was still confused by what he had just seen. Saeki Iori calmly said that he just needed a little concentration and now it was all over. Shimizu was curious whether the few words that Saeki Iori said meant that the man had only released a little of his strength. Saeki said that he used about 30% of his power. Shimizu was very impressed to hear that. For him, Saeki Iori exceeded his expectations. Now he is optimistic that he can save Ryuzaki and the others. In his heart, Saeki Iori also hoped so. He knew that even though he said he had only used 30% of his strength, he still couldn't use all his strength. If he forced himself, it might worsen the recoil until he couldn't even move it one way. For Saeki Iori, magic is a double-edged sword. So far he may only be able to use 60–70% of his strength. It was then that they realized that the trail of smoke stopped at that point. At that time, Shimizu saw Ryuzaki and the others. They both saw that several people had died and only one person was still standing. Shimizu is sure the man is Ryuzaki. He could see that the Red Dragon clan had been defeated. Shimizu invites Saeki Iori to get them all out of there. Shimizu tries to ask about Ryuzaki's condition. Ryuzaki shouted as a sign of danger. At that time Saeki Iori immediately pulled Shimizu's body away. Ryuzaki, who saw Saeki Iori, actually laughed out loud. He kept saying he would kill Saeki Iori. Shimizu was confused about what was happening. Saeki Iori said that it seemed like Ryuzaki had lost his mind. There would be no point in trying to talk to him at this point. However, Saeki Iori knew Ryuzaki lost his mind due to bad causes. He could see Ryuzaki's mana increasing tremendously. Saeki Iori suspected that someone was manipulating him at that time. The problem was that he didn't feel the presence of anyone around them. Saeki Iori became curious about what happened there. Shimizu on the other hand was also annoyed. Even though he had worked hard to get to that point, Saeki Iori asks Shimizu to step down. Saeki Iori apologizes, but he has to beat Ryuzaki now. Shimizu also understood. He asked Saeki Iori to defeat him. Saeki Iori was very excited. Fighting is inevitable. Saeki Iori threw a punch at Ryuzaki, causing him to fall. Under normal circumstances, Saeki Iori knew that a blow like that should have knocked Ryuzaki unconscious, but right now he also wondered if the blow was enough. That's when Ryuzaki got up again. Saeki Iori wasn't too surprised when he found out that his punch didn't have any effect. Ryuzaki countered Saeki Iori's attack with a very fast movement. A huge explosion occurred and even sent Shimizu flying. As a result of the explosion, a crater was even formed. Ryuzaki even became much stronger than before. Not long after, Ryuzaki showed another skill of his, namely gravity. Saeki Iori knew that in this condition, he would no longer be able to escape if Ryuzaki managed to pull him into the hole. Even if he tried to run away, it would make him easier to attack. Saeki Iori felt like he was in an ant hole. Ryuzaki shouted again that he would kill Saeki Iori. Saeki Iori calmly asked if Ryuzaki had now turned into a wild animal. He knew Ryuzaki wanted a serious fight. Therefore, he would grant it and defeat him on his home turf. Shimizu was still observing the fight, realizing that both Ryuzaki and Saeki Iori were using close-range martial arts techniques to fight. He knew Ryuzaki was one of the best adventurers who was skilled at martial arts, but Saeki Iori was also very strong. But currently, Ryuzaki has become very strong in an abnormal way. Shimizu could only hope that Saeki Iori would not die in this battle. The fight started again at close range. Ryuzaki started to carry out his attacks and Saeki Iori also did not remain silent. Saeki Iori knew that with Ryuzaki's gravity skill, he was trying to pull him so he could stop Saeki Iori's movements. Saeki Iori knew that he had no other choice but to engage in fistfights without dodging. He will accept Ryuzaki's challenge to continue fighting without stopping. Saeki Iori threw his finishing blow sending Ryuzaki flying, but Ryuzaki laughed out loud. He was happy with the extraordinary strength that Saeki Iori showed. That was the fight that Ryuzaki was looking for. For him, it was an honor to be able to face Saeki Iori at full strength. Again, Ryuzaki shouted that he would kill Saeki Iori. On the other hand, Saeki Iori knew that Ryuzaki was a true martial artist and that even at a time like this, he could regain a little consciousness. Saeki Iori will help Ryuzaki realize his wish by immediately ending the fight. The two of them fought again and Shimizu was amazed again. Shimizu could feel the overwhelming power even from where he was standing at that moment. Even with the distance between him and the two people fighting, he could still feel the vibrations in the air. On the other hand, the fighting continues. Ryuzaki was so happy because for him the fight was the best he had ever experienced. He never thought that Saeki Iori was so strong. Saeki Iori immediately realized that Ryuzaki had regained consciousness. Ryuzaki was certainly surprised by what Saeki Iori was talking about. However, he didn't care. The only thing he cares about is defeating Saeki Iori. At that time Shimizu tried to prevent it. He said that it was not the right time and place. But of course, Ryuzaki quickly told him to shut up. Ryuzaki is determined to do whatever he wants. However, before he finished speaking, a wounding force even penetrated his chest. Neither Shimizu nor Saeki Iori were surprised. Saeki Iori felt the mysterious attacker's mana energy. Suddenly a voice started to be heard. The voice said that Ryuzaki was a troublesome person and too selfish. He was so selfish that the brainwashing he did before was released. Saeki Iori immediately realized that there was a monster talking. The monster then said that it was rare for monsters to develop language skills, so he would also understand seeing Saeki Iori and Shimizu's surprise. Shimizu stutteringly wants to know why the monster killed Ryuzaki. The monster casually said that as he said before, Ryuzaki released the brainwashing he previously gave him. The monster just threw away something useless. Of course, Shimizu was very angry because the monster killed Ryuzaki. However, Saeki Iori quickly asked him to calm down and cool his head. Shimizu tries to obey Saeki Iori's words and apologizes because such a bad thing happened after he took great pains to join in to save the red dragons. The monster then says that fighting easy enemies like them is just a waste of time. Therefore, the monster made Shimizu stop moving with its power. Of course, Saeki Iori is shocked, but the monster quickly says that Shimizu is not dead. Saeki Iori was a little relieved, even though that meant he had to defeat the monster quickly so he could help Shimizu as soon as possible. The monster casually said that it was impossible. In his mind, Saeki Iori knew that defeating the monster was impossible. He could see how the monster was so powerful and far above him. However, Saeki Iori has no choice but to try because no one else will save them. With Shimizu knocked out and the red dragons dead, now only Saeki Iori and the monster were left. Saeki Iori is aware that the monster can also use magic and is much stronger than him, but he will still try to end everything quickly. Saeki Iori began to use the Eye of Wisdom to deal with the very strong monster's attacks. The monster realized that Saeki Iori was quite strong too. The monster began to attack again with renewed vigor. At that time, Saeki Iori could still clearly see the attack pattern. Using his sword, Saeki Iori began to move forward and attack. However, the monster avoided Saeki Iori's physical attack by activating protective magic. The monster said that Saeki Iori was very annoying. That's when the monster counterattacked. Saeki Iori apparently thought wrong. He thought the monster would be weak in close combat because it used magic, but that was clearly not the point. Saeki Iori begins to understand the monster's fighting style. Now he just needed to prepare himself for the worst. Monster praises Saeki Iori's unique eyes. However, the monster could not stop thinking and he attacked again in another way. The monsters tried to attack from various sides, so even though Saeki Iori could see them, he still couldn't avoid them. Monsters attacked Saeki Iori and the big explosion was inevitable. The monster thought he had succeeded in defeating humans who would never be his match. On the other hand, it turns out that Saeki Iori escaped death. It had been a long time since he had been in trouble, but somehow he managed to get through it this time. The monster was of course surprised to see Saeki Iori still alive. Saeki Iori secretly uses magic. He took the energy that came in the attack from the monster to erase it. The monster certainly didn't believe it because Saeki Iori's words sounded ridiculous. That would be impossible because there would be too many attacks to control. Monster wants to know what Saeki Iori is really doing. Saeki Iori casually said that he was only practicing a theory that the monster considered ridiculous. Of course, monsters don't believe easily. It was as if Saeki Iori was saying that he did something that was impossible even for a great monster like himself. However, Saeki Iori was so confident because he had done it. Of course, the monster was offended because the Saeki Iori insulted him. The monster attacks, but this time Saeki Iori manages to read its attack. Saeki Iori finally uses the Sword of Tenma technique that he had been saving for this spell. But this time he had to give everything to get past the monster's protective layer. The monster underestimated Saeki Iori's attack and said that such a trash attack would not be able to reach his body. A human's mana would be impossible to penetrate the barrier he had created. Saeki Iori immediately confirmed everything the monster said. It's just that this statement only applies in normal combat situations. Meanwhile, he is not normal. Saeki Iori's magic doesn't require mana, so he can use magic without limits. Saeki Iori immediately released his magic, which shocked the monster. Saeki Iori's power apparently managed to damage the monster's barrier. This makes the monster confused because it cannot repair its barrier quickly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Saeki Iori once again attacked with full power. He managed to defeat the monsters and get a level increase. Saeki Iori said to the monster that he might be stronger than him and that the monster was also skilled in magic. However, if it was as a mage or magic expert, Saeki Iori knew he would not lose to anyone. Saeki Iori has successfully defeated the boss monster, so now he just needs to heal Shimizu. The man was stabbed through the chest and the bleeding was quite terrible. Not only were there physical injuries, but his mana vessels were also cut and his mana was leaking. The consequences would be very bad if their previous fight lasted too long. Saeki Iori just needs to stop the bleeding and reconnect the mana vessels. First, Saeki Iori had to change the size of the fireball until it was very small, then burn the wound, and then drink the HP recovery potion on it. External wounds should heal naturally with a little help from medication. So now Saeki Iori also has to focus on dealing with his mana vessels. Once everything is done, Shimizu should be safe. That's when Nagisawa apparently saw what Saeki Iori was doing. He didn't expect that the man could also do such a thing. Even though Shimizu's wound was quite serious, it turned out that Saeki Iori could treat it in an instant. Saeki Iori saw Nagisawa and he asked why the girl was there. He answered that he was worried about Saeki Iori and Shimizu's condition. However, based on what he saw, Saeki Iori succeeded in eliminating all the monsters on the way to that point. Saeki Iori praised Shimizu for being so brave. At least, Saeki Iori was grateful to see Nagisawa there. He immediately asked the girl for help to continue monitoring the situation and inform him if a monster was coming. Nagisawa immediately understood and did as asked. Saeki Iori is now confirming Ryuzaki's condition. The man was no longer breathing because his heart was pierced. He could no longer be saved. Saeki Iori apologizes because they never fought seriously. Apart from Ryuzaki, all the Red Dragon's members also ran out of mana. Their lives weren't in danger, but everyone needed rest. As soon as Saeki Iori wanted to walk away, Nagisawa quickly stopped him. He wanted to know where Saeki Iori was going. Saeki Iori will destroy the dungeon core. Of course, Nagisawa was confused because he didn't know what happened to the dungeon boss. Saeki Iori casually said that he had killed him. The dungeon core should be up ahead. Nagisawa was quite surprised, but he also expected it because it was Saeki Iori who acted. Of course, Saeki Iori wanted to know what he meant. Nagisawa just said that whatever it was, he would wait to see what Saeki Iori could do in the future. Saeki Iori had told Nagisawa that he didn't want to be famous. However, for now, the most important thing is to destroy the dungeon core. Saeki Iori walked towards the core of the dungeon, which was a glowing object. Saeki Iori tries to find out what it really is. He finally knew that it was the Grimoire of Release or the Book of Liberation. Saeki Iori wanted to know what kind of thing it was, but he would see it later after he destroyed the dungeon core. The dungeon core had been destroyed and the gate was successfully closed. Everyone in the Adventurers Guild thought it was the Red Dragon's doing. Not long after, Saeki Iori managed to return to the Adventurers Guild with a group of injured red dragons. Of course, the staff who saw it were confused because the people who managed to conquer the dungeon were not red dragons. Meanwhile, all the members of the red dragons were seen falling. At that time, Saeki Iori asked everyone there to take the red dragon's members to the hospital. Luckily, everyone including Shimizu managed to survive. Meanwhile, Saeki Iori succeeded in conquering the crystal mines as was his initial goal. Saeki Iori thought that was the end. But news began to spread that he and two other colleagues, who were Renka adventurers, had illegally entered the dungeon. The fact that Saeki Iori, Shimizu, and Nagisawa had violated the dungeon rules was certainly a big case. Nagisawa was of course very annoyed, even though they went in there to save other people, so the Adventurer Guild should be able to let them go. Nagisawa asked Saeki Iori for support for his opinion. On the other hand, Saeki Iori felt ready for the consequences he would receive. It is possible that in the future another group will try to copy what they did and end up with serious injuries. That kind of thing was very likely to happen, so the Adventurer Guild couldn't let them set a bad example for other adventurers. Still, Nagisawa was annoyed, especially because Saeki Iori's thoughts were very reasonable. Even though a man should agree with whatever a woman thinks at a time like that. Saeki Iori apologizes, but Nagisawa no longer cares about it. He actually showed his cell phone where the news about them got a lot of responses. Nagisawa said that everyone was very surprised by what they did. At least Nagisawa was relieved that their names were not published. Saeki Iori misfocused when he saw a comment that had Satsuki Ren's name there. He also just found out that Satsuki Ren was targeting the same dungeon. Nagisawa feels great, but Saeki Iori certainly doesn't agree. Nagisawa continued to ask whether Saeki Iori didn't want to brag about what they did at all. While they were still arguing, the door in front of them opened. The man immediately greeted Saeki Iori because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Saeki Iori now remembers that the man is Hamada and that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Hamada is happy and honored that Saeki Iori remembers his name. However, he was there that time to ask some things. Of course, Saeki Iori welcomed him in a friendly manner. Hamada knows that Saeki Iori was previously the fastest to become an A-rank adventurer, and now he is clearing the Crystal Mines dungeon. The news that he was incompetent or had lost his abilities was definitely a fatal mistake. Hamada believes that Saeki Iori must have extraordinary skills. This time he was determined to get all the information from Saeki Iori. On the other hand, Saeki Iori knew that Hamada was trying to check whether he was truly incompetent. However, the problem is that it might be difficult for him to cover it up because he has been exposed a lot recently. He didn't want the skills that had been hidden to be revealed because that would mean his presence would attract even more attention. If that happens, Saeki Iori will lose his freedom. There is also the possibility that some strange person might approach Kotoha. Saeki Iori is determined to keep his hidden skills a secret for everyone's sake. Not long after, Hamada started asking questions about how Saeki Iori got into the dungeon. They had researched all the security departments, but Saeki Iori and the others were nowhere to be seen, even though the gate is the only way in. Hamada wants to know how. Saeki Iori said that they used their friend's skill which could make someone invisible. Of course, Hamada wanted to know about that person. What's more, he is part of the adventurers. Saeki Iori replied that he was not an adventurer. The man also knew that the dungeon rules only applied to adventurers. So if he involves an outsider, then that person will not be bound by the statement that Saeki Iori gave. Hamada understood and praised the foreigner's interesting skills. He then asked why Saeki Iori entered the dungeon. Saeki Iori also answered. The question and answer session continued for some time. Nagisawa also got questions and answered them easily. Luckily, Nagisawa clearly understood what Saeki Iori was doing. Being a former idol makes Nagisawa someone good at acting too. Hamada finally finished their question and answer session. He apologized for disturbing the two of them even though they had just returned from the dungeon. Saeki Iori also apologized for breaking the dungeon rules. Nagisawa also expressed his regret. Hamada felt guilty seeing the two people looking down at him. He asked them to stop. Hamada knows that even though they broke the rules, they did it all to save other people. Of course, as a guild employee, he wouldn't be able to get angry at brave adventurers like these two. Hamada also said that they couldn't ignore the fact that Saeki Iori and the others had broken the rules, so punishment would still be given, but he promised to make it as light as possible. Hamada asked everyone not to worry. Nagisawa was certainly happy to hear of Hamada's extraordinary assistance. He and Saeki Iori expressed their thanks. For Hamada, that was all he could do after taking up both of his time. Saeki Iori and Nagisawa leave the Adventurers Guild. Hamada, who saw the two of them, ultimately couldn't find any evidence that Saeki Iori was not incompetent. But it was clear the man was hiding something. Despite that, Hamada could ignore the facts regarding Saeki Iori as long as he remained with the guild. Hamada remembers Saeki Iori's words about the help of a mysterious person from somewhere. He also believes that after this incident there will probably be many incompetents who want to become adventurers. On the other hand, on the way home, Nagisawa complained about how tired he was. Saeki Iori also felt that they had worked well today. At that time, Nagisawa again showed online news and comments. Residents began to speculate that it was Saeki Iori. Saeki Iori himself felt that all the news was very exciting. Nagisawa understood because it was indeed extraordinary news. But despite all the excitement of the news out there, she still felt uncomfortable knowing that there was someone they failed to save among the Red Dragons. Nagisawa knew the man was talking about Ryuzaki. However, for him, adventuring is a profession that will always be accompanied by death. Of course, Saeki Iori needed to get used to that fact. Saeki Iori knew it, but he thought about Shimizu's feelings. Nagisawa asked Saeki Iori to take a look and then rubbed the man's head, saying that he had done a good job. Of course, Saeki Iori was confused by what Nagisawa was doing. The girl said that it was a special gift from her. Being rubbed on the head by a beautiful girl seemed like it must feel amazing. Saeki Iori confirmed the girl's words. At that time, Nagisawa waved his hand, and she will go home to herself. Saeki Iori of course offered to accompany him, but Nagisawa refused. He said he would be fine walking at night. After all, Nagisawa is not a weak woman but a rank adventurer. After Nagisawa left, Saeki Iori returned to his own home. He greeted Kotoha, who was at home. Meanwhile, Kotoha said welcome. She said she had prepared dinner, so he invited Saeki Iori to eat together. At that time, Sphere also came to praise Saeki Iori, who succeeded in conquering the Crystal Mines dungeon as expected in just one try. He also asked about the quest, but Saeki Iori said that he hadn't checked it. Sphere asked him to quickly look and Saeki Iori did so. Saeki Iori saw the compensation quest completed. That means Saeki Iori's life is no longer in danger. Sphere was of course happy that everything was finished and he praised Saeki Iori for his success. Saeki Iori thanked Sphere. Kotoha says that they have a lot to celebrate that day. That's why she deliberately made a banquet to celebrate all the great things that Saeki Iori had done. Saeki Iori looks at all the food on the table and compliments how delicious it looks. Sphere says she also helps with the cooking by giving Kotoha instructions. Sphere asks Saeki Iori to enjoy everything greedily. They ate with gusto before their food got cold. On the other hand, Satsuki Ren was watching the news on his cell phone. She knew that the Crystal Mine dungeon had been successfully cleared. Previously, because the Adventurers Guild had requested it personally, she thought that no one else could clear the dungeon. However, the news circulating said that 3 Ranka adventurers had done it. Of course, Satsuki Ren was very curious about these 3 people. Satsuki Ren wants to make an appointment with all of them. Saeki Iori is observing his skill tree. He should already have enough points, but Saeki Iori is confused because he hasn't been able to unlock the new spells in the skill tree. He couldn't continue with his old strength. However, at least now Kotoha is safe. At that time, Sphere asked him to wait. Of course, Saeki Iori was confused. Sphere reveals the reason why Saeki Iori has not been able to improve his skill tree. This happened because he hadn't updated the skill tree. Saeki Iori became even more confused. Sphere explains that in his previous life, Saeki Iori left so many gaps. If Saeki Iori learns everything at once, then his body will not be able to accommodate all the strength and skills. Later, little by little, Saeki Iori's forbidden restriction will increase. If that's the case, Saeki Iori can also gradually gain strength every time the sphere renews it. Saeki Iori begins to remember the moment he first met Sphere. He also realized that the reason why he was suddenly able to use exchange items at that time was because of an update from the Sphere. Sphere immediately agreed. Saeki Iori again revealed that this time he had enough skill points, so Sphere should be able to update the skill tree right now. Sphere was of course annoyed by Saeki Iori's ridiculous thoughts. The last update he did was special because it was the first update for Saeki Iori. However, for subsequent updates, Sphere requires an item for each update. Saeki Iori is certainly annoyed with this difficult system. However, Sphere said he was just following the flow, and if Saeki Iori wanted to protest, then he had to protest to Saeki Iori beforehand. Saeki Iori remembered that he was the one who created the system. He apologized to Sphere. Saeki Iori wants to know what items the Sphere currently requires. Sphere answered that she needed an item that was rarely found in dungeons. The items were called grimoires of release. Saeki Iori immediately said that he already had the item after successfully conquering the Crystal Mines dungeon. Of course, Sphere was surprised and said that Saeki Iori should have spoken from the start. He immediately asked Saeki Iori to give him the grimoires of release. Sphere looked at the grimoires of release and he knew very well that it was indeed the item he needed. He immediately updated Saeki Iori's skill tree. That should have worked, but Sphere then realized that the book didn't seem to be the only item he needed for the skill tree update. The system screen shows a notification regarding the trial of release. Sphere himself was also confused because he had never heard of it. Saeki Iori was also worried, but based on what he read, the message didn't seem good either and he had a bad feeling about it. Sphere said that Saeki Iori himself was the one who created the system in his previous life, so the sudden feeling of unease might indeed be a sign of truth. Saeki Iori didn't dare take risks, but he also didn't know why his blood as an archmage suddenly boiled. If there is a chance, then he can become more than he was before. At this time for Saeki Iori, there was no other way but to accept the challenge. He chose to agree to start a trial of release. Sphere couldn't help but laugh because Saeki Iori was starting to show his true self. Saeki Iori and Sphere suddenly found themselves in a strange place. Sphere believes it is Saeki Iori's previous mind world. Saeki Iori thought about it and he wasn't surprised because it was something he would do, until they finally found a flying ball of light. The ball then turned into a large flying monster. Sphere understands now what trial is. Apart from skill updates, the trial of release has one more goal, namely to get more pact familiars who obeyed Saeki Iori in their previous lives. Hearing that term, Saeki Iori could vaguely remember the details. Trial means it is a battle that must be won. Saeki Iori saw a holy dragon Soru or phantom monster. Even though the phantom has not yet fully grown, its strength cannot be underestimated. Saeki Iori knows that phantoms are strong enemies, but he must be able to handle them. At that time, with the Tenma he had, Saeki Iori started attacking the phantom. In his mind, Saeki Iori knew that all of this was the result of his work in his previous life aimed at ensuring whether his current self could handle it. Saeki Iori needs to limit the memories he inherited from his previous life. Saeki Iori must start his trial. The fight continued until Saeki Iori realized that the only effective attack he could make on the phantom was using the Sword of Tenma. The problem was that to use that weapon, he needed to cast a lot of spells. This will put a burden on Saeki Iori's body, so he needed to make a single attack to ensure his attack could hit the phantom. He needed to take full advantage of the phantom's weakness. At that time, Sphere warned Saeki Iori to be careful. Phantom shows the Holy Shower move, which is the monster's special attack. If you are hit by just one holy shower, the mana will be absorbed and damage will be received. Sphere doesn't need that detailed explanation. The problem now is that avoiding a hockey shower is impossible. Saeki Iori confirmed, but he knew the trick behind the phantom attack. Saeki Iori started to dodge the first attack with a haste spell and Sphere was there to praise him. Saeki Iori knew that the holy shower was an attack that could track mana. That way, Saeki Iori only needs to leave a trace of mana for a moment before dodging. By continuing to repeat the trick again and again, he could avoid the holy shower completely. Phantom will get tired after using the holy shower several times and that's where Saeki Iori will find an opening to attack. At the right time, Saeki Iori managed to use the Sword of Tenma and injured the Phantom quite badly. Sphere was of course amazed to see such great power. He didn't expect that Saeki Iori could defeat the Phantom. The man said he was just lucky because he managed to recognize the Phantom's abilities. As a reward, Saeki Iori received the Summon Beast Holy Dragon Soru. That means from then on he can summon phantoms whenever needed. Saeki Iori felt relieved and could return to his home. His forbidden restriction has also grown stronger. Likewise with Saeki Iori's skill tree. Saeki Iori can also see how his skill tree has grown a lot. The man started studying and there was a spell that required quite a lot of skill points to get. Sphere asks if there is a spell that Saeki Iori likes. The man said yes and he was relieved because the trial was something worth doing. Sphere was happy to hear that. The next day, Saeki Iori went to visit Shimizu. The man had not yet regained consciousness and was even on the verge of death. At that time, Hamada came and wanted to talk to Saeki Iori. The man asked Saeki Iori to go with him for a while. Saeki Iori immediately agreed. The two started walking together. Hamada apologized for the seemingly sudden request. Saeki Iori asked him not to worry. Saeki Iori also asked what business Hamada had. Hamada said that the Adventurers Guild wanted to measure the strength of Saeki Iori, who was incompetent. But they won't do it using measuring crystals. Instead, the Adventurers Guild wants Saeki Iori to have a mock battle with someone else. Of course, Saeki Iori was curious about this challenger. Hamada only said that he was a quite strong and famous man. Maybe even Saeki Iori also knows him when they meet later. They finally arrived at a place. Saeki Iori certainly wants to know what that place is. Hamada said it was a special facility that was much more robust than the Adventurers Guild's training hall. Saeki Iori thought about the purpose of the Adventurer Guild to measure strength. Previously, Saeki Iori had successfully passed the test to become a rank adventurer. Of course, the Adventurer Guild already had a good understanding of his strength. Saeki Iori wondered if perhaps this test could be a promotion test for him to advance to S-rank adventurer. Not long after, someone came. Saeki Iori can't wait to see the enemy finally reveal himself. The man apologized for making Saeki Iori wait a long time. The man then declared that he would be Saeki Iori's opponent today. The man introduced himself as Satsuki Ren. It turned out that both of them were equally surprised to see the figure in front of them. Satsuki Ren immediately understood that Saeki Iori was the one who had conquered the Crystal Mines dungeon. They never thought they would be opponents. Their meeting was truly a bad reunion. But on the other hand, Satsuki Ren is excited because this time he can face Saeki Iori as an opponent. Saeki Iori said that the difference in rank between them was quite large. Saeki Iori is an A-rank adventurer and Satsuki Ren is an S-rank adventurer. Therefore, Saeki Iori would appreciate it if Satsuki Ren could restrain himself a little. Satsuki Ren said that it only applies to ordinary people and not Saeki Iori. In his mind, Saeki Iori was not at all surprised by Satsuki Ren's ability to always twist his words. Satsuki Ren said again that this time he would not only be a little serious but would fight it out. Of course, Satsuki Ren feels the need to maintain his pride as an S-rank adventurer. He doesn't want to just lose to Saeki Iori. Saeki Iori knew that his words would not be able to convince Satsuki Ren. In another room, Hamada was focused on staring at the screen which showed Satsuki Ren and Saeki Iori there. For him, the result of the match is not that important. What he wanted to know was the results of observations on Saeki Iori. Apart from that, also how far his defensive capabilities would be in facing an S-rank adventurer. Even though his expectations weren't that high either. The fight finally started. Hamada is still thinking about the outcome of the match. If only Saeki Iori could defeat Satsuki Ren, then that would be a rare event. Saeki Iori will be immediately promoted as an S-rank adventurer. Back to the match where Satsuki Ren started his attack. Satsuki Ren started with an easy attack, but of course, Saeki Iori didn't feel that way. Saeki Iori was able to avoid the attack. Satsuki Ren was of course not too surprised by the abilities shown by Saeki Iori. Satsuki Ren started trying more fire powder. Saeki Iori of course provoked him by saying that the attack was completely inconsistent with his statement of wanting an all-out fight. Satsuki Ren admitted that he did have initial thoughts like that, but he also knew that Saeki Iori was not someone who could easily be defeated with rash actions. In his mind, Saeki Iori knew that Satsuki Ren was trying to regulate his steps so as not to get tired quickly while also keeping his head cool. Saeki Iori began to change his plans. He will force Satsuki Ren into close combat and make him pressed. The fight happened again and Saeki Iori used the power of the Eye of Wisdom he had. Previously, thanks to the expansion of the skill tree's power, Saeki Iori was able to open the second level of Eye of Wisdom magic. The ability in the second stage of the Eye of Wisdom is to analyze whatever is seen. Saeki Iori immediately knew that Satsuki Ren had a primordial fire skill that seemed easy to use. Satsuki Ren started by raising the temperature. Saeki Iori was a little surprised at the consecutive attacks given by Satsuki Ren. However, the attack didn't have any tracking capabilities so he just had to dodge it. On the other hand, Hamada, who was still paying attention, was quite amazed by Saeki Iori's strength which had increased compared to when he took the A rank exam. Hamada was curious about what made Saeki Iori grow strong so quickly, but suddenly, Hamada realized the possibility that Saeki Iori had only been hiding his strength all this time. Even in the competition arena, Satsuki Ren began to feel overwhelmed. Up until now, they had only exchanged light blows, but he felt an unusual pressure. Even though he was the S-rank adventurer there, so he should be the stronger one. But all that disappeared when he faced Saeki Iori. Satsuki Ren felt that the Saeki Iori he saw was not the usual Saeki Iori. It was as if he was fighting a creature that surpassed all common sense. Plus, he was the one who cleaned up the crystal mines. Always the same as he had expected from Saeki Iori. Fighting continues between the two who continuously attack each other, until they were so close and they both drew their swords. When their swords clash, Saeki Iori immediately knows that Satsuki Ren has a second skill. This power is in the form of a sword of creation which allows the owner to change the type of sword he holds. This is certainly hard to believe because usually one adventurer only has one skill. Satsuki Ren, who continuously received attacks from Saeki Iori, however, had already expected it. Therefore, it seems like he has to go all out. Attack after attack occurred again until Saeki Iori was forced to retreat. He didn't think that Satsuki Ren was that strong. He had difficulty because he had to deal with two skills at once. Satsuki Ren stated at that time that the real fight would begin from then on. Satsuki realized that Saeki Iori's strength was unreasonable. There was no way talent alone could explain such strength. So Satsuki wanted to wait for what happened after their fight. Satsuki chanced Levitine to summon the most powerful sword he has. Saeki immediately knew that the sword Satsuki took out was a weapon from his previous world. And that was one of the sword things that Saeki used to have. Saeki didn't expect he would find such a relic even in this world. Satsuki says that he wants a fair fight, so first he'll explain something. The sword he has is a fictional sword from Norse mythology, but his abilities are great, as using the sword drastically improves Iori's skills. This young man also explained that the sword was forged by the trickster god, Loki. Then Satsuki asks Saeki to be proud because he has only ever used that sword against S ranks before. In other words, he gave it everything he had. An eye-dazzling flash of lightning immediately spread in all directions as Satsuki activated the sword's power. As fast as lightning, Iori attacked Saeki, who looked shocked by his opponent's strength. Even Hamada, who was watching their fight, was amazed to see the powerful energy clash between the two young men. Hamada could now assume this was a battle between fellow S-rankers, and he should promote Saeki Iori to S-rank. Iori realized that every attack from Levitine was very strong, very suitable for Ren as it enhances all fire magic. And this Levitine before him was as powerful as the one from my previous world. Iori realized he was in trouble now. Iori continued to be alert. Luckily, he managed to avoid Satsuki's rain of swords. Suddenly, Satsuki was behind Iori and tried to attack him while saying that Iori's efforts to dodge were quite good. But Satsuki wouldn't miss the opening that Iori left. So Iori immediately delivered another big attack on Iori, causing the black-haired young man to fall to the ground. Iori realizes that the various variations of Satsuki's attacks exceed the number he could before. So this just keeps getting worse for Iori. Even though Iori didn't want to show off all the power he had in that place. Iori didn't want to be found out so soon. But Iori realized he had no other choice. He had to be serious too. Moreover, Satsuki looked really scary walking towards him now. With the spell he obtained after the forbidden restrictions were renewed, Iori hopes he can defeat Satsuki. When Iori began to release his frightening aura, Satsuki's hands suddenly shook. Satsuki didn't even think that he, who was already at S rank, could feel as scared as he did now. Satsuki guessed what Iori was planning. Suddenly all the cameras that were watching them also had an error. Right now Mr. Hamada can't watch their match. Iori calls out Ren's name and says that he will put all his power into this attack. But Iori asks Ren not to tell anyone else about Iori's true abilities. Ren asks why is that. Iori replies that he wants to have as little fame as possible and doesn't want to cause bigger problems for Dirt. Ren smiles and says that he understands Iori's feelings, but then he said it seemed like Iori already thought he had won. So isn't that too fast? Ren's face turned serious again. He raised his sword and said that Ren Iori's next attack. This time, Iori also looked more serious. Ren immediately raised his sword and jumped high to attack Iori. Then it exerted a force so powerful that it was like a large ball of fire. But Iori still realized that that wasn't Ren's true power. But Iori remains determined to win. This time Iori immediately used the Meteor Breaker skill to fight Ren's enormous power. And with just one attack, Iori actually managed to stop Ren's meteor ball. This clearly made Ren stunned. Ren could only stand still in his place while staring at Iori's figure who was standing casually on the other side of the room. Then, with a smile full of pride, Iori said that he was indeed the winner. Of course, Satsuki Ren was surprised to see the extraordinary attack given by Seiki Iori. He even asked Iori why he had been hiding such great power from him all this time. Casually, Seiki Iori said that he never hid anything. He only got stronger. Satsuki Ren already thought that this was something Seiki Iori could do. He also acknowledged the crushing defeat he experienced. Hamada, who immediately entered the training area, could only be shocked to see the damage caused by Seiki Iori. The man damaged the roof of the training arena, even though it used special roofing material. On the other hand, Seiki Iori asked Satsuki Ren to protect him. He asked his friend to cover up what he had done. Satsuki Ren certainly understands and agrees. Satsuki Ren immediately explained to Hamada that their attacks collided, hit the roof and even damaged it. The man said that everything that happened was his fault and immediately apologized to Hamada. Hamada of course understood. He also couldn't do anything else. However, he asked both of them about the final result of their fight. Satsuki Ren states that the outcome of their fight cannot be concluded because so far their strength is equal. Hamada suspected the reason was because they were afraid of damaging other facilities around them and ultimately chose not to continue the match. Hamada was of course very understanding. At least he had gotten a little proof of Seiki Iori's abilities, so it didn't matter if the result of the fight was a draw. It's just that Hamada didn't expect that Seiki Iori could actually be the right opponent for Satsuki Ren. Satsuki Ren just smiled at Hamada's statement, even though in his heart he didn't feel like he was a draw or balance in the fight. But he actually lost. At that time, Seiki Iori asked Hamada because the man previously mentioned Hamada measuring his strength. Seiki Iori wants to know what the reason is. Hamada began to explain that the Adventurers Guild required a good understanding of the strengths of the high-ranking adventurers there. However, based on the results of the battle just now which could not clearly show Seiki Iori's strength, they finally created an opportunity to measure Seiki Iori's abilities with what they had done today. Satsuki Ren offered help to Seiki Iori who was still confused to explain the opportunity in a simple way. What the two of them had gone through was actually a promotion test for someone to get an S-rank adventurer. Seiki Iori was of course not surprised because he had suspected it before. At that time, Hamada asked Seiki Iori not to make a sorry face because he passed the test. Seiki Iori's passing means he will become the 10th person to become an S-rank adventurer in their country. However, Seiki Iori didn't want that. He wanted to turn down the opportunity to be promoted to S-rank adventurer. Of course, Hamada was confused and wanted to know the reason. Seiki Iori said that currently being an A-rank adventurer could actually give him many benefits compared to being an S-rank adventurer. Of course, Hamada was confused about the meaning of Seiki Iori's words. Seiki Iori then reasoned that it was a personal reason for him, but he didn't want to stand out. Of course, Hamada didn't understand Seiki Iori's mindset at all. But however, those in the Adventurers Guild couldn't force Seiki Iori to accept the promotion offer. If that is what Seiki Iori wants, then he can remain an S-rank adventurer. However, within the Adventurers Guild, Seiki Iori will still be considered an S-rank adventurer. Seiki Iori will not have a problem with it as long as the Adventurers Guild does not reveal this to the public. Hamada was of course grateful, but then he tried to convince Seiki Iori once again. Hamada said that promotion to rank S was a very prestigious thing. Even his name will be written in history books. Seiki Iori knew it, but he stood by his decision to reject the offer. Hamada could only agree while looking at Seiki Iori who was walking away. To him, the man was an adventurer who didn't have any great desires. For him, it was very strange. Outside the Adventurers Guild, Satsuki Ren was chasing Seiki Iori. He admitted that he was not surprised to see Seiki Iori reject the promotion offer to become an S-rank adventurer. Seiki Iori again said that he was just not interested in the offer. Then Satsuki Ren talked about their childhood. For him, Seiki Iori hasn't changed at all since they were young. Seiki Iori confirmed it, but on the contrary, it was Satsuki Ren who Seiki Iori thought had changed. For Seiki Iori, Satsuki Ren is someone who is too far away and can no longer be reached by him. Of course, Satsuki Ren laughed and said that Seiki Iori's joke was very funny. For him, it was Seiki Iori who was now at a much higher level than him. However, Satsuki Ren is happy because he can meet Seiki Iori again. He hoped that he could talk casually the next time they met again. Of course, Seiki Iori agreed and Satsuki Ren could come to see him anytime if he wanted. Satsuki Ren also assured Seiki Iori that he would keep his promise not to talk about their previous fight. Seiki Iori once again thanked him and they parted ways there. Satsuki Ren was still watching Seiki Iori who was walking away. He knows that the main reason Seiki Iori doesn't want to become famous is for the good of his little sister, Katoha. But somehow Satsuki Ren is sure that this won't last long. This world needs adventurers and Seiki Iori's strength is something that should not be hidden. Seiki Iori, who is still on his way home, feels that he has succeeded in saving Katoha and that his life is no longer in danger. Even Seiki Iori actually feels he has no more reason to become an adventurer. However, he knew he couldn't just give up. Currently, he already has connections with more people than he previously expected. So for the good of everyone around him, he must continue to be an adventurer. Not long after, a man greeted Seiki Iori. The man named Fukumoto admitted that he had not seen Seiki Iori for a long time. He came up to Seiki Iori and casually greeted him as an incompetent newbie. He didn't expect to meet Seiki Iori in a place like that. Seiki Iori could only take it casually. Fukumoto said that he was actually still indebted to Seiki Iori for his help at that time in the Minotaur incident. They were lucky to survive and thanked Seiki Iori. Two of Fukumoto's colleagues who were there also commented. Yamada realized that he must have looked really pathetic at that moment. Heisukawa also chimed in that Yamada was defeated easily at that time and didn't even remember anything. Seiki Iori observed the three of them at first. He also didn't have a good first impression of them. However, upon further inspection, they were perfectly normal people. Fukumoto then started whispering to Seiki Iori. As a thank you, he wants to teach Seiki Iori a clever way to live the life of an adventurer. Even a beginner seems to be able to earn money. Seiki Iori was of course interested and he wanted Fukumoto to explain further. Of course, Fukumoto was happy and ensured that Seiki Iori could rely on him for this kind of thing. At that moment, they heard an announcement that a monster had come out of the gate and all residents were asked to evacuate. They also asked all adventurers near the guild to immediately respond to the emergency call. Fukumoto feels that the announcement came at the perfect time. They had to step in to help at the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers Guilds are known to pay any adventurer willing to participate in such fights, no matter who they are. That way, they could easily collect money if they participated, even if they only wasted time fighting flies and not killing the monsters inside. That's one way to make money that Fukumoto knows about. Of course, Seiki Iori understood it. Fukumoto excitedly invited them all to rush to the dungeon. On the other hand, Seiki Iori was a little regretful because he accidentally involved himself in Fukumoto's plan. Luckily, the monster that appeared wasn't too strong, so he will be able to finish it in a short time. They have arrived at the location. Fukumoto felt that they were lucky because so many adventurers were also at that location. Of course, Seiki Iori was a little confused about whether it would be better for them if more adventurers participated. Fukumoto immediately agreed because the more people who participated, the easier the fight would become. Although, they will get more rewards if they defeat more monsters. However, the main goal of Fukumoto and others is to get participation rewards, which will be easier than getting rewards for defeating monsters. Fukumoto explained that the participation prize was 100,000 yen. Huge rewards just for appearing in that battle area. Yamada explained that no matter how they participated, what they were doing was work that could be life-threatening. Therefore, the Adventurer Guild gave generous rewards. Seiki Iori certainly understands it. In his heart, Seiki Iori now understands that there are several ways he can make money as an adventurer. That secretly attracted him to this job. Fukumoto started to get serious. As a form of return, he has revealed how to live as an adventurer to Seiki Iori. However, right now they had to focus on the monsters that were starting to arrive. Heisukawa was quite surprised to see the monsters starting to rush towards them. The monsters looked quite strong and were probably at rank C. Fukumoto could only sigh because that day meant they had to go through a tiring battle. Unable to dodge any longer, Fukumoto asks the four of them to defeat at least one monster. Fukumoto of course also pointed towards Seiki Iori. He hoped that Seiki Iori, who looked confident, could show his sword skills. He hopes a lot from Seiki Iori. Of course, the man was excited and promised to show his best. In his heart, Seiki Iori knew that he was a rank adventurer. Of course, he knew that he would excel in everything he did. Previously, he was even able to get rank because he had conquered the Crystal Mines dungeon. The condition has not changed until now. Therefore, he did not want to show his abilities too much. Fukumoto and his two colleagues started attacking the monsters. Fukumoto even managed to cut off the scorpion monster's tail, which was full of poison. He immediately ordered Heisukawa to complete the rest. Hayakawa prepares and asks everyone to be careful. Before Hayakawa had time to attack, the scorpion monster was about to attack Fukimoto, but Saeki quickly handled it. That's when Hayakawa started attacking by shooting fire and burning the scorpion. They attacked the same scorpion monster again, which had not yet been killed. Fukimoto praised Saeki for saving him in the previous fight. However, now he would solve the monster alone. Fukimoto starts trying to attack the scorpion monster. The monster had a hard shell on its back. Therefore, Fukimoto tried to attack the scorpion monster's stomach, which was much softer. The attack was successful and again Hayakawa burned it with fire. They managed to defeat the monster. When the smoke began to dissipate, Yamada realized that Fukimoto was crushed by the body of the defeated monster. Hayakawa felt a little regretful because he should have breathed out the fire a little slower so that Fukimoto could save himself earlier. Saeki certainly confirmed Fukimoto's condition and the man said that what happened was absolutely nothing. The condition is very good. It's just that he was angry with his other colleagues. They should be more careful next time. He also reminded Yamada to maximize his function as a strong adventurer next time. Yamada of course apologized and said that he would be more careful next time. Yamada was relieved that they had succeeded in defeating that one monster. Now they just need to keep a safe distance until everything is truly over. On the other hand, Saeki also paid attention to all the monsters that were ranked C because he felt there was nothing else to pay attention to. Everything should end safely. On the other hand, other adventurers are also fighting monsters. They all also thought that just a little more fighting would be done, and they would be able to finish everything. Moreover, seeing that all the monsters were dead, until suddenly something unusual appeared there. Adventurers asked other adventurers to be careful. An unusual monster appeared. All the adventurers who had thought that everything would end peacefully now regretted their own words. Fukimoto noticed that the monster was a diamond wolf, a rank monster, which adventurers definitely couldn't beat. The monster started attacking the adventurers and everyone started to panic. Fukimoto could only curse because he felt that nothing good happened when he was with Yamada and Hayakawa. They tried to escape then. But of course, Saeki couldn't just leave. If he ran away with Fukimoto, not only the adventurers would be in danger, but also the residents. Even though Saeki might have stood out a lot at that time, he had no other way. However, while he was still considering that, an adventurer passed by his side while carrying a sword in his hand. The mysterious person confidently ran towards the monster and attacked it quickly. Of course, all the adventurers who saw could only be amazed. They said that it was Superman fighting a monster. Fukimoto also realized that a friend with extraordinary strength had appeared there. Saeki is certainly curious about who that person is. Fukimoto explained that it was an S-rank adventurer named Kanda Saki. Saeki saw the adventurer's figure, which meant he was at the same level as Satsuki Ren. Saeki realized that Kanda Saki was looking at him. However, the girl turned her face away again. Saeki was of course confused about the meaning of the girl's actions. All the adventurers cheered because the diamond wolf monster was defeated by Kanda Saki. Fukimoto was relieved by the presence of Kanda Suki, who defeated the A-rank monster and allowed them to get 2 times the participation prize. Added to their previous prize for being able to kill monsters, they will get 250,000 yen. Even Kanda Suki was able to defeat the diamond wolf monster in just a matter of seconds. They felt lucky that day. Saeki felt that the amount of money they got was quite good. Although he actually wouldn't face any financial problems because he could rely on the Adventurer Guild's regulations regarding forbidden limits. Then, because that day they were all able to earn enough money, including Saeki, Fukimoto invited the man to drink with them. Saeki is grateful for the offer, but he won't do it today. He reasoned that his younger sister was waiting at home. Fukimoto was a little surprised because Saeki had a younger sister. Saeki said again that he needed to go home and cook dinner for his younger sister, who was still in middle school because they only lived together. Yamada apologizes because they didn't know at all. Heizawa also praised Saeki, who was a good older brother. Likewise, Fukimoto asked Saeki to immediately return home and make dinner for his younger sister. Saeki thanked him and he was relieved because the men were good even though their appearance seemed otherwise. As soon as he arrived in front of his house, Saeki could feel mana energy equivalent to an S-rank adventurer coming from inside his house. He immediately knew that there were guests in the house. Sensing the energy, Saeki guessed that it was Satsuki Ren. As soon as Saeki entered and said hello, Kadoha greeted him while bringing drinks and saying that one of Saeki friends was visiting their house. Saeki wants to know if it's Ren, but Kadoha says it's not. She said the guest was a woman. The girl immediately apologized because her arrival had disturbed her. Of course, Saeki was surprised because she was the S-rank adventurer girl he had just seen before. On the other hand, Kadoha protests because Saeki friends are mostly cute girls, and for her that is not good. Of course, Saeki wanted to clear up Kadoha's misunderstanding. He quickly admitted that he did not know Saeki. Of course, Kotoha confirmed the truth and Saeki casually nodded. This made Kotoha of course surprised and wanted to know Saeki's true intentions. Saeki apologizes, but she admits she lied so she could talk to Saeki Iori. Kotoha couldn't believe it even more when she realized that her older brother was very popular. At that time, Saeki Iori stated that he would talk to Saeki and asked Kotoha to go to another room first. Even though she was annoyed, Kotoha had no other choice. Saeki Iori started to ask how Saeki knew where he lived. Casually, Saeki said that she was using her status as an S-rank adventurer in the guild. But of course, Saeki Iori was annoyed because the adventurer guild should not easily hand over his personal information to just anyone. Saeki Iori finally wants to know what Saeki wants. Saeki admitted that he was curious because previously he was the only one who stood tall looking at the figure of the diamond wolf when all the adventurers had run away. Meanwhile, when she tried to find out through the adventurer's data, Saeki Iori was just an A-rank adventurer who was still a beginner, but this made him even more suspicious. Saeki Iori certainly didn't think that was the reason why Saeki came to see him. In her heart, she realized that the data regarding her in the Adventurers Guild was full of several things that were indeed suspicious. Saeki finally asked who Saeki Iori was. The man casually answered that he was an adventurer. Saeki wanted to know how strong the man was. Saeki Iori answered casually that his strength was the same as a rank adventurer should be. Saeki said that a strong adventurer should fight well and be an example to show to everyone. For her, that was the duty of all high-ranking adventurers. Unbeknownst to him, Kotoha and the spheres heard everything. On the other hand, Saeki Iori was confused about what Saeki was thinking. Is Saeki just someone who happens to have a strong sense of justice? However, not wanting to prolong matters, Saeki Iori agreed to the girl's wishes. Saeki was relieved to hear that and she immediately left the house. After Saeki left, Spheres was also confused by the girl's attitude. Meanwhile, Kotoha views him as a mysterious person. Saeki Iori immediately confirmed. However, not long after, they realized that Saeki had dropped a card which turned out to be a guild card. Kotoha was quite confused because she had never seen a guild card color like that before. Saeki Iori was increasingly confused as to why the girl left after dropping something. Like it or not, Saeki Iori has to return it. As soon as Saeki Iori tried to chase him, Saeki was already far away. He could even feel Saeki's whereabouts, that she had gone far in such a short time. But then he could feel Saeki's presence and immediately followed him into an alley. Saeki Iori immediately handed over the guild card and advised that the card was very important for an adventurer so he should not drop it again. Saeki received it and realized that she had accidentally dropped it. What Saeki Iori didn't realize was that Saeki had been with a man named Noda who was a rank adventurer. The man asked Saeki Iori not to disturb them. Of course, Saeki Iori quick turned to Saeki and checked to see if he was annoying. Saeki quickly shook his head, so Saeki Iori said again that he was not disturbing anything there. Noda was of course angry and said that Saeki Iori had disturbed the two of them because they were almost going to fight at that time. Of course, Saeki Iori was curious about the fight. Saeki Iori certainly wants to know why Noda wants to fight Saeki. Noda wants to defeat Saeki and prove that he is strong enough to be promoted to an S-rank adventurer. Saeki reveals that things like that often happen to him. It seems like there are a lot of A-rank adventurers out there who feel arrogant and think that their strength is so high that they can defeat him. Noda was certainly angry to hear that. He again challenged Saeki to a fight to prove whether his arrogance was true or not. Saeki Iori of course asked Noda to stop. Noda didn't care and instead, he threw Saeki Iori away while starting to attack. Saeki Iori could see how bad the overzealous man was. Noda immediately headed towards Saeki, angry because the girl had called him arrogant. At that time, very calmly, Saeki attacked him with one move. Noda didn't believe Saeki could beat him with a body like that. Saeki casually shows Noda's true arrogance. She also asked Noda to leave there if he was satisfied with the results. Noda leaves cursing and saying that he will remember the incident forever. On the other hand, Saeki Iori was amazed to see Saeki who was able to defeat Noda in the blink of an eye. Saeki casually said that Saeki Iori was not a normal man at all. Of course, the man was confused. Saeki revealed that the way Saeki Iori dodged previously was not something a rank adventurer could do. Likewise, with his reflexes, vision, and even the way he mastered body movements, Saeki Iori clearly shows an ability that cannot only be obtained from skill training alone. Of course, Saeki Iori didn't think that Saeki could judge everything just from the evasion he made. Saeki is someone who can judge other people quite well. Saeki Iori casually said that Saeki was just exaggerating. Saeki challenges to test Saeki Iori's abilities himself, but Saeki Iori refused. As if he didn't want to hear rejection, he attacked the man, but Saeki Iori chose to remain silent. Saeki is certainly curious why Saeki Iori didn't do anything. Saeki Iori casually said that it was quite embarrassing, and besides, Saeki's attack was also too fast for him to act. Saeki tried to understand and she helped Saeki Iori to stand up. Saeki thought in his heart that even if Saeki Iori didn't react to his attack, he should at least be annoyed by Saeki's actions. However, this man was so calm and it was very abnormal. Saeki Iori said that he was not as special as Saeki thought. Because he felt his business was finished, Saeki Iori chose to leave there. He will return home after delivering Saeki's fallen goods. This reminded Saeki. How did that man manage to catch up with him so quickly in such a short time? Saeki Iori casually states that speed is his main point of strength. That's why he was promoted as a rank adventurer. Saeki finally understood why Saeki Iori was an abnormal man, because he was someone whose main point of strength was speed. Saeki Iori felt honored to receive recognition from an S-rank adventurer. For him, it was something to be proud of. However, now he had to start cooking dinner, so he quickly left. They said hello to each other bye. After Saeki Iori left, Saeki still looked at him. To be honest, Saeki Iori felt worried because he knew that he was being watched and it felt very troublesome. As soon as he arrived home, Saeki Iori could smell the aroma of meat being grilled. Kadoha immediately greeted me and said that dinner was almost ready. Kadoha decides to cook dinner so that it will be ready by the time Saeki Iori gets home because he is so busy. Saeki Iori thanked him. The sphere could see the happy Saeki Iori at that time and called him a siskin. Saeki Iori said that it was because Kadoha cooked dinner for him, so he was indeed very happy. However, he also said that he is not a siskin or an older brother who is so obsessed with his sister. Sphere of course disagrees and feels that Saeki Iori is very stubborn because he doesn't want to admit it. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Saeki Iori is no less adamant in rejecting this notion. Kadoha asks everyone to calm down and eat quickly before it gets cold. While enjoying his food, Saeki Iori could see Sphere, who seemed to be starting to get addicted to the internet. Kadoha, who was paying attention, also asked if anything was interesting going on the internet. Sphere says that the number of open gates has increased sharply. Saeki Iori confirmed, and that means the chance for monsters to appear is also greater. Spheres then said that this also meant that Saeki Iori would participate more and more in activities carried out by the Adventurers Guild. However, Saeki Iori felt that it was not a good thing at all. Saeki Iori advised Kadoha to keep his distance from all areas that have gates so that he is always safe, because an area like that also increases the possibility that Saeki Iori will be injured. Of course, Kadoha ensured that he would take good care of himself. The monsters wouldn't be able to defeat him easily anyway. Seeing Kadoha so confident, of course, Saeki Iori became very worried. He begged his younger brother not to think one bit about this. Kadoha immediately agreed reluctantly. However, Kadoha still insists that she is really strong enough. Saeki Iori certainly agrees because after all, Kadoha is his younger sister. Of course, she is not a weak girl. Seeing this interaction, Sphere realized that Saeki Iori didn't know either. But Kadoha knew the man was probably just pretending not to know for Kadoha's good. He was just always the overprotective brother he always was. A week later, after Saeki Iori completed the crystal mines, Shimizu finally woke up too. When he heard how Ryuzaki had finally died, the sadness showed on his face, even if only for a moment. Saeki Iori also knew that he was only forced to smile at that time. Even though he didn't feel responsible, if only Saeki Iori could be a little stronger, maybe he could save Ryuzaki. After returning from visiting Shimizu at the hospital, Saeki Iori and Kadoha, who were walking again, talked about it. Kadoha feels that Shimizu seems to be fine now. Saeki Iori also saw that Shimizu had fully recovered and would probably be released from the hospital soon. Of course, Kadoha was happy to hear that. Afterward, Kadoha wants to know if Saeki Iori plans to continue his work as an adventurer. The man said that he couldn't just stop. He had to train Amami and Suzukaze first. Kadoha knew that it was because she had promised the two before, and Saeki Iori said yes. If both of them have become stronger, Saeki Iori will also be able to move away from the center of attention and work without having to highlight himself. However, Kadoha knew that as time passed, Saeki Iori would also become stronger. Saeki Iori didn't avoid it, but from the beginning, his reason was just to save Kadoha. Right now, he didn't have any other goals to pursue. He also asked Kadoha to keep the secret between the two of them. Kadoha teases him and asks if he has to hide it. Saeki Iori seemed to understand, so he offered to buy anything Kadoha wanted. Kadoha is of course happy because his method turned out to be successful. Elsewhere, two mysterious men discovered a dungeon yesterday. Until now, the existence of this dungeon has not been known by the Adventurers Guild. This means they can have all the objects in the dungeon without having to compete with others. They were of course very happy and felt lucky at that time with what they found. They then estimated the time needed to conquer the dungeon and estimated that it would take them 1 day. However, other men said they still don't know how much risk they might encounter inside. Another man said that they just had to scout the dungeon carefully and stay clear of the dungeon boss. If they succeed, then they will be able to get a lot of valuable objects from the dungeon. The two of them decided to enter the dungeon, which they still considered lucky. Once they were inside, they were so disappointed because it was an F-rank dungeon, which meant they wouldn't be able to get any big results even if they managed to get all the valuable items inside. It might even be much better for them to report the dungeon to the Adventurers Guild and get rewards from there. The two decided to go back, but suddenly there was a strange voice laughing in the dungeon. The men decided to report it to the Adventurers Guild. A receptionist then listed the new dungeon. Recently, many new dungeons have appeared. The monsters in the dungeon were just slimes, so it wasn't a dangerous dungeon at all. It is an F-rank dungeon, which is a beginner-level dungeon and is very rare. The receptionist decided to recommend the dungeon to the next adventurer who would register. At that time they were in a rank B dungeon called the Great Snake's Limestone Cave. The boss of the dungeon is called the Sea Serpent. Amami started attacking the boss monster with the arrows he had. He regretted that his attack was not strong enough, but at least his ability was surprising enough for himself. Suzukaze praises him, but he'll take over from there. The girl didn't want to lose and showed off the move she had in the form of a fireball. The dungeon boss was finally defeated. Amami praised Suzukaze's strength even though he was a little annoyed, but instead, Suzukaze said that it was all thanks to Amami who paralyzed the dungeon boss first. At that time, Saeki Iori also praised the two of them for working very well. He was truly amazed by Amami and Suzukaze's ability to conquer a B-rank dungeon with their abilities. Of course, both of them said that they were able to do it because Saeki Iori trained them. Amami also agrees that he now feels much stronger, and he is also grateful because it was all possible thanks to Saeki Iori. Saeki Iori was happy to hear that. That day was 2 months since he succeeded in conquering the Crystal Mines dungeon. Amami and Suzukaze have grown and developed to become stronger than even Saeki Iori himself still finds it hard to believe. Seeing their fighting skills just now, Saeki Iori felt that both of them already had strength equivalent to a rank adventurers. They were progressing faster than expected. That means Saeki Iori can also stop being an adventurer as soon as possible. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Adventurers Guild, Amami and Suzukaze were receiving their rewards after conquering the previous B-rank dungeon. Both of them were of course happy because they could get an extraordinary amount of prizes after defeating the dungeon boss. They had never seen that much money before. The prize they received was 1.5 million yen, and that means they will get 500,000 yen each. At that time, Saeki Iori felt that he couldn't accept the gift because he was just watching while he was inside. So, he asked the two girls to divide the two parts. Of course, Suzukaze immediately rejected it. However, they managed to do it because of Saeki Iori, and it was their way of thanking him. Amami also added that Saeki Iori had also succeeded in monitoring and guarding them while they were in the dungeon. Saeki Iori, who knew the two girls would continue to force him, could only accept it. They asked Saeki Iori to use the money to buy delicious food for Kotoha or other things. Saeki Iori then invited the two of them to join as well. He wanted to celebrate the success of Amami and Suzukaze, who had successfully conquered the B-rank dungeon previously. Even though they were aware that Saeki Iori could be very wise when it came to involving Kotoha, they would still be happy to do so. They also planned to invite Nagisawa and Shimizu later. They finally agreed to celebrate another day, but that day they decided to go home first. That's when Hamada saw Saeki Iori there. He immediately ran over to the man who came at the right time. Saeki Iori certainly wanted to know what Hamada wanted to talk about. He wanted to ask Saeki Iori for help, but seeing Amami and Suzukaze there, he asked if Saeki Iori had time to talk to him. It was at that moment that both Suzukaze and Amami became curious about what the two men were talking about. Even though both of them weren't sure, Hamada did look very nervous. Saeki Iori and Hamada finally sat at a cafeteria table while drinking coffee. Saeki Iori asked what Hamada wanted to say. Hamada began to show an envelope containing a dungeon investigation request. He wanted Saeki Iori to see the contents of the document. The dungeon was said to be very popular recently among adventurers. The dungeon was C rank, but originally it was an F rank dungeon. Of course, Saeki Iori was curious about how an F rank dungeon could rise to C rank. Hamada begins to explain that there is something strange about this dungeon. The more adventurers tried to conquer this dungeon, the more they realized that it had no boss or dungeon core. Saeki Iori is curious about how the dungeon was created in the first place. Hamada admitted that he didn't know yet, but the Adventurers Guild certainly couldn't just let go of a dungeon that had no known level of danger like that. Therefore, he needed the help of a high-ranking adventurer to check it. Hamada said that if Saeki Iori managed to find the dungeon boss or dungeon core, then they could determine the exact level of danger of the dungeon. Saeki Iori tries to confirm the task again. Did the Adventurer Guild only need his help to find bosses or dungeon cores and not to destroy them? Hamada confirmed. The dungeon produced a lot of material, so they wanted to leave the dungeon intact, but if Saeki Iori's investigation concluded that the dungeon had a high level of danger, he could destroy it. Saeki Iori understood, so he thought about accepting the job. Of course, Hamada immediately thanked him. Hamada also added that he hoped that Saeki Iori could complete the investigation before the end of the month. Once again, Saeki Iori agreed. Saeki Iori leaves Hamada. In his heart, he knew there was no need to accept such a mission, but he felt he owed Hamada a small debt of gratitude. That's why he decided to help. Saeki Iori also believes that compared to his previous life, he is quite popular now. Just thinking that, Kandasaki greeted him. Saeki Iori also hasn't seen that girl for a long time. He wanted to know what Kandasaki was doing there. The presence of Kandasaki, who was with Saeki Iori, quickly attracted the attention of other people around them. People recognized Kandasaki, who was an S-rank adventurer. They wanted to know who the man who was currently with Kandasaki was. Somehow some of them felt like they had seen Saeki Iori before. Saeki Iori realized that many people were looking at them at that time. He also realized that it was not a good place to talk at all. Kandasaki expressed his desire to talk to Saeki Iori when they met at the Adventurers Guild. These words made people even more excited and curious about what relationship existed between the two. Saeki Iori of course understood, but he immediately took Kandasaki away from there so he could find a better place to talk. Everyone's eyes seemed to be constantly watching the two of them. Saeki Iori felt that interacting with Kandasaki was even more difficult than the investigation request task he received previously. Once in a cafe, Saeki Iori asked Kandasaki what she wanted to talk about. Kandasaki started talking about the Bewitching Forest dungeon. Of course, Saeki Iori secretly knew about it because it was the dungeon that Hamada had just given him to investigate. However, in front of Kandasaki, she only admitted that she knew about it because the dungeon was popular recently. Kandasaki revealed that the dungeon was very strange. So far there has not been a single reliable piece of information regarding the dungeon. Saeki Iori certainly wants to hear more. So far the dungeon has produced many types of monsters, and all the types of monsters, there is no pattern or similarity between one and another. The terrain and difficulty of the dungeon also continued to change. Of course, Kandasaki felt that was very strange. There has never been a dungeon like this before. Saeki Iori confirmed it, but as far as he knew the dungeon was currently ranked C. Kandasaki confirmed it, but even that dungeon had so far caused a lot more damage than other C-ranked dungeons. Kandasaki continued to explain that of all the adventurers who returned from the dungeon, 15 of them went crazy. They can no longer live normally. The number may sound small, but it is even more frightening because the dungeon was only discovered 2 months ago. Saeki Iori wants to know if the dungeon can be closed by the Adventurers Guild. Kandasaki revealed that so far the Adventurers Guild has no idea what happened to the returning adventurers. She hasn't revealed that to the Adventurers Guild. Saeki Iori understood, but he was curious about how Kandasaki knew everything. Kandasaki said that his father was a researcher and she was also the one who collected all the information from all over the city. Saeki Iori continued to pay attention to Kandasaki, who was talking. Somehow, the girl seemed indifferent to this quite surprising fact. Saeki Iori didn't want to guess too much. He thought that this was just the natural attitude of an S-rank adventurer family which was made up entirely of big figures. After revealing everything she wanted to say, Kandasaki wanted to ask Saeki Iori something. In his heart, Saeki Iori was already anticipating, but in the end, he could only ask what Kandasaki wanted to ask. She asked Saeki Iori to form a team with her and conquer the Bewitching Forest dungeon. In his heart, Saeki Iori somehow already expected it. However, he obviously couldn't do it because Hamada had asked him directly to investigate the dungeon. However, Saeki Iori also knows that it will have worse consequences if Kandasaki finds out his secret, and this makes him even more curious about him. Finally, Saeki Iori apologized and reasoned that he was busy with his team at the moment. Kandasaki understood but sounded so disappointed. Saeki Iori apologized and asked Kandasaki to find someone else who could work with him. Kandasaki finished their conversation and she chose to just leave there after paying for her drink. In his heart, of course, Kandasaki felt very disappointed, but she was sure everything would be fine. Furthermore, she was used to fighting alone all this time. Saeki Iori feels guilty about what he just did. Once back at home, Kadoha was very happy with the food served by Saeki Iori. He was so excited to hand over a pile of dirty plates while saying thank you. For him, Saeki Iori's problems were always the best. However, seeing the expression on Saeki Iori's face, of course, Kadoha was curious whether his older brother was sad. Of course, Saeki Iori immediately dodged it. Sphere reminded Kadoha that all this time her older brother had never shown a happy expression. Of course, Saeki Iori was annoyed to hear that. Sphere was just talking harshly without thinking. Kotoha immediately calmed her older brother. She won't worry anymore as long as nothing happens out of the ordinary. Kotoha just felt like the older brother might not be doing well for some reason. Saeki Iori can only be grateful because Kotoha is worried about him. To be honest, Saeki Iori also asked himself, is it true that he looks sad? Saeki Iori didn't expect that refusing Kandasaki's request would bother him more than he thought. Even though all this time he had always made cold and calculated decisions, now it felt difficult. Because he felt his mind was a mess, Saeki Iori finally chose to go for a walk. He thought again about Kandasaki. Saeki Iori began to think that he should at least make sure Kandasaki was not in danger. Therefore, before Kandasaki got ahead of him, he had to immediately complete the dungeon first. Saeki Iori, who looked at the dungeon, remembered Kandasaki's words, saying that there had been 15 victims from the dungeon. The dungeon core should have been destroyed by previous adventurers. Kandasaki must also be thinking the same thing. Once outside the dungeon gate, Saeki Iori could see all the adventurers lying on the floor, leaving one man who still survives and tries to wake everyone up. The man was hysterical and started asking Saeki Iori to call a high-ranking adventurer who could help them. He also said that inside there was an adventurer who was fighting alone. Of course, Saeki Iori was still a little confused. The adventurer continued that inside there was an S-rank adventurer named Kandasaki who was fighting alone, so they were able to escape at that time. The man asked Saeki Iori to immediately contact the Adventurers Guild. In his mind, Saeki Iori did not expect that Kandasaki would leave so early. Saeki Iori of course had to save him. So, he who was in a rank adventurer would come in to help. Just about to leave, the man once again grabbed Saeki Iori's hand. He forbade Saeki Iori to go alone because the dungeon was very crazy. Even an S-rank adventurer like Kandasaki could only buy a little time when fighting that boss. Moreover, rank adventurers won't be able to do anything. Saeki Iori was still trying to digest the man's words. The man said that everything the dungeon had shown him so far was just an illusion. Everything is just a lie and this dungeon is very dangerous. At that moment, Saeki Iori immediately ran into the dungeon. He felt even more guilty because he hadn't gone with Kandasaki before. He could only hope that Kandasaki could last a little longer. As soon as he arrived in the dungeon, Saeki Iori could feel a lot of mana in the air. He immediately knew that it was not a C-rank dungeon as had been talked about. He could also feel Kandasaki's mana starting to disappear. Of course, he had to hurry, but suddenly a monster came to attack him. With ease, Saeki Iori immediately killed them. He had no time to deal with such petty enemies. Saeki Iori started running. In his heart, he still hoped that Kandasaki could wait for him. He would soon arrive at the girl's location. An hour earlier, Kandasaki had arrived at the bewitching forest dungeon alone. Kandasaki paid attention to the surrounding location, which visually looked completely harmless. The dungeon looked safe and calm. However, considering the number of victims, the dungeon felt scary. Something is going on there. At that moment, Kandasaki suddenly heard crying. She was immediately sure that it was the voice of an adventurer. Hastily, Kandasaki tried to find the origin of the sound. In an area, there are monsters and 3 adventurers. 2 of them had even fallen to the ground. There was one man left who was still very confused about the type of monster he saw. A monster that can even take down 3 adventurers at once in one attack. The monster very calmly said that it was clear that the dungeon was a very scary place. The man was clearly in a world that could cause harm if they were only half-hearted in doing so. The man should have understood it. That's when the monster said that the man's role was finally finished. After his final task of being bait had been carried out, the adventurer just needs to die now. However, when he was about to kill the man, a sudden attack thwarted the monster's attack. It turns out that Kandasaki managed to save the man. The monster was quite surprised because Kandasaki was there faster than he expected. At that time, Kandasaki asked the man to take his injured colleague out of there. Meanwhile, he will stay to take care of the monster. The monster certainly wouldn't let off the adventurers easily. She intended to attack the adventurer, but Kandasaki quickly protected them. She knew the monster definitely wouldn't let her, but she was determined to save the remaining adventurers. The monster was quite impressed with Kandasaki's speed. She was sure that the adventurers would be able to escape from it. Kandasaki immediately knew that the monster he was facing was intelligent. The monster was a difficult enemy to defeat alone. However, that wasn't a problem as long as no one else was trapped there. Kandasaki is determined to save them. That is his duty as someone with power. Monster regrets because this is the end for Kandasaki. Of course, Kandasaki didn't believe the monster's words, which sounded absurd even though they hadn't even fought at that time. The monster casually said that when Kandasaki entered the dungeon, it would be the end for him. From the start, he was the one who deliberately lured Kandasaki into entering the dungeon. However, for Kandasaki, this did not affect him at all. For him, any location is the same and it's not a problem for him. Kandasaki started to attack, but the monster managed to dodge it. At that time, she also felt strange. His body suddenly felt heavy. The monster then said that the dungeon was filled with gas that could make humans weak. The monster casually underestimated Saeki, who didn't realize it. The monsters also know that even high-rank adventurers like Saeki don't have strong resistance to magic. She also told the monster to brag after he was able to defeat him. Saeki attacked again, but once again she failed and he was very surprised. The monster regretted that Saeki's attack did not affect him. The monster had grown to be very strong. He thanked all the mana he managed to absorb from all the adventurers who entered the dungeon previously. Meanwhile, Saeki will not be able to beat him because he has become weak. At that moment, Saeki realized that he could not defeat a monster with that kind of strength. Saeki felt he had to escape from there. However, the monster first grabbed Saeki's head and thanked him for what the monster would get from him. Saeki really couldn't do anything. He could feel his body weakening and his consciousness fading away. At that moment, a huge attack immediately fell on the monster. The monster naturally wanted to know who would dare attack it at a time like that. Saeki at the end of his consciousness tried to glance too and she could see Iori. It was then that the man apologized for coming late, but he came to save her now. Iori realized that the entire dungeon area was currently covered by illusion magic and a gas that could weaken humans also filled the entire dungeon. Iori needs a spell to remove all the effects of magic on him. Iori was considering what magic could be used in such conditions. He still had spare skill points and was considering what he could do with them. However, before he finished thinking, the monster attacked him. Monsters are easily attracted to Iori's abilities. The monster knew that Iori could see the spell he was using. So far no one has been able to do it apart from Iori. At that moment, Iori kicked the monster very hard. He wanted the monster to release Saeki, who had been in his grasp for a long time. As soon as the girl was released, Iori immediately caught her. The man confirmed Saeki's condition. The girl said she was fine but felt very weak. Iori knew that it was because the monster absorbed Saeki's mana. The man advised Saeki to stay where he was and rest until he completely recovered. Iori asks him to take a breath now because he will handle the rest. Of course, Saeki forbade Iori to fight monsters. Iori definitely wouldn't be able to defeat that monster alone. She asked him to just run away. Of course, Iori insisted on his determination. Moreover, he also knew that if Saeki were currently changing positions with him, he would also do the same thing. Saeki still wasn't convinced. Iori ensures that he is only doing his job as an adventurer. He also asked Saeki to calm down because he could defeat the monster. Iori's words of course made the monster laugh. He likened Iori to a comedian who was making jokes. The monster certainly believed that Iori would not be able to defeat it. Monsters again remind Iori, who must have heard of the concept of irregularity. Monsters usually rarely mutate and evolve into new species. However, the monster deliberately wanted to undergo this mutation. To do so, he must steal mana from adventurers and store it within his own body, like what he had previously done to Saeki. Saeki's mana was finally able to fulfill all of his mana needs. Therefore, eventually, the monster could mutate. His previous strength couldn't even compare to his current strength. The monster has completely mutated. His current condition made Saeki very surprised. The monster was very confident and believed that he was now much stronger than an S-rank adventurer. He felt that no adventurer could defeat him. Of course, Iori denied it. The monster might be shocked to realize that what he said was wrong. However, humans are creatures capable of distorting common sense. The monster couldn't wait to see him. Without further ado, he immediately attacked Iori and his movements turned out to be very fast. Luckily, Iori managed to avoid the attack. He immediately gave a counter-punch. Iori's attack caused them to collide with each other and both of their bodies were sent flying. Iori immediately realized that at this time the monster had enormous and overwhelming power even without using any magic. Iori didn't expect something like this to happen at all. The monster seemed to notice it. He thought Iori could no longer handle his attacks. Iori understood that the monster was clearly at the peak of its power after mutating. Iori began to think of other ways to defeat him. His arrogance might be an opportunity for Iori. Iori realized that at this time it was impossible for him to defeat the monster by relying solely on physical strength. He realized that he had to change the terms of their battle to suit Iori's abilities, namely turning it into a battle using the power of magic. The monster looked at Iori with a sharp gaze and then asked why the young man was silent. Was he too scared that he couldn't speak? Iori thought the monster would definitely leave an opening due to its overconfidence, then it would use its skill points to overcome the enemy's strength. Iori looked at his skill status on the window screen and found a skill that had a gravity type that could stop the opponent's movements. However, it is a last resort in times of urgency. At first glance, it was a spell that was difficult to use. The monster felt bored because the young man who was the opponent didn't want to talk. But if Saeki Iori didn't want to talk, then he would make the young man scream very loudly. At this moment, Saeki Iori used the zero object skill to see his opponent's movements more carefully and then hit the monsters very hard. The big monster was thrown quite far because of Saeki Iori's attack. This young man realized that, for a moment, the monster's strength could be reduced and Saeki Iori could use that opportunity to fight the enemy. And with the magic eye of wisdom he has, Saeki Iori won't miss a single move. Kanda, who was sitting quite far away, thought that Saeki Iori was really great. On the other hand, the terrible monster attacked Saeki again from behind. Saeki quickly dodged, then hit the monster's face again. Several times the monster tried to fight back, but Saeki was always able to dodge it. In fact, several times the monster was hit by quite strong attacks from Saeki. The monster was surprised and asked in his heart how could Saeki follow and resist his attacks. In the end, the monster receives a kick hard enough from Saeki to make him fall helpless. It was at this moment, Saeki said that it seemed like the monster was going to scream really loudly. Hearing Saeki Iori's words, the monster chuckled and answered that they didn't know yet how the fight would end. The monster asked Saeki not to underestimate his observation skills. The monster said he already knew the Saeki technique in their exchange. The monster realized Saeki could stop the monster's attack temporarily. The monster wondered if Saeki Iori's specialty was a fighting type, but it seemed like he did a lot of strange things. Saeki started to worry because the monster knew his general skills. The monster said, to be honest, he was surprised at how high Saeki Iori's combat abilities were, but it was still just a trivial matter to him. According to him, no matter how skilled Saeki was, it was useless in the face of the monster's overwhelming strength. The monster exerted its greater strength. Saeki suspected that the monster would unleash its full power. Saeki Iori realized he might be in a bit of trouble now. The monster asked Saeki to fight longer from now on. The monster attacked Saeki again with quite a powerful attack. Saeki Iori tried to block the monster's attack, but this time his abilities didn't really have any effect on the monster. With a terrible expression, the monster asked, "Is there something wrong with Saeki? And is that all Saeki has?" Then, with one powerful kick, the monster managed to throw Saeki's body until it hit the stone wall. When he woke up again, Saeki's body was covered in wounds. The young man realized the monster's attacks were now faster, so he was no longer able to grasp the timing. He already tried attacking once and in the end, he was almost at death's door. Seeing the condition of Saeki's badly injured body, Kanda Saeki asked him to stop trying and just run away from that place. Because after all, the monster was too strong and too terrible for Saeki to fight. Saeki Iori knew, and he understood the huge difference in strength between them. But he still couldn't bring himself to leave Kanda Saeki alone. After all, he still had 90 skill points left. He had to think of a way to defeat the creature and get rid of it. He had to find that one way. It was at this moment, the system suddenly explained the dungeons what was being contracted. "Do you want to communicate?" Saeki Iori was shocked and asked the will of the dungeon. Was it a separate entity from the boss before him? And the question reminded him of the first time he activated the forbidden restriction, so Saeki would try to respond, and he was immediately transported to another dimension. The place was so bright that Saeki thought it was nature in his mind. Suddenly a point of light said that he was happy to meet Saeki. While trying to digest everything, Saeki answered that he was also happy to see that light. The point of light said they would just get straight to the point. He has several proposals for Saeki. He asks what if Saeki unlocked the full power he had in his previous life. With a confused face, Saeki even asked how the light knew about his previous life. The creature answered, apparently Saeki hadn't realized it yet. The relationship between and the dungeon. The point of light explained that he was the dungeon itself. He only appeared to communicate with Saeki. Saeki just realized that all dungeons have managers. Saeki was surprised that the light knew about the manager. Saeki thought this might be some kind of higher existence. It was very possible that this existence was connected to how dungeons and skills appeared in this world. Saeki asked whether that existence really thought that the previous was a good idea. If the old man can defeat the dungeon boss, then the dungeon will be destroyed too. The light spot explained he didn't mind if the core was destroyed. He didn't contact Saeki for such a trivial matter, so he will immediately tell Saeki the information he knows. If Saeki Iori continues his fight with the boss like now, then he will fail and die. And that existence didn't want such a tragedy. That's why he made this offer. Limited to this fight alone, the light will restore Saeki's former strength. Instead, in 3 months, 4 dungeons will appear, and Saeki will conquer them all. Saeki asked, so all of this is similar to an urgent search. The light spot explained, maybe it would be many times more difficult. Because the 4 bosses of the dungeon are gods, and unless Saeki Iori sincerely tries to become stronger, then he will perish. With a serious face, Saeki asked if he doesn't remove that condition, then he will die at any time. The point of light confirmed it. He asked Saeki Iori to grow stronger because according to him, the current Saeki Iori was too weak. The existence asked Saeki to show him how he will grow stronger, growing enough to be worthy of a fraction of its power before this. Now Saeki understood that the dungeons will had some kind of agenda. This felt too comfortable. However, what made him angry the most was that he needed such a comfortable situation. Saeki is annoyed to realize that he is too weak to die and cannot save Saeki. Saeki realized he had become too confident in his own strength. He thought that he was strong enough to defeat anything that came his way. Saeki really believes in that. Saeki regrets it and realizes there should be a limit to how pathetic he is now. There was not even a shadow of the former to him now. Saeki finally answered he would accept Light's proposal. The Light said the four gods are very powerful. Will Saeki be strong enough to defeat them now? Saeki replies he will do his best to grow stronger so he doesn't lose to those gods. In that case, the Light would have high hopes for Saeki. That was the Light's last message before it completely disappeared and said goodbye to Saeki, the Reincarnation Archmage. Saeki bowed his head and thought that it really emphasized his reincarnation. Then excitedly, Saeki shouted Saya, and his whole appearance changed. Saeki returns to the dungeon and surprises the monster and Saeki. They saw that Saeki was very different and all the wounds on his body had healed. Saeki answered that his appearance wasn't the only thing that had changed. The monster suspected that Saeki had become stronger, but in his opinion, the difference in strength between them was still very large, and he will show that difference in strength by attacking Saeki. But Saeki easily withstood the monster's powerful attack, and then asked with an annoyed face what happened to the praise the monster had for him. Then Saeki easily threw the monster's body just by saying a spell. The monster wondered what really happened. He thinks Saeki's current strength is extraordinary. He almost can't believe Saeki is the same person he fought a moment ago. The monster roared angrily when it saw Saeki preparing to attack it again. According to him, he couldn't possibly lose to a human like Saeki. When the monster was close, Saeki managed to knock it down with just one swing of his hand. The creature didn't move when it hit the ground so hard. Saeki said that the creature was indeed strong. Saeki even lost a while ago, but now Saeki would give the creature an easy ending. In times of urgency like now, the creature begged for mercy to be saved. But Saeki wasn't so naive as to believe in that creature. Hearing Saeki's answer, the creature immediately cursed. He couldn't accept dying in that place after becoming a mutant. Even so, Saeki ignored the creature's words and immediately put the creature into the magic circle. At this moment, the monster was already unable to move its body. He thought, if only Saeki wasn't there, then he could conquer all of humanity. Saeki apologizes to the creature as this has to end now. Then with one swing of his hand, with the Tenma authority skill, the creature was destroyed like dust. Seeing this, Saeki said that the technique was amazing, and he wanted to continue to grow as strong as it did. After the monster was destroyed, Saeki turned to Saeki and asked, was the girl okay? Saeki answered she was fine. More importantly, the girl asked what transformation had just happened to Saeki. Saeki casually answered that it was part of his skill. Saeki said that Saeki Iori had extraordinary strength. This girl had never even seen such power. Saeki says he can only use the skill under very specific conditions. Saeki explains he won't be able to use the skill again anytime soon. Saeki answered, before this incident, Saeki was even at a stronger level than so according to the girl, Saeki should be promoted as an S-rank hunter by the guild. Saeki explained that actually he refused to be promoted to S-rank for various reasons. Hearing this, Saeki understood and would not try again. Saeki expressed his gratitude for Saeki's understanding. Then Saeki invited Saeki to solve the dungeon core and get out of that place as quickly as possible. Saeki agreed, so she tried to get up immediately, but her legs were still weak and in the end, the girl fell. Luckily, Saeki moved quickly and swiftly caught the girl's body. Saeki realized that Saeki had lost a lot of mana, so the young man asked Saeki not to force himself. Saeki offered to carry the girl if he was willing. Then with a red face, Saeki asked for help because she couldn't walk. Finally, Saeki actually carried Saeki through the dungeon. While walking, Saeki realized that Saeki's back was very warm. Suddenly, this girl remembered that this was the first time someone had come to help her. So the girl carefully asked, why did Saeki come to that place? Saeki answered he felt ashamed of himself after rejecting Saeki's invitation. So before Saeki changed her mind, Saeki went straight to the dungeon. But it turns out Saeki had already preceded Saeki Iori. The young man said he was happy he managed to arrive on time. Hearing that answer, Saeki smiled while hiding his face behind Saeki's back. The girl didn't forget to say thank you, because Saeki was available to help her. Suddenly Saeki asked if Saeki wanted to start dating. Or maybe there is something important that Saeki wants to convey. With a confused face, Saeki answered nothing. But why suddenly did Saeki ask like that? The girl answered she was thinking about being Seki's girlfriend. With a confused face, Seki thought it was too sudden. So Saeki invites Seki to make friends first or something to get to the next level. But Seki didn't respond and instead thought that Saeki was a little strange. Finally, the two of them arrived in front of a crystal which was the core of the dungeon. Seki lowered Saeki's body for a moment, then examined the object on the hologram screen. Suddenly Saeki asked whether the object was a grimoire of release. Seki turned and asked if Saeki knew about that object. The girl answered it was an item that was rarely found at the end of a difficult dungeon, and when used, the item will awaken skills and talents. Hearing Saeki's statement, Seki was curious and asked, how did the girl know? Saeki answered that only a small group of people knew, but a lot of information was shared with those S ranks. Seki understood the meaning of Saeki's words, so he thought about this carefully. Seki Iori realized that if he became S rank, he would have better access to information. And in this case, the reason Ren has 2 skills is probably because he uses the grimoire of release. Seki Iori slowly reached out his hand to touch the crystal in front of him, and the bright light immediately dazzled their eyes. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, people were busy admiring the unusual dungeon gate. They knew of only 4A ranks and 2B ranks, which showed that they understood how urgent this problem was. They had heard information that a rank hunter had entered the dungeon. But because S rankers like Saeki are in trouble, according to them, the entry of a rank hunters doesn't help at all. Satsuki Ren, who heard those people's words, also thought that the place was too hard for him, and everyone in that place might die in vain. Satsuki secretly thanked him in his heart, because even though his schedule was very busy, he still had free time to come to that place. Suddenly the gate gave off a very bright light. They all looked alert and worried if the gate was damaged. But slowly Seki Iori came out of the gate while carrying Saeki on his back. Everyone waiting outside the gate was clearly shocked to see the two of them. Seeing this, Satsuki Ren immediately ran over to Seki, making Seki ask if the young man had come to help him. Satsuki Ren confirmed Seki's question, and according to him, it made sense that Seki was the one who broke into the dungeon. While walking away past Satsuki Ren, Seki said he would give Satsuki the details another time. Now he had to take Saeki to a safe place to rest. Seeing Seki Iori able to get out of a very dangerous dungeon safely, and even being able to have a good relationship with Satsuki Ren, clearly made people who saw Seki surprised. They began to wonder who Seki Iori really was. Seki Iori himself felt annoyed because he was once again the center of attention. Even so, this young man realized there was no point in worrying about that matter now, because he has bigger problems to worry about. Seki took Saeki to the front of her large, luxurious house. Seki was stunned to see the house. Saeki explained that this was because her father was a researcher. Seki asks if he asked about it too loudly. According to Saeki, Seki didn't need to ask because it was all clearly shown on his face. Before entering the house, Saeki asked if would Seki want to be her friend. Seki answered, of course. Saeki was very relieved to hear this, so she hoped that the two of them could go out together again next time. Seki Iori answered that maybe his hanging out should be postponed for a while because he had some things to do. Is that okay? Unexpectedly, Saeki had no problem with that. After that, Seki asked Saeki to rest well. Hearing this, Saeki turned to Seki, smiled, and said see you later. After replying to Saeki's message, the young man left. When Seki Iori had left, the girl held her face which felt hot and red from smiling. That night, after arriving home, Seki Iori sat at home contemplating. This youth realized he had truly become arrogant. Seki Iori realized that he excelled in magic, so he felt he could easily deal with the monster. But it turns out he was wrong. His arrogance almost got him killed. Because of this, Seki Iori wants to return to its former glory days. Seki Iori slowly entered Katoha's room. Sphere, who was looking after the girl, said that Seki had come home too late, so Katoha was already asleep. Finally, Seki Iori sat back in the living room, covering his face. Sphere approached the young man, so with a serious face, Seki Iori said that he wanted to become stronger. Sphere was shocked to hear the young man's statement, so she asked why Seki Iori suddenly changed his mind. Seki replies that he has realized his arrogance, that's all the reason. And he thought about protecting his life at this time. Seki Iori's happy life. That was the reason why he wanted to become stronger once again. So Seki asked if the sphere would help him. Sphere laughed a little before she finally screamed, realizing that Seki Iori was now really serious. Sphere said with great enthusiasm that this was what they had been waiting for the most. Sphere promises to be the perfect support for Seki Iori. Of course, Seki Iori expressed his gratitude for Sphere's help. The next day, while Saeki has breakfast with Kotoha, he asks if would Kotoha be bothered if he became famous. With a cheerful face, Kotoha answered, not in the slightest. Instead, she would love to brag to her friends about Saeki. Hearing this, the worry in Saeki's heart immediately disappeared, even though he was really worried that Kotoha would be very disturbed if he became famous. Saeki then says it looks like they can move now. Kotoha immediately became excited when he heard that. This girl can't wait to get a new home. After that, Kotoha went to school and waved goodbye to Saeki. Now it's time for Saeki Iori to act. The young man stood on top of the building. Then he jumped from the top of the building and used the Tenma summon skill to summon the holy dragon Soru. Saeki and Sphere ride the dragon to find the right location to practice. Sphere asks where they are going. Saeki answered that to grow stronger, he first needs a base. He would search for an uninhabited island with that goal in mind. Sphere asks if that's okay, and would it be okay if Saeki had an island of his own. Saeki replied he didn't think anyone would know, and if they found out, he would have confronted them right then and there. Sphere commented this is what it's like when Saeki Iori is serious. They flew over several islands near Japan. Sphere said, there are several small islands scattered in the area, so which one will Saeki choose? Saeki answered that he preferred islands that didn't have many hills. Sphere pointed out an island and said, there were quite a lot of trees but the place looked quite flat. Saeki agreed with the Sphere, and they landed on the island. They both stood on the beach with a beautiful view. Then the Sphere asked, now what will they do? With a serious face, Saeki Iori answered, of course, stay at that place. Sphere asks how exactly are they going to start setting up the place. Saeki explains that his priority is a development facility where he can create the items needed to enter the dungeon. Sphere guessed that meant they had to make a shelter, so he suggested starting by making a simple house first. So Saeki invited Sphere to find a good place to build a house like that. Saeki thought the terrain on the island is mostly flat, but there are lots of trees. Saeki thought they needed to make sure there was enough space, and the little fairy found a place that seemed suitable. Sphere finds a cave. Saeki inspects the cave and says it looks like it's big enough to accommodate the development facility he has in mind. But then, they saw that there were many snakes in the cave. Sphere was shocked and screamed in fear, especially because the snakes started approaching to attack them. Saeki Iori just gave them a sharp look, which scared the snakes, and immediately ran away. Saeki gave an excuse, their instincts were probably telling them that their lives were in danger, so the snakes immediately left the cave. This young man also said that he had to apologize to the snakes because he had decided to use their place. Now they need a door and some interior fittings and decorations for the cave. Saeki called Nemiya. Then he ordered the mystical lion-shaped animal to cut down several trees around the area and take them to the cave. Sphere comments that Nemiya looks like a pet now. To the point, the Sphere couldn't feel the slightest bit of its majesty since Saeki first got it. Saeki asked the little fairy not to worry, and now they might as well start cleaning that cave. It didn't take long, they succeeded in turning the cave into a clean and comfortable place. Even now the cave is full of items from Saeki's previous life. After finishing preparing the contents of the cave, they went to check Nemiya's work. The mystical lion had finished uprooting several trees in the corner of the forest area, causing the forest which was initially overgrown with many trees to suddenly turn into empty land. Saeki praised Nemiya and rubbed the mystical lion's head gently as a form of appreciation for Nemiya's pretty good job. After Nemiya cut down the trees, Saeki immediately took out his sword and made a plank to use the trees as a door. Not long after, the large and sturdy wooden door had finished closing the mouth of the cave. Now their base is complete. After that, Sphere asks what else should they do now. Saeki Iori answered, my only way to become stronger is to develop skill points and use them to obtain new spells from in other worlds when leveling up. Hearing this, Sphere's expression immediately soured. When Saeki asked, why does the Sphere look so unhappy? Sphere firmly said of course he was not happy. Sphere means, why would they come to an uninhabited island and make a base, if in the end what Saeki has to do is level up and just keep going through the dungeon in Tokyo? Saeki said the Sphere was misunderstood. Naturally, the base is very important for leveling up. Saeki Iori took out some magic stones and said, the difficulty of the dungeon that can be entered now is very trivial. So to become stronger, he had to fight even stronger enemies. So he will use the magic stones he has been collecting even after Kotoha recovers. Now, Saeki Iori wants to create a strong golem to accompany him in training. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city which was starting to get dark, there was a creature who was cursing because he had just been defeated by Saeki Iori. It turns out that the creature was a mutant that Saeki Iori fought when saving Saeki. The creature felt grateful for having a smaller spare body. Thanks to that, he managed to escape even after losing the dungeon. But he had to start over from the beginning and it was all that bastard Saeki Iori's fault. That night, a young man passed by. Quickly, the mysterious creature immediately jumped onto the foreign young man's head and slowly took control of his body. The living creature is determined to regain its strength in a short time, and this time he will rule them all. Saeki Iori will use the magic stones he previously hoarded because Katoha was healed to create a strong golem. Spheres of course understood, and now she understood why Saeki Iori needed such a large place. Saeki Iori confirmed it, and he then started making it. First, he would prepare a magic furnace to remove the impurities from the magic stone. Then he will melt it into a magic ingot that has a high level of purity. Saeki Iori will also use all the magic stones he has. Spheres mean that one ingot will come from one magic stone. Each stone will require a processing time of around 10 minutes. Spheres want to know how many ingots it takes to make a golem. Saeki Iori said that he needed 50 magic stones and 5 ingots. Saeki Iori plans to make the golem from an outer layer of magic stone. Meanwhile, the inner frame will use rods. Saeki Iori wanted to focus on the internal mechanism framework in the golem's body. Therefore, he would use all the high-quality magic stones to make the ingots. However, he realized that this work would require expensive costs and also take a long time. Everything was more than the initial estimate he had planned. Therefore, Saeki Iori asked Spheres for help to create an ingot for him. Of course, the Spheres who heard this objected because they had to work hard. Saeki Iori asks again about the Spheres' wish to help him become stronger. Of course, Spheres did say that. It's just that she didn't expect that she would have to deal with such trivial work. Moreover, the worst part of the job was that there was no internet at the place. Saeki Iori said that Spheres is too dependent on the internet lately. But even so, Spheres is still determined to make Saeki Iori a stronger figure. If he wasn't the one who helped the man, then who else would? Of course, Saeki Iori was grateful, and he would also let Nemiya there to help Spheres lift the magic stone because he definitely wouldn't be able to do it himself. The Spheres of course agree. She asked Nemiya to be a good assistant for her. Saeki Iori was happy to hear that. He will hand over the work to make ingots from rank B to rank S. The Spheres were of course sure they could be relied on to do it, but she wanted to know what Saeki Iori would do while she worked like that. Saeki Iori then says that it seems like he still doesn't have enough magic stones at the moment, so he plans to go to Tokyo and collect more magic stones. As a rank adventurer, Saeki Iori has the advantage of being able to go alone to B-rank dungeons and below. Therefore, he went to the Ghost Castle dungeon. He planned to collect many magic stones for himself, so it would be more comfortable for him to go alone rather than with a team. Saeki Iori finally started exploring the castle, and without difficulty, he managed to get 5 B-rank magic stones. Saeki Iori certainly felt happy because he was able to get a lot of magic stones even though he had just entered the dungeon. He was sure that the previous adventurers who managed to conquer the dungeon didn't even try to enter the castle. Of course, it was a good thing because he could get more magic stones, although perhaps he might encounter some danger later. It turns out that Saeki Iori was not alone in the dungeon. There is an adventurer hiding. However, in his heart, he wondered how Saeki Iori, who had just arrived, could defeat so many nightmare monsters so easily. He suspected that Saeki Iori was an S-rank adventurer. However, if he remembered, he had never seen an S-rank adventurer like him. Of course, he became increasingly curious about the figure of Saeki Iori. He was very annoyed because he had laid many traps in the castle to catch nightmare monsters. However, Saeki Iori's presence disrupts all his efforts. He is an incompetent adventurer, but he likes to steal tools and equipment. The man had no other choice. He planned to leave there and act as if he had never been in the dungeon. However, before he had time to run away, Saeki Iori appeared behind him. He immediately knew that it was the man who collected the monsters before. The man was certainly very surprised at how Saeki Iori could find out where he was. Saeki Iori could feel that someone had been stalking him all along. So, he tried to take a look. Who would have thought he would see a criminal hiding? In the dungeon, it was difficult to differentiate between murder and accident. Of course, Saeki Iori had to act because he didn't know what kind of criminal he was facing. However, the criminal began to show the spirited away skill which allowed him to disappear. The villain confidently said that Saeki Iori wouldn't be able to catch him even though he was very strong. Saeki Iori was quite impressed with the villain's ability to completely hide himself and become transparent. This skill is stronger than the invisibility skill he has. It's just a shame that the villain has to fight him this time. Of course, the criminal couldn't escape. Saeki Iori easily found it with the Eye of Wisdom. He immediately ran to catch the criminal and knocked him to the ground. Of course, the villain is surprised that Saeki Iori can see him. He also asked Saeki Iori to defeat him, but of course, the man had another way, namely by giving him to the Adventurers Guild. Hamada was of course grateful for Saeki Iori's help. The criminal who was previously caught was a criminal who had often orchestrated several dungeon destructions. Of course, Saeki Iori is happy to help. Hamada then said that just yesterday Saeki Iori completed the Bewitching Forest dungeon. Hamada didn't even feel like he could be properly thanked for the help. However, today the man was wandering alone in a rank B dungeon. Saeki Iori could only say yes, and Hamada praised the man for being a hard worker. Hamada was of course happy. He again offered to help with Saeki Iori's promotion if he changed his mind. Saeki Iori said that he would think about it. After Hamada left, Saeki Iori was thinking about that possibility. Previously he never wanted to accept the offer, but looking at the current conditions it seemed like becoming an S-rank adventurer was the best step he could take. Just not right now, because he still has to determine a new residence for them and ensure Katoha's safety first. There are many things to do, but now the focus will be on conquering the next dungeon. Saeki Iori finally returned home and he was looking at the magic stones he had collected after a day of defeating monsters in a dungeon. He got 24 degrees Celsius rank magic stones and 30B rank magic stones. Saeki Iori soon realized that even if he spent one day in the dungeon, the number of magic stones he would collect was still not enough. Saeki Iori is determined to complete several dungeons in one day, and for this, he will start early the next day. Saeki Iori greeted Katoha when she was home. Katoha also welcomed back the arrival of her older brother. However, then he asked about spheres which he had not seen all day. Katoha becomes curious about where the spheres are. Almost forgetting it, Saeki Iori remembered that the spheres were on an uninhabited island at the moment. However, then the spheres came and landed on Katoha's head. Of course, Katoha was happy to see the existence of the spheres at that time. She also wondered where the spheres came from all day. Saeki Iori also wants to know when the spheres will return. Spheres casually said that it was easy for him to appear by their side within a certain amount of time. Moreover, he is a manager of forbidden restriction. They all understand. The next day, Saeki Iori was back in front of a dungeon. He even asked Hamada to help make a list for him. Saeki Iori today plans to conquer 5 problematic dungeons. The first dungeon is a ranked dungeon called the Hall of 100 Years of Training. There are no bosses there, but there are various types of monsters from rank B to rank A that will come to attack. That type of dungeon would be a suitable dungeon for him in such a situation. As soon as Saeki Iori was about to enter the dungeon, 2 guards immediately stopped him. They reminded him that the dungeon was a rank A dungeon which should not be entered alone. However, Saeki Iori quickly showed the permit in his hand, and of course, the 2 men immediately invited him in. They apologized and hoped that Saeki Iori could be careful because there were many strong monsters in the dungeon. Of course, Saeki Iori immediately thanked him before entering the dungeon. Saeki Iori stepped in, trying to think about the strategy to use. If it was true that there were many strong monsters in the dungeon, then he had to maintain his common sense. Meanwhile, outside, the 2 guards were curious about the figure of Saeki Iori, whom they had never heard of before. They couldn't believe how Saeki Iori could get permission to enter the dungeon alone even though he was not an S-rank adventurer. The 2 guards were still curious about Saeki Iori's true figure. Saeki Iori finally arrived in the dungeon. He could see several monsters in the form of immortal knights continuing to train against each other. Even if they were defeated, they could restore their bodies to their original form. The Hall of 100 Years of Training is a fitting name. Saeki Iori immediately used the power of the Eye of Wisdom to see the Eternal Knights. The man could immediately see a magic circle on each knight's chest. This magic circle is what makes the knight immortal. Saeki Iori immediately understands that he must destroy the magic circle to defeat the immortal knight once and for all. Saeki Iori tried to attack, but it turned out that the knight's defense was quite strong. He decided to use the Sword of Tenma to penetrate their defenses, even though in the end he also had to suppress the effects of the explosion that might occur later. However, just as he was about to attack, Saeki Iori could see the number of immortal knights increasing in number. Saeki Iori could only be amazed at the good cooperation between the knights. It was clear that the dungeon was one of the most problematic dungeons he had encountered. Saeki Iori is overwhelmed and isn't sure he can defeat all the immortal knights alone. Last night he used the Grimoire of Release and unlocked another contracted familiar monster which also expanded the forbidden restriction in the skill tree. Saeki Iori can grow stronger now as he levels up later. Saeki Iori also began to change his plans. He initially felt he had to conquer the dungeon by finding and destroying the dungeon core while avoiding the immortal knights. However, now he will not use that method. Saeki Iori gave orders to Coral to target all the magic circles inside the knights' bodies. He wants to defeat all the existing knights. Coral sounded very excited and so did Saeki Iori, who was ready. Coral is a horned imperial beast that has the power of lightning. Even now Coral has not reached his maximum potential, but after going through several evolutions, both his strength and speed have even rivaled lightning itself. Coral began to attack the knights very well, but on the other hand, of course, Saeki Iori doesn't want to lose. He also started attacking using the Sword of Tenma. Not long after, he stabbed one knight from behind his back. He managed to defeat one knight. Then together with Coral, he agreed to destroy all the knights quickly. In the end, the 2 of them succeeded in defeating all the Eternal Knights. With this achievement, Saeki Iori managed to get 40 rank B magic stones. Of course, Saeki Iori was satisfied to see it. even though he could only go up 2 levels, which was very little for him. Saeki Iori knows that he must find a strong opponent for himself. Saeki Iori finally continues his journey to find the core of the dungeon. As far as he could see, there were only 2 floors left. Saeki Iori immediately went up to the 2nd floor and saw a knight there named Diant Death Knight Asger. Before starting the match, Saeki Iori let Coral go. He didn't forget to thank him and said that he would handle everything alone from that point on. After Coral left, Saeki Iori looked at the monsters that were starting to attack. Compared with his previous life, Saeki Iori's fighting ability feels weakened. Therefore, he should try to fight with fast movements at that level. On the other hand, Satsuki Ren was sparring with Kirishima without even looking him in the eye. Of course, Kirishima felt offended because he felt Satsuki Ren was taking him for granted. Satsuki Ren certainly denies it. He didn't mean to do it, but if Kirishima wanted to fight, then he wouldn't hold back either. Returning to Saeki Iori immediately restrained the knight's movements. He immediately realized that the knight was strong, even though he was not in rank as Saeki Iori began to attack the knight. The attack was successful and the knight lost by being split into 2. Back to Satsuki Ren, who has stopped fighting with Kirishima. The man of course wanted to fight with Satsuki Ren, but currently he was facing many problems. For him, fighting with Satsuki Ren was just a joke. Of course, Satsuki Ren didn't mind as long as the man had limits when joking around with him. Kirishima then leaves after saying Satsuki Ren is a scary bastard. After the man left, Satsuki Ren began to think about Saeki Iori, who seemed destined to become famous. Kirishima may also make a big public announcement regarding Saeki Iori. Back to Saeki Iori, who is still busy conquering the dungeon. There was only 1 more floor left for him to conquer. In the city, Kirishima Kuji, an S-rank adventurer who has infinite sword technique skills, is meeting Kandasaki at a restaurant. The man said he was quite surprised when he heard that it was Kandasaki. He also said that he had never heard of Saeki Iori before. He wanted to know if the man was strong. Kandasaki without hesitation said that Saeki Iori was stronger than Kirishima. The man laughed at that. Kirishima then wanted to know whether Kandasaki would fall in love with a knight who helped him in shining armor. Back in the dungeon, Saeki Iori finally finished defeating all the monsters. He managed to get 100 B rank magic stones and 2 A rank magic stones. The amount was even much more than he had planned. It seemed he already had enough magic stones to make a golem. But first, he had to destroy the dungeon core. Meanwhile, Kandasaki chose not to say anything more to Kirishima. He chose to leave rather than discuss unimportant things with Kirishima. The man could only say yes. However, he then asked if that meant Kandasaki wouldn't mind if he went to kill Saeki Iori. Kandasaki casually told Kirishima to do it, but he assured him he would kill Kirishima first before he killed Saeki Iori. At the Adventurers Guild, Saeki Iori had already left the dungeon. Of course, the guard who was in front of the gate previously was surprised because Saeki Iori had completed the dungeon alone. The other men apologized because they had previously prejudiced Saeki Iori. Of course, he didn't mind that. However, not long after, someone approached him and confirmed Saeki Iori's identity. Saeki Iori certainly wants to know who the man in front of him is. However, Kirishima later said that he was only joking. They are both adventurers, so they should get along with each other. Previously, Kirishima, who was still talking to Kandasaki, finally asked the girl to leave because they had finished talking. Kandasaki once again warned, if he found out that Kirishima was doing something suspicious, then he wouldn't hesitate to take action. Kirishima could immediately see how Kandasaki had never shown interest in anyone before. However, now he shows great attention to Saeki Iori. Kirishima guessed that Saeki Iori must be someone extraordinary. The dungeon gate guard who saw Kirishima, an S-rank adventurer, was certainly very surprised. However, because he was in a bad condition, Kirishima just kicked the man. Of course, Saeki Iori immediately reminded him not to carry out that kind of violence, especially against a guild staff member like before. Back at the restaurant, Kirishima, who was bored because he had missed the interesting dungeon before, was now determined to annoy Saeki Iori. Kirishima couldn't help but laugh. He also thought so because their strength was very important for the needs of their country. As long as the adventurers did their job, not even the law could bother them. Saeki Iori wants to know what the man wants from him. Kirishima heard about an extraordinary newcomer, so he intended to meet him. Saeki Iori certainly wants to know if that's really all Kirishima wants. Of course, Kirishima was happy because Saeki Iori quickly understood. Saeki Iori said that people like Kirishima are very predictable. He just wanted to prove himself as the strongest. Saeki Iori repeated his experience when he was on the 3rd floor of the 100 Years of Training Hall. Saeki Iori immediately knew that it was the last floor. He could immediately see a large number of knights and also one giant knight there. Saeki Iori tried to face him and called Coral once again to help him. he just had to beat them all. Elsewhere, Satsuki Ren is having a photo session. After finishing his activities, he relaxed alone on the roof. Kirishima soon approached him and quipped that he seemed to be having difficulty becoming a famous figure. Satsuki Ren was quite surprised to see Kirishima there at that time, so she wanted to know what he wanted. Kirishima then says that it wasn't a big deal at all. He just wanted to know about Seki Iori. Satsuki Ren immediately understood what was going on there. He then asked if Seki Iori was now famous enough to make Kirishima interested in targeting him. Kirishima realized that Satsuki Ren looked happy even though they were talking about their friend. Kirishima suspected the man was a psycho. Of course, Satsuki Ren laughed. It's not that he's happy, it's just that he knows that Seki Iori is stronger than anyone else. Of course, Kirishima wanted to know what Satsuki Ren meant. Does that man think he is not a threat to Seki Iori? However, Satsuki Ren did not want to agree or deny these words. Of course, Kirishima was increasingly curious. However, Satsuki Ren asked Kirishima to be careful if the man wanted to chase Seki Iori, or else the man would hurt Kirishima's ego. Hearing all these words made Kirishima very angry and tried to attack Satsuki Ren. Of course, the man easily blocked Kirishima's attack. Of course, Kirishima felt humiliated. However, at that time Satsuki Ren said that he didn't mean that. It's just that if Kirishima wanted to fight, then he wouldn't hold back. Of course, Kirishima wanted it badly, but right now he couldn't cause much trouble. For him, it was just a joke. On the other hand, Satsuki Ren doesn't mind at all as long as the man knows his limits. Kirishima finally left the man after stating that Satsuki Ren was a scary weirdo. After Kirishima left, Satsuki Ren felt that everything was getting even more interesting now. Seki Iori seems destined to be famous. Kirishima could even make this big and even be heard by the wider public. Satsuki Ren couldn't help but laugh because he could feel how a new era would soon arrive. On the other hand, Seki Iori's work is finally finished. He managed to get a total of 100 B rank magic stones and 2 A rank magic stones. More than he expected, and that meant he had to start making golems. But first, he had to destroy the dungeon core. Once out of the dungeon, Seki Iori met 2 guards again. Of course, the guard who was in front of the gate previously was surprised because Seki Iori had completed the dungeon alone. The other men apologized because they had previously prejudiced Seki Iori. Of course, he didn't mind that. However, not long after, someone approached him and confirmed Seki Iori's identity. Seki Iori certainly wants to know who the man in front of him is. However, Kirishima later said that he was only joking. They are both adventurers, so they should get along with each other. The dungeon gate guard who saw Kirishima, an S-rank adventurer, was certainly very surprised. However, because he was in a bad condition, Kirishima just kicked the man. Of course, Seki Iori immediately reminded him not to carry out that kind of violence, especially against a guild staff member like before. Kirishima couldn't help but laugh. He also thought so because their strength was very important for the needs of their country. As long as the adventurers did their job, not even the law could bother them. Seki Iori wants to know what the man wants from him. Kirishima heard about an extraordinary newcomer, so he intended to meet him. Seki Iori certainly wants to know if that's really all Kirishima wants. Of course, Kirishima was happy because Seki Iori quickly understood. Seki Iori said that people like Kirishima are very predictable. He just wanted to prove himself as the strongest. Even if not, he would want to make an example out of him, or even come to cause trouble. Kirishima hearing Seki Iori talk a lot made him even more annoyed, and maybe he would be able to cheer him up later. Seki Iori didn't mind at all. However, in return, he wanted Kirishima not to approach him again if the man lost. Kirishima immediately agreed, but for him, Seki Iori misunderstood him there. He will never approach Seki Iori again even after he wins, because in the end, he will be the one who dies. Kirishima immediately attacks Seki Iori. The man was quite amazed by the extraordinary strength of the man who was an S-rank adventurer. Kirishima knew that the sudden attack was enough to surprise Seki Iori. He hoped that Seki Iori would not disappoint him because he had high hopes for that man. Of course, Seki Iori will not disappoint. After all, he didn't plan to die soon. Seki Iori immediately fought back, and Kirishima was quite impressed with the attack. The guild staff was of course confused about what was happening. The scene before his eyes should not be included in his scope of work. On the other hand, Kirishima saw Seki Iori's good skills, but such skills were completely useless if used against him. Kirishima attacks again and Seki Iori blocks the movement. Kirishima could see the man was confused. The guild staff who saw the fight could judge how Kirishima seemed to be leading the match so far. This was the reason why his infinite sword technique was so feared by many people. Kirishima asks Seki Iori to move because if he doesn't, he will die. However, Seki Iori is secretly studying the techniques used by Kirishima. He eventually finds out that Kirishima absorbed Tenma's mana and made it his own. That's why the differences between them are getting bigger. However, Seki Iori is confident that his ability to manipulate mana is the best in the world. He can play around with the mana that has been absorbed and then create a trap to give some damage to Kirishima. The guild staff now saw how Saeki Iori seemed to be taking control. However, he seems to have strength comparable to Kirishima. Of course, it makes him even more curious about who Saeki Iori is. Of course, Kirishima, who was starting to get hurt, wanted to know what Saeki Iori had done. Saeki Iori casually turned Kirishima's words back to him. He could only say that the skills Kirishima had were useless against him. Hearing those words made Kirishima even angrier. He reminds Saeki Iori not to focus too much on himself. Kirishima immediately gathered new strength, and at least he was relieved because it turned out that Saeki Iori could indeed provide equal resistance. However, now is the right time to end it all. The guild staff who saw the fight grew increasingly disbelieving. Kirishima's strength wasn't even something a human should be able to do. Saeki Iori saw what Kirishima was doing. He immediately knew that the attack from the man could still absorb the mana he had. But this time he couldn't use the same trap as before to attack Kirishima. Saeki Iori wanted to know if that meant he had no way to win. At that time, Kirishima said that Saeki Iori would be cut into several pieces with his unlimited power and end up dead. At that time, Saeki arrived and quickly prevented Kirishima's actions. Kirishima didn't expect the woman to come, but she still arrived late. There is nothing that Saeki can change anymore. Saeki was of course very angry, but Saeki Iori quickly said that he was fine and asked Saeki to step back and look. Saeki had no choice but to agree. Kirishima laughed even wider. Even if the two of them joined forces and worked together, he was sure they wouldn't be able to stop him. Saeki Iori said he was tired of Kirishima's words. He chose to immediately point out the differences between himself and Kirishima. Of course, this made Kirishima even more enthusiastic about killing someone he hoped would die at his hands. Kirishima attacked blindly. However, as soon as his sword was about to cut Saeki Iori, the man attacked him first and injured Kirishima. Of course, Kirishima couldn't believe how Saeki Iori could do it. Saeki Iori said that nothing in this world is unlimited. Simply put, he just took advantage of the slight difference between the two and attacked Kirishima. The guild staff who happened to see the entire fight were of course surprised to see that Saeki Iori could defeat a famous S-rank adventurer, Kirishima. Saeki immediately approached him and asked whether the man was okay or injured. Saeki Iori said that he was fine. Saeki, using a star shadow blessing, immediately helped the man to recover his body condition. Saeki Iori certainly wanted to know if it was healing magic. Saeki immediately confirmed it. She uses this ability to heal Saeki Iori's wounds. Saeki Iori thanked while rubbing the top of Saeki's head and making her blush. Not long after, Saeki Iori got a call on his cell phone which he had to answer immediately. Apparently, it was Kotoha who called to remind them about their plans for the day. Saeki Iori forgets about it for a bit, but then Kotoha reminds him that they will celebrate Shimizu's discharge from the hospital. The party will be held at their house. To be honest, Saeki Iori had indeed forgotten about it. In his heart, he apologized to Shimizu. On the other side, Kotoha was still waiting for an answer from Saeki. Saeki Iori immediately agreed. She will soon be home after shopping for all the party necessities. Kotoha asked her older brothers to come faster because they were all waiting. After that, Saeki Iori immediately apologized and said goodbye to Saeki because he had to go home quickly. Saeki was curious because he heard something about a party. Saeki Iori immediately confirmed it and Saeki stated that she wanted to attend the party. Saeki Iori couldn't decide for himself, so he asked his other friends via group chat. After Saeki Iori said what he meant to everyone, they warmly welcomed Saeki's arrival. Initially, Saeki Iori was afraid of making everyone uncomfortable because of the arrival of a figure they didn't know. However, Saeki Iori's colleagues didn't mind Saeki's sister's presence at all. After sending the message, Saeki Iori told Saeki to enjoy the party together. The two agreed to go together. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the guild staff who saw the two of them leave were a little confused when they saw Kirishima who was still lying down. The two finally agreed to take the man to the hospital. At Saeki Iori's house, the man finally arrived. Kotoha and Spheres greeted him cheerfully. Seeing Saeki Iori who arrived late, Spheres was sure that the man had forgotten about the party. However, Saeki Iori dodged it. Saeki, who followed in, immediately apologized because my presence might be disturbing. Kotoha didn't think that Saeki, who came to their house a few days ago, would actually come. Saeki immediately apologized again for causing them problems recently. Kotoha certainly didn't mind it. She is also grateful that Saeki has been looking after Saeki lately. Seeing Kotoha's friendly attitude, Saeki praised her. Of course, as an older brother, Saeki Iori recognizes them. Seeing Saeki Iori's response, Saeki thought the man was a strange person or an older brother who really loved his younger sister. Of course, Saeki Iori firmly avoided it. At that time, Saeki Iori took Saeki to meet his other colleagues. Saeki kindly introduced herself. Everyone certainly didn't expect to meet Saki's sister there. They felt so happy and proud to be able to meet Saki. They even scrambled to shake hands with the S-rank adventurer. Shimizu also greeted him, and Saki recognized as a former member of the Red Dragons. Shimizu was certainly quite surprised that Saki actually knew me. The girl then said that she really knew a lot about high-ranking adventurers. Shimizu praised Saki's extraordinary memory because the number of adventurers was also very large. However, Saki casually said that it wasn't difficult at all to remember such information since the number of adventurers didn't even exceed 10,000 people. Seki Iori's colleagues were certainly even more surprised because Saki indeed had extraordinary memory abilities. Not long after, they wanted to ask questions about what relationship actually existed between Saki and Seki Iori. Saki's sister hesitantly answered that they were more than friends but also not a couple. Seki Iori, who heard this answer, of course, asked Saki not to give an answer that could make people misunderstand. That's right, because that answer surprised everyone. So Seki Iori quickly had to correct that they were just friends. Seki Iori then asked about the invisible Najisawa. However, apparently, the girl couldn't come because she had urgent business. However, they will still have fun anyway. Seki Iori, who had bought a lot of delicious food, also asked everyone to eat immediately. They all congratulate Shimizu on being able to fully recover and be released from the hospital. Shimizu was certainly grateful. Katoha will also start making beef stew for Seki Iori with spheres helping her. Everyone at that time looked so happy while talking. Saki, who was observing everyone, could feel the cheerful and pleasant atmosphere. At that time, she thanked Seki Iori for inviting me to come. Seki Iori just smiles and says that they've only just started. She asked Saki to have fun that night too. In a restaurant, Kyuju Akira, an S-rank adventurer with the mana crystallization skill, is enjoying his drink. He saw someone coming and thanked because that person had accepted the invitation. He immediately checked whether their plan with Kirishima was going well. At Seki Iori's house, Katoha finally served their meal, namely beef stew. They all ate it with gusto. They also praised the food as tasting very good. Seki Iori's colleagues didn't expect that the girl was actually so good at cooking. Katoha says that she just tried her best to cook it. Saki also liked it, and Seki Iori was relieved to hear that. Saki observed everyone. She hasn't eaten with a lot of people in a long time. Saki glanced at Seki Iori. The girl felt everything was fun. Finally, it got late and they started saying goodbye one by one. Katoha bid everyone farewell, thanking them for coming and asking everyone to be careful on their way home. On the way home, everyone was happy because of the fun party. Shimizu suddenly became curious. She wants to know how Saki finally got to know Seki Iori. Likewise with other colleagues who are also curious. Saki said that she first saw Seki Iori in a fight against a monster. She was also the first to contact the man. They want to know whether Saki thinks Seki Iori is an extraordinary man. Saki immediately confirmed it. Seki Iori is even stronger than the average S-rank adventurer. They are again curious about who is stronger, Seki Iori and Saki. Without hesitation, Saki said that Seki Iori was the stronger of them. In fact, that man once saved from a dangerous situation. They were all shocked, but also curious about what kind of situation was actually threatening Saki at that time. Saki said that at that time a very strong monster suddenly appeared. However, Seki Iori arrived and managed to defeat the monster. Shimizu was quite impressed by Seki Iori's actions. However, not Seki Iori's two female colleagues were secretly annoyed because it turned out their story was almost the same as what happened to Saki. They wanted to know whether Seki Iori was deliberately only saving the girls. At that time, at Seki Iori's house, he kept sneezing until Katoha had to make sure that the man was healthy. Seki Iori said that he was fine, but in his heart, for some reason, he had a feeling of a misunderstanding about me. Seki Iori returns to his uninhabited home to continue making golems. He had already collected enough magic stones to make a golem. The spheres had also been there to help him. Seki Iori is of course happy to get this help. Spheres began to ask about the differences between the two golems. Seki Iori immediately explained that the difference between the two lies in fighting style. The blue golems are fast-type golems, while the colored golems are strong-type golems. Both of them are at the same level as S-rank monsters. Spheres are certainly curious about how Seki Iori can make something extraordinary using magic stones. Seki Iori said that it was his specialty when he was still an archmage. Seki Iori began to explain the process of making the golem in detail. However, of course, the spheres didn't understand it at all. he will only come to the conclusion that Saeki Iori is a hard worker. Now that he had succeeded in doing so, Spheres wanted to know what the man would do with the 2 golems. Saeki Iori has said it before. So far he had only been able to conquer easy dungeons. So, to make him stronger, he will fight these 2 golems which are equivalent to S-rank monsters as practice. Spheres understood, and now she wanted to know which golem Saeki Iori would fight first. Saeki Iori confidently said that he would fight both of them. Of course, the Spheres who heard it were confused and worried. Saeki Iori should have fought one at a time instead of all at once. Saeki Iori felt he needed a challenge so that the training sessions wouldn't be too boring for him. After all, from the start, it was the Spheres that said that I would have to face such difficulties. Spheres was still upset because of course that wasn't the kind of difficulty I was referring to. Spheres then say that Saeki Iori must be at least above level 1000 to safely fight an S-rank monster. Currently, Saeki Iori is planning to fight 2 monsters at once. If Saeki Iori fails, then that means he will end up dead. However, no matter what you say, Saeki Iori won't listen. The man just laughed because Spheres clearly knew him well. After all, fighting 2 monsters at once meant saving more time and energy. Of course, the Spheres disagreed because fighting 2 golems clearly required more time and energy. Saeki Iori still insisted that the fight against the 2 golems would be faster. Rather than continue arguing, he decided to directly show it to the Spheres. At school, Kadoha, who was resting, was called by a friend. Her friend asked Kadoha to see a news story about an adventurer who fought with S-rank adventurer Kirishima and won. Of course, Kadoha was interested in hearing more news. The friend said that someone recorded the entire incident even though he could barely see anything in the video. However, just imagining 2 top adventurers fighting was incredible. Kadoha tries to see the video and is very surprised to find out that it is Saeki Iori. Kadoha finally could only say that the fight looked amazing and they couldn't even see what the 2 were doing. Kadoha's friend agreed. Plus, I'm sure that after this, the man in the video will definitely become a rising star among adventurers. In a dungeon called the Cave of the Big Demon, several adventurers are fighting ogres. They realized that the ogre boss was weak to fire, so they planned to attack using fire. Before they had time to complete their tactic, a man had already launched himself forward towards the monster. Other adventurers naturally tried to dissuade him and asked him not to rush. However, the man ignored him. After all, the ogre was just a small insect to him. The man easily killed the ogres, even making all the adventurers stunned to see his fighting ability. The man defeated the ogre in just a blink of an eye. They started praising the man, who turned out to be Murata. Murata was underestimated because he fought with his bare hands instead of having a sword, but it turns out he was able to prove himself. Murata then kicked an adventurer unceremoniously and immediately caused serious injuries. Of course, the other adventurers were surprised by his actions. Murata revealed that from the start that was his goal. He killed the other adventurers there and left one person injured. From the start, he only wanted a stronger body. He doesn't care about what happens to humans. The adventurer didn't understand what Murata meant. Murata actually thanked the adventurer for her beautiful body and then killed her. On an uninhabited island, Saeki Iori starts his fight against 2 golems. Spheres can only cheer from a distance. The golem started attacking and Saeki Iori was quite relieved because the attack was even stronger than I expected. The other golems also didn't want to be outdone and started attacking with punches. Spheres believed that being hit by such a blow could cause death. Saeki Iori said that it might happen if he was hit by the monster. However, now he understood how the golem moved. So, now he only needed to estimate the direction of movement and attacks of the 2 golems. Spheres looked worriedly at Saeki Iori, who could only continue to defend against the golem's attacks. He didn't even know how Saeki Iori managed to escape that attack. At that moment, Saeki Iori saw an opportunity. It uses the circulation boost theme. Immediately to counterattack, he managed to make 2 golems attack each other. Spheres felt excited too. She knows what Saeki Iori's plan is. Saeki was targeting the point where his attack had weakened. Saeki Iori finally managed to defeat the blue golem with his meteor breaker skill. As a reward, Saeki Iori managed to level up. Of course, he was relieved and so were the praising Spheres. But then, the red golem took the blue golem's magic stone lying on the grass and put it into its own body. The union caused a huge reaction and Saeki Iori had no idea it would happen. The remaining golems turned purple. Of course, this change scared the Spheres. She asked Saeki Iori to immediately kill the golem. However, Saeki Iori couldn't do it because the golem had already evolved and he couldn't prevent it anymore. The Spheres immediately understood that this meant Saeki Iori had no choice but to fight and defeat the golem. The man immediately confirmed. The remaining golem had completely absorbed the power in the previous golem's magic stone. This will make the evolved golem have extraordinary strength and speed. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if the golem was even above S-rank monsters in general. Iori is really increasingly challenged and is preparing to fight the golem a second time. Iori immediately fought back, as did the golem. Iori could feel that the golem was becoming stronger. Iori tried to think of a way out and he decided to use the trump card he had. At school, a girl was running until she was exhausted. She, who was still grumbling, was quite surprised when someone started running past me. The girl is Kotoha, who is seen running quickly. Kotoha's friend who was left behind was very surprised because it was already the third time Kotoha to pass me. Meanwhile, she hasn't even finished one lap. Kotoha ran very fast. Kotoha could only laugh and reason that she had been very excited lately. Kotoha's friends were once again confused because Kotoha had previously been stuck in the hospital for a long time. When Kotoha was resting, her teacher came and offered her to join the athletic club. She said that Kotoha's previous 1,000-meter run was even good enough to compete in national competitions. Kotoha kindly refused and said she had to finish her homework. The teacher is convinced again because of Kotoha's extraordinary abilities. Kotoha even feels she can win if he takes part in a national competition at the school level. Kotoha then said how her older brother fought very hard for his recovery while he was being treated in the hospital. At least she wants to return the favor by taking care of their house. The teacher was of course amazed to see Kotoha, who was a good girl. The teacher finally apologized for being too pushy without knowing Kotoha's real reason. The teacher is sure that Kotoha's older brother will definitely be happy with all the help given by the girl. Kotoha thanked the kind words. But suddenly, a strange gate appeared in the middle of the field and attracted the attention of the teachers and students there. Master immediately realized that it was a dungeon gate. Everyone immediately ran to save themselves. The teacher asked all students to enter the school. Suddenly, monsters even came out of the gate. The teacher was even more surprised to see this. In the panic, a girl ended up tripping and falling. The monster started to look and the girl became afraid. Kotoha, who saw her friend, certainly wanted to help. The teacher, who saw Kotoha, warned the girl to come back. However, Kotoha didn't listen and instead jumped high to protect her friend. Kotoha asked her friend to leave immediately because she would be the one holding back the monster's movements. Kotoha's friend immediately ran while saying sorry and thank you. Kotoha looked at the monster that was much bigger than her standing in front of her. I honestly felt a little scared, but still managed it. The disease that previously put me in the hospital was incompatible skill syndrome. It was an illness where the body couldn't withstand the skills growing from within me. However, now she is fully recovered. That means she has gained a strong skill. Kotoha tried to concentrate. She finally took out a sword and used demon god art skills to kill the monster. The teacher and her friends were surprised to see everything Kotoha did. Of course, they looked in awe and disbelief. To his friends, Kotoha even looks very cool. Kotoha, who managed to defeat the monster, smiled cheerfully. She knows very well that I can defeat that monster. Iori was watching the golem in front of him. The evolved golem was now much stronger than himself. He had to be brave enough to take risks if he wanted to defeat the golem. He will not protect his entire body with Tenma, but will only focus on one part. However, if he were hit, he could die. Iori immediately tried to fight back with that focused power. However, at least that way, he could overcome Golem's defenses and even defeat him. The all-seeing spheres fluttered as well. She didn't expect Iori to come up with another crazy idea. However, of course, golems don't give up easily. He attacked Iori again. The man also didn't give up easily. The golem's attacks seemed very simple to him and he could handle them easily. The fight was still going on fiercely until Iori showed a smile. In his previous life, Iori lived alone. He only focused on improving his magical abilities and becoming a solitary archmage. So at this time, Iori could even act very calmly in such a dangerous situation. He even looks like Iori from his previous life. Iori, who Spheres saw, really enjoyed all the fighting. Not long after, the golem began looking for a way to defeat Iori. The man was suspicious of the golem's movements, which seemed to want to destroy the entire island just to defeat him. Of course, the spheres couldn't let the golem do it. Iori must immediately stop the golem's actions. Of course, Iori would stop the golem even though spheres didn't say anything. Utilizing the power of lightning, Iori attacks the golem again, until a large explosion occurred and the golem was defeated. Spheres were certainly very relieved to see him. She praised Iori, who also protected her and Nemia there. Iori was also happy to see him. He then paid attention to his stats. He managed to get an increase of 150 levels just from his battle with the golem. Spheres of course immediately agreed. Because of this, Iori intends to get a new spell. He immediately tried to look through the list of possibilities. The spheres certainly support all of Iori's wishes, but she wants to know how Iori will raise his level now. considering that 2 golems have been defeated. Saeki Iori wasn't sure about that either. It will be difficult to collect the magic stones that are used to make golems. However, for now, he is more focused on choosing spells. Saeki Iori finally chose an interesting spell. This spell will also help him a lot in increasing his level later. Spheres was of course curious about the spell intended by Saeki Iori and asked the man to immediately tell him. Saeki Iori said that the spell was spirit form. He could use the spell together with the spirit world where he could find the souls of powerful monsters. Spheres wasn't sure because as far as I knew the spirit world didn't even exist in that dimension. Saeki Iori said that the spirit world exists on Earth. Many people have seen ghosts or souls in that world. The spheres naturally did not believe in the existence of such creatures. Saeki Iori says that they just have to prove it. While they were still talking, Saeki Iori's cell phone rang. Katoa contacts him and immediately says that something happened. She asks Saeki to come to school as soon as possible. Saeki Iori certainly wants to know what happened. On the other hand, Katoa said that it was quite difficult to explain over the phone. Saeki Iori, who was worried, immediately rushed away and asked the girl to wait for him. Finally, Saeki Iori arrived at Katoa's school. The young man walked around the school area thinking that his little sister sounded panicked when he called her. So Saeki was afraid that Katoa's illness would recur. But he didn't see anything suspicious and wondered what happened to his little sister. Finally, Saeki went to the reception room. In the room, it turned out that there was Mr. Hamada. The glasses guy said Saeki and I had been seeing each other a lot lately. Mr. Hamada also expressed his gratitude because Saeki took the time to come as Katoa's older brother. Saeki is very grateful that Mr. Hamada has looked after Katoa. Then Saeki sat down and asked what happened. Mr. Hamada explained that dungeon gate appeared in the field. Monsters started to appear from the gate, but strangely Katoa defeated the monster alone. According to some people who saw the fight in person, Katoa had defeated the lizardmen, C-rank monsters, in just a short time. Saeki refused Katoa and asked if it was true that Katoa had done it. Katoa slowly nodded her head in response. Saeki felt strange because he remembered his little sister had an illness. But then this young man remembered what the doctor said, who said Katoa was sick because her body couldn't adapt to her skills properly. This is called incompatible skills syndrome. Saeki suspects that Katoa has been able to adapt to her skills after recovering from illness. Katoa confirmed that. She also apologized to Saeki for not telling you this sooner. Saeki stroked Katoa's hair and said that it wasn't a problem. The important thing is that Katoa can use his power to protect other students. Saeki thought that was something worthy of praise. Hearing this, Katoa immediately hugged Saeki and thanked him because now the girl felt relieved. Saeki then said that he didn't see the gate anywhere. So has Katoa cleared the dungeon? Mr. Hamada answered that the world had a C rank and that Mr. Hamada had cleaned it up. Saeki was surprised to hear Mr. Hamada's answer. However, the man with glasses explained that even though he looks like now, he was previously an A rank player, so he could clear a dungeon alone, especially since it was only a C rank dungeon. Mr. Hamada asked them to leave that for now and get straight to the topic they wanted to discuss with Saeki. Mr. Hamada said Katoa was stronger than adventurers in general, so he wants Katoa to take the ranking exam and make him an adventurer. Saeki said Mr. Hamada needed permission to do that to Katoa. Seeing Saeki object a little, Katoa immediately said that she agreed to take the test because she wanted to be an adventurer and help everyone. All this time, Katoa felt left out of everything. Finally, Saeki could only hope for a heavy breath while rubbing his face in frustration. Saeki couldn't possibly prevent Katoa's request, so he finally permitted Mr. Hamada, but on the condition that Saeki will be Katoa's opponent during the exam. Saeki asked Mr. Hamada if he was allowed to do that, right? Mr. Hamada allowed it because he knew how strong Saeki was. Hearing their decision shocked Katoa. She didn't expect to have to fight with her older brother. I think it's very scary. According to Katoa, it would be much worse than having to fight an adventurer like Ryuzaki who had a hideous face. After it was decided, a few days later they did the exam in a special room. Katoa excitedly asked whether his older brother would hold back. Saeki confirmed this but said that if Katoa wants to work as an adventurer then he must have enough strength, so Saeki will counterattack a little. Hearing his older brother's last words made Katoa worried because Saeki said it very seriously. Meanwhile, Mr. Hamada watched them from the surveillance room. This bespectacled man knows a skill from Katoa called Demon God. He had never heard of a skill like that before. Many people have rare skills. Also happens to be very powerful. Apart from that, this girl is Saeki Iori's sister who is famous for being strong. Mr. Hamada can't help it, but he has high hopes for Katoa. Not long after, the fight between the two brothers began. Katoa immediately used Demon God arts and created a sword to attack Saeki. Saeki was surprised, but he managed to dodge in time. This young man did not expect Katoha's abilities to be better than his expectations. So Saeki uses the storm skill to counterattack Katoha. Katoha managed to dodge, but Saeki didn't expect his younger brother to be hit by the attack. Katoha is annoyed because her brother broke the promise to play a little more smoothly. Mr. Hamada, who saw the match between the two brothers, was amazed. Didn't expect Katoha to be stronger than I thought, and he thought it was very scary. Saeki stretches and says that it was his fault because he didn't expect Katoha to be stronger than he thought. So he became increasingly curious about how strong Katoha was. At this point, Katoha, instead of being afraid, was annoyed with her older brother. Saeki Iori said with a serious face that he was going to test the extent of his sister's strength. Katoha didn't care what Saeki said and immediately attacked her older brother. Even so, Saeki thought he couldn't let the fight end like this. But Katoha says she will come to you again with full force for the final. Hearing this, Saeki immediately asked Katoha to attack with all the strength she had. Without any hesitation, Katoha immediately attacked Saeki with the Heaven/skill. A sizable energy attack came at Saeki, but the young man casually said that Katoha's attack was amazing. So Saeki Iori responded to the younger sister's attack with the theme of boosting circulation. Saeki has to use his full strength to be able to withstand Katoha's attack while ensuring his little sister is safe. After the flash of light from the two clashing energies disappeared, Katoha immediately commented that Saeki was amazing. But Saeki also wanted to comment on the same thing, seeing Katoha's ability, which was very strong even though he had just developed his skills. Katoha was very relieved to hear such praise from Saeki. Saeki approached Katoha and said that this exam was over, so Katoha could rest now. At this moment, Mr. Hamada entered the testing room and immediately clapped. Mr. Hamada said that the two brothers were extraordinary, and they have presented a very amazing sight to see. Mr. Hamada had expected Saeki's little sister to be that strong. Saeki himself didn't expect Katoha to be that strong. As for Katoha's ranking, they would only find out after returning to the guild. But since Katoha had no accomplishments as an adventurer before this, Lord Hamada was worried that they would have difficulty deciding. Saeki understood that, so he asked if Katoha would mind it. Katoha answered she didn't mind at all. The girl just felt tired, and just thinking about going back home and sleeping. Hearing this, Saeki immediately said to Mr. Hamada that he must immediately deliver this younger sister back home. Because Katoha was coming back, Mr. Hamada immediately bowed to her and said thank you because the girl was willing to take the test today. After the two siblings left, Mr. Hamada looked at them and said that he didn't expect that girl to have skills and stats that weren't very high, but her strength was very scary. This bespectacled man had very high hopes for the two brothers. After arriving home, Katoha immediately sat on the sofa and complained because she felt very tired. Saeki said that Katoha would often be tired like that when fighting monsters. Saeki said he would take care of the rest of the housework, so Katoha could rest as much as she needed. Hearing this, Katoha smiled happily and thanked his older brother with a cheerful smile. Sphere suddenly appears and says finally the two of them are back. Sphere asks what happened. Saeki answered that Katoha had awakened her skills. Sphere said casually that she had felt that centuries ago. Saeki was shocked and asked why Sphere didn't tell him that before. Sphere answered, she likes seeing Saeki look stupid because he doesn't know anything. Hearing this, Saeki increasingly thought that this creature had a very bad personality. Sphere says that now Katoha can also help Saeki. Sphere also said that Saeki Iori has a skill assessment device, so they should try that to see Katoha's skills. Saeki and Katoha thought maybe they could check it with that tool. So Katoha immediately put her hand on the tool and immediately they knew that Katoha's skill was Demon God. She is ranked S rank even though she is only ranked first. Katoha cheered happily, realizing she was in S rank. Saeki also said that her little sister was indeed very strong even though she had only awakened a few moments ago. It turns out that she is indeed an S rank. Sphere is sure that soon Katoha will become an S rank adventurer. Katoha himself is very confident that she will soon become famous. Saeki Iori was happy to see his little sister so excited. The young man guessed that his little sister would never stop being an adventurer. Saeki thought it wasn't just his little sister's talent that was so strong. Katoha's fighting skills are also something very surprising. According to him, Katoha lacks nothing in the talent department, so he was sure that Katoha would become a very great adventurer if she trained seriously. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, the monster managed to control an rank adventurer. He planned to restore his original strength slowly. Now he had to train the skills that body possessed, before finally moving on to an S-rank adventurer. The creature thought he could become stronger than he was before, only then would he try to rule the world again. The creature turned into the alley when it heard something. He saw a dog being bullied by 3 adult men. The creature was sick of seeing humans still like to oppress the weak, but in his opinion, this was the perfect opportunity to test that body. The creature smiled horribly while thinking it would teach them that they were the weak ones here. The 3 young delinquents were surprised to see a strange man approaching them. One of the delinquents asked what he wanted in a foreign man. The man who had been controlled by the monster answered that he wanted to have a little fun, just like the 3 delinquents. The 3 of them immediately laughed at the young man's words, but without permission, the young man immediately beat one of the delinquents until his head shattered when it hit the wall. Seeing one of his comrades die with just one attack, the other 2 thugs tried to escape, but the monster youth swung his finger slightly, causing the other 2 men to fly and fall right in front of him. The monster man said he didn't want to risk anything that might draw attention to him, so he had to erase them both without leaving any traces. The 2 young men panicked and immediately apologized. They promised not to do bad things like that again in the future. With a terrible face, the monster youth said that he did not want to punish them. The monster boy said he was just doing this for fun, so the 2 delinquents in front of him also didn't do anything wrong. After that, there was a very loud scream, and the bodies of the 2 delinquents were destroyed and nothing remained. The monster youth looked at his hand, which was still emitting residual energy. He thought that the skills the young man had mastered were very interesting. The dog that the young man had rescued finally approached his feet. The dog seemed to be thanking the young monster for helping him. After that, the young monster healed the puppy and told him to go as he pleased. But the puppy instead followed the monster man. The man suspected that the puppy had sworn allegiance to him as the future ruler of the world. So finally the mysterious man let the puppy follow him. That morning at her house, Kadoha was surprised to hear that she still had to go to school. But Saeki explained that the girl still had to go to school because she was still a student. Kadoha can go to the dungeon on weekends. Besides, the association hasn't given the right rank to Kadoha, so the girl still doesn't have permission to enter the dungeon. Kadoha confirmed that with a sullen face chewing bread. Suddenly Saeki reminds Kadoha that she is already late and she should hurry. So Kadoha quickly ran out of the house to go to school. As Kadoha leaves, Sphere says that now Saeki Iori seems to be acting like a strict guardian. Saeki Iori doesn't deny that because according to him, Kadoha is still young and she still has more important things than hunting in the dungeon. According to Saeki Iori, Kadoha doesn't need to fight because Saeki Iori is strong enough to protect her. After Saeki Iori finished breakfast, he also returned to training. This time, Saeki Iori practiced releasing the spirit from his body. Saeki thought that the technique was very successful without any problems. Sphere says that now Saeki Iori is semi-transparent. Saeki confirmed this because now he is a spirit. But Saeki wonders why the sphere can still see him. With great pride, Sphere answered, because he is a very special figure for Saeki Iori. Sphere then asks how they get to the spirit world, because he didn't see any monster souls around this area. Saeki explained that the spirit world is between the underworld and the real world. So if they want to go there, they just have to go there. Sphere asks if that means they have to fly into the sky to get to the spirit realm. Saeki confirmed that that was why he summoned the dragon Soar. Then with one command, Saeki asked the dragon for help to send him flying towards the sky. They continued to fly towards the firmament at a very high speed. Above the sky, Saeki felt that there was a lot of mana in that place. Then, while flying, he suddenly saw a circle that looked like a gate. Saeki suspected it was the entrance to the spirit world. Saeki entered the spirit realm and saw that there were many monster souls in that place. Saeki thought that place was a dungeon. Sphere replied that was not correct, because there is no dungeon core in that place. Saeki was surprised to hear that Sphere knew about the dungeon core because he often didn't know many things. Sphere was annoyed because it seemed like he was being thought of as stupid or something. To improve Sphere's feelings, Saeki asks him to help Saeki in the future. Sphere was immediately excited and said of course he would do that. Sphere found the place very interesting, because souls were floating above those tombstones and they were monster souls. Sphere believes that if Saeki touches the tombstone then he should be able to see the monster. And the Sphere believes the size of a monster's soul corresponds to how strong the monster is. Saeki Iori understands the meaning of what Sphere said, so he didn't have to fight a horde of monsters at once. He just needed to fight them one by one. Sphere confirmed Saeki's words, so that place is the best if Saeki wants to find a strong opponent. Saeki immediately lured one of the monsters by showing his energy to the energy at the end of the tombstone. Quickly the spirit of the Grim Reaper monster came out of the spirit energy. Saeki smiled seeing the creature. According to him, it was the right opponent to start training with. Saeki used to fight many of these creatures in the past. The monster immediately launched an attack on Saeki, but Saeki quickly repelled the Grim Reaper's attack with his sword. According to Saeki, the creature would have no chance of defeating him. Sphere was surprised to see such a strong monster defeated with just one attack. Sphere realized that Saeki Iori had developed into a very strong figure. Sphere thought the day when Saeki Iori would surpass his past self might come sooner than he thought. Saeki realized that the Grim Reaper-sized monster corresponded to an A-rank monster. Saeki wants to look for bigger monsters. Sphere immediately encouraged Saeki Iori to quickly find S-rank monsters and level up. That night, at his house, Kanda Saeki, who had just finished bathing, received a message from the association that S-rank hunters had to meet immediately. Saeki suspected that the emergency meeting was held because an S-rank dungeon must have appeared. Quickly, several S-rank hunters gathered in one of the rooms in the association. One of the hunters who came that night was Sakureja Magento and Kuro's Kyoyuka. Mr. Hamada, from the start of planning the meeting, realized that only 5 of the 9 S-rank hunters would come. Even so, Mr. Hamada still expressed his thanks to all of them who were willing to come that night. Mr. Sakurajima said it didn't matter because he happened to have finished his daily practice. But Mr. Sakurajima complained because many did not come and ignored this important meeting. Satsuki Ren asked Mr. Sakurajima not to have high hopes for an S-rank hunter. While they were arguing, Kuro's Kyoyuka asked the meeting to start immediately because he wanted to go home immediately. So Mr. Hamada immediately opened the meeting. He thanked Mr. Kyuju for successfully identifying the appearance of an S-rank dungeon. Master Kyujo said that the place had more mana than any dungeon he had ever seen before. In fact, according to him, the dungeon boss they defeated a year ago, namely Moonlight Leopard Eclipse, was nothing compared to the boss from the dungeon this time. Satsuki Ren was very surprised when he heard this because he knew that the Moonlight Leopard Eclipse was a monster that was defeated by Seiki Iori and Kanda Seki some time ago. If the monster this time was stronger than the Moonlight Leopard, then Satsuki could barely believe it. Mr. Hamada said that the monster could cause heavy casualties if it escaped and entered the city. For this reason, Mr. Hamada asked all S-rank hunters to work together to defeat the monster. The S-rank hunters were willing to cooperate. But before that, they want to know where the S-rank dungeon appears. Mr. Hamada answered on Mount Fuji. Meanwhile, in the spirit world, Seiki finally found the greatest soul in that place. Seiki hopes to find a good opponent. When the spirit changed form, Seiki did not expect that the creature would turn out to be a Moonlight Leopard Eclipse with perfect form. Seiki saw the creature as a strong figure. Seiki was relieved to have used up his skill points before coming to that place. They both showed each other their respective strengths before finally starting a fierce fight. Sphere looked very scared because the creature looked very strong. But Seiki instead asked, "Why didn't the sphere give me a recommended level or rating?" Sphere asked Seiki to stop being silly. After all, Seiki Iori's strength couldn't be measured by level or rank. Sphere exclaimed even more panicked when he realized this was not the time for useless chatter. Suddenly, the leopard monster made a move. The monster disappeared into the darkness. Seiki was confused about finding the creature's whereabouts. From within the darkness of Seiki's shadow, a leopard monster suddenly jumped out and immediately used the Moonlight Claw skill to attack Seiki. Luckily, the black-haired youth managed to repel the leopard monster's attack. Seiki didn't expect the monster to try to end his life with just one attack. Seiki jumped far enough to avoid another attack from the leopard monster, then give a heavy blow until the monster moves away. Seiki realizes the creature can move freely through shadows, so he had to be able to predict the creature's movements. Unexpectedly, the Moonlight Leopard appeared again from behind Seiki through his shadow. Seiki quickly turned around and immediately attacked the monster. Realizing that his condition was getting worse, the monster immediately created a fairly large black hole with its mouth. The black hole created a storm big enough to make the sphere panic. Sphere is worried that they will be sucked into the black hole. But Seiki was still relaxed and trying to read the situation. Seiki realizes the creature may be trying to turn the environment in its favor against Seiki. At this moment, Seiki realized he had to be more serious. So this young man activated Tenma's extreme skill. This is a skill that is a combination of boost circulation and focus power. This skill will make Seiki many times stronger. Seiki suspected the creature would move faster, but apparently, Moonlight Leopard created several shadow troops. Seiki was quite amazed that the creature could create such an army. Then suddenly, many shadow troops attacked Seiki simultaneously, but Seiki was not afraid. He used the Shantraz skill, which made his sword full of spiritual energy so that it was able to instantly wipe out all the shadow troops in front of him. Meanwhile, at the association building, Satsuki called Kanda Seki, who was already walking home. Satsuki honestly asked what Kanda Saki thought about the S-rank dungeon that would appear. Is Kanda Saki confident enough that they will win? Kanda Saki was silent for a moment before finally answering, "It doesn't matter whether you are confident or not. The important thing is, he must do his duty to save humanity." Satsuki Ren suddenly said that the Moonlight Leopard Eclipse was so strong that the 3 of them, as S-rank adventurers, had to risk everything. But according to him, it would be different for Seiki Iori. Satsuki asked whether Kanda Saki agreed with my thoughts. Without hesitation, Kanda Saki said that she agreed and was sure that Seiki could do it. Satsuki suspected that Kanda Saki was confident that even his trump card would not affect Seiki Iori's performance. This time, Kanda Saki only answered by nodding her head. Hearing that, Satsuki smiled with satisfaction. because I also believe that Saeki Iori is able to help them without any obstacles. It seemed like they would have to ask Saeki Iori to participate in that dungeon. Currently, Saeki Iori is still trying to defeat the Moonlight Leopard in the spirit realm. Saeki saw that the monster had quite a large amount of mana in its claws. Saeki didn't want to give up fighting the monster. Once again, the monster attacked Saeki Iori with the Moonlight Star Slash skill, which looked scary. Seeing the dazzling attack, Saeki just smiled. This young man raised his sword and used the Shan Brave skill. With two huge energy collisions in the air, a dazzling light was created. It was as if the sun had just risen above them. Finally, the system appeared to notify that Saeki Iori had successfully leveled up. Because of this, some of Saeki's stats also automatically increase. This young man commented that his opponent this time was quite tough. However, according to him, Saeki's current level is still not high enough. Not long after, Saeki was actually able to level up more than he expected. Sphere said Saeki had already fought an S-rank monster on one, so it was only natural that he leveled up quite significantly. Saeki said, "The monsters in that place are quite strong and no one can compete with them." This was the best place Saeki could ask for. Sphere says that there is no way anyone out there can compete with Saeki. However, the young man actually said that maybe one day suddenly there would be. Sphere was annoyed and said it was something stupid because Saeki's development was too fast and didn't make sense. According to Sphere, not even S-rank adventurers would want to deal with Saeki. Saeki humbly said that he didn't know about that. But Saeki didn't deny that he was indeed much stronger than he was a moment ago. However, the Sphere still says that the young man's abilities are still far from those of his previous life. Meanwhile, at his residence, which looks simple, Mr. Sakurajima is busy practicing his skills. This adult man practices his kicks with the Cherry Blossom kick skill. He also used his inner strength several times combined with his martial arts skills. Mr. Sakurajima's way of fighting looks quite extreme, but according to him it's still not much and he looks quite chaotic today. Not long after, Satsuki came and wanted to talk to Mr. Sakurajima. Without speaking nonsense, Satsuki said that there was an A-rank adventurer who wanted to be invited to clear the dungeon when an S-rank dungeon appeared. Mr. Sakurajima was very surprised to hear Satsuki's words. According to him, an A-rank adventurer would immediately die there. Satsuki knew Mr. Sakurajima would think like that, but the young man said that the A-rank adventurer was much stronger than Satsuki. Mr. Sakurajima was clearly shocked to hear Satsuki's words. However, Satsuki quickly explained that this person could be promoted to S-rank whenever he wanted. He only chose to stay at Ranka because of personal desires. Mr. Sakurajima said it was very hard to believe, but he was still curious. What was the adventurer's name? Satsuki answered that his name was Saeki. Satsuki thought that Mr. Sakurajima would understand after he personally checked Saeki Iori's abilities from the Adventurers Guild. Meanwhile, Saeki Iori has returned home and is warmly welcomed by Kadoha. The girl couldn't wait to tell her older brother that she had received a notification letter about her rank. Saeki was quite surprised because the letter came faster than I expected. Because they couldn't wait, Kadoha and Sphere decided to immediately open the letter. In a short time, Kadoha's face brightened even more when she received the notification that she got rank. As Sphere smiles, realized it was the same rank as Saeki. Unexpectedly, Saeki looked sad when his little sister had gotten her ranking. Sphere asks why the young man looks unhappy. Saeki said that he was happy about the ranking, but he was worried that Kadoha had to get into a dangerous situation in the dungeon. But Kadoha tries to comfort Saeki by saying that she won't experience anything dangerous. Saeki asks for Code H to promise that her sister will not fight anyone or anything who is ranked higher than her. Kadoha promises not to take on such a dangerous fight. While they were chatting, Saeki suddenly felt the presence of a guest who had quite strong mana. When the door was opened, it turned out that the guest was Mr. Sakurajima. Without further ado, Mr. Sakurajima said that he knew about Saeki from Satsuki. Then Mr. Sakurajima said that they needed as many strong people as possible to find the upcoming dungeon. So, Mr. Sakurajima's very serious face wanted to directly test Saeki's strength. Saeki was silent and realized that the person in front of him was the most powerful figure he had encountered so far. Just by looking at his strength, Saeki knows that Mr. Sakurajima always does perfect training. So without hesitation, Saeki asks where they should do it. Mr. Sakurajima says they can use his dojo, which is not in use. Worried, Kadoha comes out of the house to ask if everything is okay. Saeki replied that everything was fine and he would come back for dinner. After arriving at the dojo, Saeki saw Mr. Sakurajima using his bare hands when preparing to fight him. But the adult man invited Saeki to use whatever sword or weapon he wanted. But Saeki said that if Mr. Sakurajima fought with his bare hands, then the young man would too. Mr. Sakurajima smiled dismissively and said that he hoped Saeki could withstand his attack, because he is the strongest S-rank adventurer. Saeki takes a stance and says that he doesn't plan to withstand all of Lord Sakurajima's attacks. and they better start the fight now. Unexpectedly, in the first attack, Mr. Sakurajima immediately used the cherry blossom lighting skill, which added lightning as attack damage. Unexpectedly, Saeki could dodge the attack so quickly. Mr. Sakurajima was surprised that someone could dodge his super lightning attack without using any skills. Saeki asked, "Is that enough for Lord Sakurajima to acknowledge Saeki's abilities?" It was clear Mr. Sakurajima's answer was impossible, but now he became even more curious about Saeki's abilities. This time, Saeki turned serious and said that he didn't expect Mr. Sakurajima to make him come home. Saeki really wants to finish this fight quickly and gain recognition in a short time. Saeki said that it was almost time for dinner, so he wanted to go home immediately. That's why he asked Mr. Sakurajima to show everything he was capable of. Seeing the scary look in Saeki's eyes made Mr. Sakurajima a little surprised, and says it's been a long time since he met someone as brave as Saeki. Then he will be more serious about showing the skills he has to Saeki. Mr. Sakurajima took a stance and released deadly mana energy. This grown man thought no one could get away with his technique on the first try. This technique allows Mr. Sakurajima to shoot deadly energy in all directions. Saeki used the Eye of Wisdom technique to monitor his surroundings carefully. Saeki knows that Mr. Sakurajima has amazing speed, but there is nothing that cannot be seen with the Eye of Wisdom. This ability allows Saeki to analyze whatever he sees, and all of Mr. Sakurajima's movements can be analyzed easily as if Mr. Sakurajima were moving in slow motion. That's why when Mr. Sakurajima moved as fast as lightning trying to hit him, Saeki could easily dodge the attack. Even this young man was able to try to attack the senior. Mr. Sakurajima believes that if he attacks Saeki with incredible speed, he will definitely be able to see Saeki's true abilities. However, in reality, Mr. Sakurajima was overwhelmed by Saeki's counterattack. Mr. Sakurajima stepped back to give himself some distance and said he didn't think anyone could escape his attack, so he asked if it was true that Saeki was able to see his lightning-fast movements. Saeki confirmed this with a faint smile. According to Mr. Sakurajima, that is very impossible. That's why he stopped attacking Saeki and asked why a figure as great as Saeki was only ranked A. Saeki replies that he has personal reasons. Now Mr. Sakurajima knows that what Sasuke said was true. After the fight ended, the two of them sat together and Mr. Sakurajima said that S rank should be reserved for people like Saeki. Now, Saeki asked about the dungeon they were talking about before he was taken there. Mr. Sakurajima explained briefly that it was likely that an S-rank dungeon would appear, which had a very high level of difficulty, plus the boss in the dungeon. So as S-rank adventurers, they feel they have an obligation to clear the dungeon. That's why they asked Saeki for help to help clear the dungeon. Without much thought, and without hesitation, Saeki immediately said that he would join in clearing the dungeon. Sakurajima commented that was really amazing, and don't forget this adult man thanked Saeki for his help. Suddenly Mr. Sakurajima bowed very deeply while apologizing for suddenly dragging Saeki to that place. Saeki asked the elder to stop acting like that because he felt it was okay. That evening Saeki was finally able to return home for dinner. Katoha had been eagerly awaiting her older brother's return. The girl looked excited when she saw her brother come home safely. She asked if her older brother was okay, or did Saeki have a wound. Saeki said that his little sister didn't need to worry because it wasn't a dangerous problem and that she was completely fine at the moment. Only after that could Katoha breathe a sigh of relief. Sphere asked what was the meaning of the dungeon that Mr. Sakurajima was talking about. Saeki answered that they would go to an S-rank dungeon this weekend. Katoha is worried that something dangerous will come again, but Saeki casually said that it was only a little dangerous. Meanwhile, at home, Kandasaki sat pensively on the sofa alone. This girl thought that if she remained like this then she might be defeated by the monster because she knew the monster was getting stronger. So she was determined to strengthen my body. Kandasaki slowly stepped down into the basement and opened the door to her father's lab. Currently, a man is busy staring at a laptop screen with lots of notes around him. Kandasaki asked her father, has her father made any new discoveries about improving skills? The father actually asked Kandasaki to stop working as an adventurer because it was too dangerous. Even so, this girl still begged her father. Kandasaki said that after she recovered from her illness, she wanted to use her abilities to help other people. Kandasaki knows her father did a lot of research for him. Finally, the father invited Kandasaki to examine the documents on the table. Kandasaki's father knew that his son would find what he wanted among the documents. Hearing this, Kandasaki smiled happily and thanked her father. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, a man was busy enjoying the alcohol in front of him when suddenly he heard the door of the room being smashed. The purple-haired man known as Kirishima Kuji asked in annoyance, who would dare disturb his rest time? Apparently, the person who had just barged in was a foreign man who had been possessed by a monster. The foreign man said he didn't care about anything Kirishima Kuji wanted, He only came to kill the purple-haired guy. According to him, Kirishima Kuji is the right person to become a host for his body. Well, let's stop the storyline of this manhwa because the chapters still stop at chapter 72, so when the latest chapter comes out we will discuss it as soon as possible.